Hello everyone, and welcome to this new video. As you can probably tell from the title, in this video I'm going to go over every single item in the game and try to explain as much as I can about each one. I am not going to go over just the legendary items, I'm also going to go over the basic components, the starter ones, and even epic ones, as well as the boots choices and consumables. Some items will obviously have way less to talk about, but some will have way more. For example, some of the basic items here, I will spend very little time on them because there's not a whole lot to explain. But when I get to some of the epic items, I will be able to explain more, and onto the legendary items, I will explain them even further because they get actual big effects. I'm going to begin with the starter items, then talk about the consumables, then going on to boots, then the basic items, epic items, and then the legendary items. It is also worth noting that I'm not going to go over champion specific items. For example, Callista gets the black spear in the shop, and that is an item unique to Callista. But I am not going to go over it, just the items that everyone can get in the shop, with the exception of Ornn, and explaining the masterwork upgrades for the legendary items, but that is it. Now, with all that being said, let's begin. The very first item that is classified as a starter item is Dark Seal. It gives 15 ability power, 50 health, and it has an actual passive effect. Whenever you gain a takedown, you will get glory. A kill grants 2 glory and an assist grants 1 glory. Each glory stack will give you ability power up to a maximum of 10 stacks. This item can be incredibly good to purchase in the early game on some specific champions. Basically, every single AP assassin in the entire game can buy this item early on. Maybe not as a starter item, but they can recall and purchase it. It is already very cost effective just when you purchase it, but once you stack it, you can get a lot of ability power from it. You can gain up to 55 AP once it is fully stacked. And unlike a lot of the starter items, this one can actually upgrade into a legendary item. And you keep the stacks once you upgrade the item. However, you can lose your stacks if you end up dying. For how cheap it is, you can even buy it on a bruiser champion like Gragas or maybe Mordekaiser or Volibear. Champions that have ability power scalings and that can make use of it. If you get 1 or 2 kills, you already get a lot of value from it. Junglers can do this too if, let's say, they recall early on like 400 gold and then they just buy a Dark Seal. A Diana can do this, maybe an Echo. Even an AP bruiser like Zac can do this. Overall, just a solid item. Moving on to Tear of the Goddess, this is another starter item that can upgrade into a legendary item. It gives you 240 mana and it has 2 passive effects. The second one is that you deal bonus damage to minions, that's it. The first one is that you can actually stack this item. Every single time you hit an enemy with an ability, you will gain mana. If you hit champions, you gain more mana, but this effect has a cooldown. So if I were to purchase Tear of the Goddess right now, and I were to attack this target dummy, you can see that it has a cooldown. If I use my E here, I'm gonna proc another stack, but then if I use my W now, I won't. Same with Q because it's on cooldown. So you need to wait for it to refresh and then you can get another stack. And this item can stack to 360 mana. You can purchase this early on a champion that is very mana hungry or that can make use of one of the legendary item upgrades. A champion like Ezreal can take this, Ryze can take this, even a Taric support can take this, and then he can upgrade the tier into something else later. If you want to have very high mana, you can take this early and start stacking it up. Now moving on to Doran's Ring. This item gives 18 ability power and 90 health. It has the Helping Hand passive like Tear of the Goddess, and it has another passive where you restore mana every second, and that mana restoration is increased whenever you deal damage to a champion. Now, if your champion is manaless and you have this item, you won't gain any mana obviously, but you will convert 45% of the mana gain into healing. So if you were to purchase this item on a champion like Mordekaiser that has no mana, you can still make use of the drain effect. Now moving on to the World Atlas. You acquire this item the moment you spawn in if you are a support. This item has 2 upgrades, and I'm going to go over the 2 of them right now. The way you actually upgrade your support item is by completing the support support quest. Whenever you kill a minion near your ally and you have these gold quest charges up, you will give that minion to your ally. So right now I'm going to attack this minion, and you can see the fact that I gained 15 gold, and you can see this effect where the gold gets transferred to the ally as well. Now that I have 0 charges, the next time I do this, I will just strike it for myself, but my ally won't gain anything until I get another charge. You can also spend your charges by attacking an enemy champion, and that will give you a flat 22 gold. It won't give your ally the gold, but you will get the gold. You saw right there that I used the charge, and I got 22 gold. But again, your ally does not get gold for this. The first part of the upgrade will give you extra stats on the item itself, but it will also give you ward charges. So right now I can just go and place a ward because I have my first part done. And if I were to go back in base, they reset. When you initially complete your quest, you get 1 charge, and then when you recall, you can get up to 3 charges total. So now I can place another 3, and then I am down again, and now I have to go back, and they reset again. And once you get the item to its final form, you can upgrade it into what is essentially a legendary item. You can see right now that I have a bar, and I can upgrade the support item into one of these choices here. And I will go over each one when I get to the legendary item section. The support item itself also holds up to 4 wards when you go back in base. Right now I have 0, and unlike the second upgrade where I can only hold 3, I can now hold 4 before I need to recall. Moving on to Doran's Blade, you gain 10 attack damage, 80 health, and 2.5% Omnivamp. The stats on the item are very good. A lot of aggressive early game champions tend to take this. A champion like Renekton, or Riven, or Darius, or Set can make use of this item very well. The Omnivamp also gives you some decent sustain in lane. It is usually the preferred starter item choice if you are actually going up against another melee champion, or if you go into a matchup where you know you're gonna fight a lot. Now moving on to Cull. Even though it is considered a starter item, much like Darkseal and Tear of the Goddess, you don't really want to purchase it right out the get-go. Unless you know for a fact that in the early game you won't fight almost at all. And this is because the item just gives you 7 attack damage, and then it has a passive with 2 effects. The first one is that you restore 3 health on hit, and that is going to be 3 flat health on hit. So whenever you auto attack something, you will always gain 3 health. The second part of the passive is that anytime you kill a minion, you gain 1 gold, up to 100 gold. And once you gain that 100 gold, you will receive an additional 350 gold. The item itself costs 450 gold, so the moment you get to that 100 gold mark from killing minions and gain the extra 350 gold, it's like you got it for free, because you get back the 450 gold. And then you can sell the item itself to gain a bit of extra gold. But again, the reason you don't really want to start with this item is because it has very few stats on it. It has just the 7 attack damage and that 3 health on hit restoration. Compare that to the Doran's Blade where you get 10 attack damage, 80 health, and 2.5% Omnivamp. It is always going to outvalue Cull when it comes to the damage it deals and even the sustain of the item. Cull is generally purchased on the first or second recall in some specific matchups. Let's say you are playing as Garen against Gragas. If you know for a fact that you're basically never going to be able to kill Gragas and it's a boring lane where the both of you just farm, you can purchase Cull and just start stacking it up. And that way, even though you don't gain a kill on him or something, you will get more gold than him, because Cull will always give you a gold advantage. You can also just keep the item after you get the passive effect from it, and that way you gain free stats, you gain free attack damage and that health restoration. But most of the time I recommend selling it. Now moving on to Doran's Shield. This item gives you 110 health and has the helping hand effect like on Tear of the Goddess and Doran's Ring, and then it has a passive with 2 effects. The first effect effect is that you restore 4 health every 5 seconds. That can add up very quickly over time. And then it has another passive effect where after taking damage from a champion, you restore up to 40 health over 8 seconds. It says up to 40 health because it won't instantly regen that 40 health over 8 seconds the moment you get damaged. It is based off of your missing health. So if I were to purchase this item on Mundo, let's say, and you see that now I have 20.2 health regen, and then I walk up to this target dummy that has a Bammy Cinder, which means it's gonna burn me. When I attack it, you can see that I don't really gain any extra health regen from the restore up to 40 health over 8 seconds. It is still stuck at 20.2. Now, if I go ahead and teleport myself in the enemy base and take some damage and then I attack this target dummy, you can see the fact that my health regeneration jumps to 23.0. And the reason it jumped to that is because, again, the restore 40 health over 8 seconds effect is based off of your missing health. So the lower you are, the higher that restoration is. You can see right now that as I gain more and more health, the actual restoration on my health becomes lower and lower. This item can be very good against ranged matchups if you are playing a melee character. Let's say the enemy is Teemo, and you are playing something like a Set. You can start Doran's shield and then his poke won't be as meaningful. Teemo also has his poison on his E, and every time that small dot hits you, it will trigger the Doran shield effect. It is also worth noting that damage over time and AoE effects give you only 66% of the healing and not the 100%, it is just a reduced amount. But still, that does not mean it is bad against something like a Teemo poison. Most of the time in the super early game, if Teemo attacks you and you're around half health, and you have the combo of Doran's shield and second wind, that poison will basically heal you. Or you can make it to where the actual poison effect doesn't really lower your health, it just ends up staying even. Now let's look at the jungle specific starter items. When you start as a jungler, you will always need to select one of these 3 items. You can see right now that everything else that isn't a consumable is locked for me. I cannot purchase anything else. You can see that I have 60,000 gold, but I can't buy it until I buy one of these. Once I purchase one of them, the shop unlocks for me and I can buy something else. But I always need to buy one of these 3. Each one of these 3 jungle items has a unique effect, and all 3 of them can be upgraded, but you upgrade them all the exact same way. So I'm going to explain how you upgrade them first, and then I'm going to explain the unique effect of each jungle item. When you purchase a jungle item, you can see the fact that it has a certain amount of stacks on it. These stacks will lower in amount as you do jungle camps. So for example, let's say I'm going to do this red buff here. Once I actually do this red buff, you will see the fact that one of the stacks will drop. So I am now at 33. And as you do more and more jungle camps, this will get lower and lower. There is also another thing that junglers gain, which is a mechanic called the bonus treat. Normally, when I kill that red buff, I should lose only 1 stack from my jungle item and not 2. The reason I did is because I had a bonus treat. I don't know if it actually showed visually, but that is why it happened. You can see right now that I have 1, which means that after I kill this, it won't go to 32, it will go to 31. But if I were to move to this next jungle camp here, and I were to quickly kill it, you can see that I have 0 bonus treats, so now it goes from 31 to 30. This can make it to where if, let's say, you chain gank a lot, you can stack a lot of these treats on top of each other, and then when you finally go to do a camp, you will lose a lot of the jungle stacks very fast. And that can make it to where you complete your jungle item quest sooner, because once you reach 0 stacks, the item fully upgrades. The jungle item will make it to where you also deal bonus damage to jungle monsters, and you also take reduced damage against monsters, and you get a heal from them. This allows you to just jungle better, and it makes it to where you take camps faster than any laner. Another effect that is universal for all 3 jungle items is the fact that when you knock down 20 treats, your smite ends up dealing 1000 true damage, and you can actually use it on a champion. Right now, if I were to place a target dummy and I would want to smite them, I can't because I have not knocked down a total of 20 treats. I just can't press it on them. But if I were to, let's say, complete my jungle item once, I can now smite the enemy champion. And it will deal some damage and slow them down. And then once you knock down 35 treats, your smite ends up dealing 1400 true damage to nearby monsters. And it also becomes AoE. Right now, if I were to smite this camp right here, you can see that it does 1000 true damage and it does no extra damage to the monsters near the big wolf. But the moment I actually go to upgrade it and fully stack it, it now becomes AoE. You can see the fact that I gained this large area of effect, so when I'm going to use my smite here, it will kill everything. And you can see the fact that the actual jungle item has disappeared from my inventory, which means that it won't clog up your inventory later on into the game, which is very good, because it would be very annoying if one of your items was occupied by the actual jungle item. Another thing that upgrading your smite to full does is give you the bonus pet effect. This is when you will gain the unique effect of the jungle item that you started with. And now I'm going to go one by one and explain each one of the unique effects from the 3 jungle items. The first jungle item effect that I actually purchased here, which is the green one, gives me a permanent health shield, and this shield will stay on you until it is destroyed, but it also regenerates if you are out of combat for 10 seconds. So you can see right now that this blue buff is going to completely destroy my shield, but if I were to walk away and wait 10 seconds, it will eventually come back. And now I have it back again. Now, if I were to actually fight the jungle monster, and my shield gets destroyed while I'm fighting him, so I'm gonna wait for it to fully deplete, the moment that jungle monster dies, the shield regenerates on its own instantly. This is the first unique effect. The second jungle item effect is from the red smite. The passive effect of this item is that you collect ember stacks over time, or when you kill an epic monster or large monster, up to 100 stacks. When you actually have the maximum amount of ember stacks, which is 100, whenever you damage a champion, you will consume the ember stacks, you will slow the enemy champion, and you will burn them for max health damage. So right now I have 100 ember stacks, and if I were to hit this target dummy with an auto attack, let's say, I am going to consume all the ember stacks, and you will see the fact that I burned it. And now over time, I slowly collect ember stacks again, and once I get to 100 again, it's going to do the same thing. If I try to attack it while I don't have 100, I get no effect. But now that it's back to 100, if I were to throw my Q onto it, the item effect applies, I slow them down, and I deal that burn damage. And now for the final jungle item choice, when you actually complete this quest, you will gain movement speed whenever you enter a brush. So right now when I'm gonna enter this brush, you can see the fact that I get movement speed. I will keep this movement speed while I am in the brush, and then once I exit it, it starts decaying down. And then I can re-enter another brush and gain it again. You can enter brushes as much as you want, and there is no downside to it. It won't stop. The only exception is if you are in combat. So because I am attacking this target dummy here and I'm in combat with an enemy champion, it will stop itself. But if I were to go, say, to this blue buff here, I won't drop the effect. And when you actually kill large monsters, you will gain more movement speed. Normally you get 30% decaying speed, but when you kill a jungle monster, you get 45% decaying speed. And those would be the effects of the 3 jungle items. Now let's take a look at the consumable items, and I will also add in the trinkets here. These will be all the items that I consider both to be consumables and trinkets. They're all bunched up together here. And I will go one by one on each one. But I will start with the trinkets, which will be these 3 right here that you see that are free. You cannot actually get this blue one until you get level 9. It is locked and you cannot purchase it no matter what. The 2 you can purchase at the beginning are the Oracle Lens and the Stealth Word. If you want to purchase the Stealth Word, it will go on your 4th slot here, where it is a unique slot for trinkets, so for these 3 right here, and you can just place down a ward and this will give you vision somewhere around the map. If I leave this area, you have vision here. As for the other 2, you have the Oracle Lens, which allows you to sweep up an area and detect said wards. So for example, if this was an enemy word, I could use my Oracle Lens and sweep it and kill it, because normally these words are invisible to an enemy unless you sweep them like this. And the final one that you can only purchase after level 9 is the Farsight Alteration. You can place it somewhere to give vision, much like a stealth ward, except the range is greatly increased. You can see how far I can place it, and the enemy can see it, and it only has 1 health. The moment it spots an enemy champion, the ward will also destroy itself. So I'm going to place a target dummy here, which is essentially an enemy champion, and after it spots the champion, it just destroys itself. The normal yellow wards can only have a maximum of 3 at a time from you on the map. But you can have as many of these as you want on the map, and they will not disappear until an enemy actually goes in their vision, triggers them, and then they pop. Or an enemy just straight up kills them. These yellow trinkets have a timer on them, and afterwards they expire and disappear, and again, you can't place more than 3. If I try to place a 4th here, the one that I placed first from the 3 will disappear. I'm also going to talk about the control ward here because it is kind of similar to a trinket. This is a consumable that costs 75 gold, and you can carry up to 2 control wards at a time in your inventory, but you can have only 1 on the map. So for example, right now, if I were to place this control ward, if I want to place another one, it will just destroy this one. The enemy team can see this ward, much like the Farsight one, and it has 4 health. It can also reveal enemy stealth wards. So if this was an enemy stealth ward, this control ward here would reveal it. It also shuts down the vision of any nearby wards. So once again, if this was an enemy ward, if this control ward is near it, it won't give any vision. Now let's move on to the actual health potions and elixirs. The most standard potion that you have here will be the health potion. You can consume it and you're gonna get 120 health over 15 seconds, and you can carry up to a maximum of 5 in your inventory. Most of the time, you're not going to buy a bunch of these. When you start the game, you have 500 gold, so you usually get something like a Doran's ring and then 2 health potions if you're a mage champion, or a Doran's blade with a health potion, or Doran's shield with a health potion. And then when you recall, you can choose to maybe buy another one, maybe 2 more. But it's usually not good to just spam buy health potions because you'll end up sinking a ton of gold into them, and that's just not good. And then the other option that you have here is the refillable potion. This one is more expensive than a health potion, but it actually refills every single time you visit the shop. By default, it has 2 charges. So what this means is that I can heal 100 health over 12 seconds twice. You can see right now that I'm injured, and I press the refillable, now I used one, and now I use the second one, and that's it. I have no more refillable potions in my inventory. If I were to speed up the game and let it fully go down, you can see that now it's not regenerating back. I am spamming my 1 button, but I'm not getting anything out of it. The moment I go back to base, it will refill entirely, and I am back to having the 2 refillable potions. And this will be at no additional cost. Every time you go back to base, you refill the refillable potions. There's some situations where you can start with an item like Dark Seal on a mage champion and just purchase the refillable potion straight up, because this is 350 gold with the 150, that's 500 gold total. Maybe on an assassin champion, you start with a longsword and then you buy the refillable potion as well. It's not always done, but it is good to know. Most of the time though, on your first recall, you do buy the refillable potion if you want regen. And then you have the 3 elixirs. Much like the Farsight Alteration, you cannot purchase these elixirs until you get level 9. You need to have at least level 9. And only 1 elixir may be active on you at a time. If, for example, you want to buy this Elixir of Wrath and this Elixir of Sorcery, they won't work combined. The moment you pop that second elixir, it will just nullify the first elixir. The first one here is Elixir of Iron. For 3 minutes, you gain 300 health, 25% tenacity, and you leave a trail behind you that will give allied champions movement speed. So I purchased this elixir right here, and you can see the fact that I slightly grow in size, and you can see the trail behind me. If an ally walks through this trail, they will be sped up. This is usually the elixir that a tank is going to buy, like an Ornn, Scion, most bruisers, like a Darius or Set will buy this one. Then you have the Elixir of Sorcery, which is basically just for mages. For 3 minutes, it grants you 50 AP, 15% mana regen, and then while you damage a champion or a tower, you deal bonus true damage to them. Champions have a built-in cooldown though, so for example on towers, every time you attack you apply that bonus true damage, but on champions you need to wait 5 seconds every time. And then the final one here that we have is the Elixir of Wrath, and this is the one that most AD carries or assassins will go for. It grants 30 attack damage and 12% physical vamp for 3 minutes. It is also worth noting that the physical vamp is only against champions. There are some situations where maybe an AD carry buys an Elixir of Iron instead of an Elixir of Wrath. A full build of Helios probably is gonna one-shot everyone on the enemy team instantly the moment he hits them with his ultimate, so he can purchase this Elixir of Iron to tank up and make it tougher for the enemy team to one-shot him. The health given here is equivalent to 800 gold worth of health, on top of the tenacity, which isn't half bad if they try to hard lock you down with CC. And the trail is also nice, though not really that huge for an AD carry. And that would do it for the consumables and the trinkets. Now let's take a look at the boots choices, and you can see them all right here. You can also see these unique boots that are locked. The way you unlock these boots is by being mid lane and finishing your mid lane quest. The moment you complete the quest, any tier 2 boot that you have will be upgraded into a tier 3 boot. And I will also explain these tier 3 boots after I go over the tier 2 boots. The tier 1 boots are simply called boots, and they cost 300 gold and give you 25 movement speed. They're honestly pretty simple and there's not much to it. You can purchase them early in matchups where you have to space out your opponent or dodge skill shots. Maybe you're a champion with slower movement speed like a Tristana and you don't have a rune like magical footwear that gives you free boots. So then maybe you get these boots early on to get that extra 25 move speed to dodge a Morgana Q or a Thresh Hook. Or maybe in top lane you need more movement speed in a certain lane, maybe you need to dodge Cho'Gath Q, so you take these boots. And these basic boots right here can upgrade into the tier 2 boots. And now I'm going to go over each tier 2 boot as well. Starting with the boots of Swiftness, they give you 55 movement speed total for 1000 gold, and they reduce the effectiveness of slows by 25%. This is especially good on bruisers that are immobile like a Darius or a Set, because if the enemy has a lot of slows like Ashe permanently auto-attacking you, then they're gonna be really good at toughing out through the slow. Some mid laners can take this as well, maybe an Orianna that has phase rush as well, so then she has a ton of slow resist. Maybe an assassin can take them, maybe even an AD carry like a Jhin can take these. Then we move on to Sorcerer shoes, and they give you 45 move speed instead of the 25, and they also give you 12 magic penetration. One-shot AP assassins love these boots. You can take these boots on like a Fizz or an Evelynn, and they both do very well with them. The early magic pen feels pretty good. Then we have Ionian boots of Lucidity. For 900 gold you get 45 move speed, 10 ability haste, and then you get 10 summoner spell haste. The summoner spell haste effect is rather unique, because there isn't another item in the entire shop that can reduce summoner spell cooldowns. There is a rune that can do this as well, but there is no other item that can do this. So for example, right now you can see the fact that my flash is 300 seconds. The moment I buy these Ionian boots, it goes to 272, and this can be pretty impactful, especially if you combine this effect with Cosmic Insight, which also gives you Summoner Spell Haste. And then my flash would be a minute sooner than my opponent's, and I can abuse that window to make more plays around the map. Champions that spam abilities can take these boots like a Riven. Sometimes a Riven will straight up rush these boots. Maybe a champion like Nasus takes it as well. A bunch of Enchanter supports can take these boots like a Lulu or a Soraka or a Nami. And again, don't underestimate the 10 Summoner Spell Haste, it can actually be pretty impactful. Now we have Mercury Treads. For 1250 gold, you get 20 magic resist, 45 move speed, and the big one is 30% tenacity. The main reason you will buy these boots is for that tenacity. If the enemy team has a lot of crowd control, you can buy Mercury Treads. Once again, a champion like Darius who's mega immobile is prone to getting CC'd, and then he can't get to his target. So by buying these, you get a lot of tenacity. The magic resist is laughably low, basically just the component of Null-Magic Mantle gives you that 20 MR that the full item gives. So if you want Mercury Treads for the magic resist, it's really bad. Just buy something else, or literally buy a Null-Magic Mantle and sit on it, because it gives you the exact same amount of MR. You can take this on virtually every single champion in the game. Some obviously use it better than others. A champion like Set can do very well with these against crowd control, or a Lee Sin versus crowd control, or a Jarvan, maybe even some mid laners. Always keep them in mind if the enemy enemy team has a lot of crowd control. Then you have Berserker Greaves, and for 1100 gold you get 45 move speed and 25% attack speed. Usually these boots are bought by auto attack heavy champions, so something like a Yasuo or Tryndamere or Xayah, most AD carries buy Berserker Greaves. Not much to them, you just get some extra attack speed. And then you have plated Steelcaps. For 1200 gold you get 25 armor, 45 move speed, and a unique effect that reduces incoming damage from attacks by 10%. Despite the fact that it says from attacks, it doesn't specify what kind of attacks. Here it is specifically referring to basic attacks. It is also worth noting that abilities that count as basic attacks will also get that reduction from the plating effect. So something like a Nasus Q, Garen Q, Darius W, those are counted as auto attacks as well. These boots are incredible against auto attack heavy characters, and in general the plating passive is so good. There's a lot of situations where you go up in top lane, for example, and you're just gonna rush these boots into a lot of different characters, because the movement speed combined with the armor and the plating effect can just allow you to space them out really well and tank up a lot of damage. So you can do this against a champion like Tryndamere or Yasuo or Yone, or maybe even something like a Wukong or Riven. Much like Mercury treads, virtually every single character can buy these if you just need to tank up against auto attack heavy focus characters. And now I am going to go over the tier 3 boot upgrades. And again, keep in mind that the only way you can actually get these is if you complete your mid lane quest. If you are not a mid laner with the mid lane quest, you can't gain these. Looking at the tier 3 upgrade for Ionian boots, you can see the fact that you gain 20 ability haste instead of 10, and you also get an additional 10 summoner spell haste, so now you get 20 summoner spell haste just from these boots. And you even gain a new passive. Anytime you empower an ally or deal damage to an enemy champion with an ability, or you just cast a summoner spell, you gain movement speed. I completed my mid lane quest right now, and I bought the tier 3 Ionian boots, and you can see the moment I hit this target dummy with my Q, I gained the Crimson Lucidity movement speed. They are very strong boots because they give you quite a lot in terms of extra power. The extra ability haste and summoner spell haste is very nice, but the actual Noxian haste effect is also really good. There are champions like Orianna that can take these boots, and Orianna spams her spells constantly, so she's basically always gonna have that move speed. Granted, you need to hit an enemy champion with your abilities to actually get that movement speed, but it's gonna be fine. But you can also empower or protect your allies, so an Orianna can put her shield on an ally and then she gets the move speed as well, because she does technically empower them. Then you have the tier 3 boot upgrade for Boots of Swiftness. This one gives you 65 move speed instead of the regular 55, and then the slow resist goes from 25% to 40%. This is a huge amount of slow resistance for you to have. It makes most slows that aren't straight up 90 or 95% slows be basically meaningless on you. If you combine these boots with Phase Rush, you're basically never going to be stopped by any slow whenever that Phase Rush is on. And you also gain another effect that makes it to where 5% of your movement speed is converted into adaptive force. So you can see right now that I have 875 movement speed, and when I hover over these boots, you can see the fact that my current adaptive force is 44. Then we have the tier 3 boot upgrade for Berserker Greaves. These give you 40% attack speed instead of the normal 25%, and they also give you 5% lifesteal. So on mid lane, a champion like Yasuo or Yone can use the lifesteal very well. Then moving on to the tier 3 boot upgrade for Sorcerer shoes, you gain 18 magic penetration instead of 12, and you also get an extra 8% magic penetration. These can allow you to one-shot the enemy even harder. If a Syndra wants to, she can get Sorcerer shoes, and then the moment she completes the tier 3 quest, these Spellslinger shoes will get procced onto her, and then her burst becomes even harder. Same for a champion like Fizz. Now we get to the tier 3 boot upgrade of plated Steelcaps. This one gives you 35 armor instead of the normal 25 from plated, and it has another extra effect that makes it to where you gain a physical damage shield if a champion damages you with physical damage. The shield itself does have a cooldown, but it is very nice. Let's say you play a tank mid lane or even a bruiser mid lane like a Garen, or maybe you play something like a Sion. If you get these tier 3 boots, it is going to be incredibly tough for the enemy to actually kill you. The shield is nothing to laugh at, especially because it lasts a total of 5 seconds. But keep in mind the fact that it is only a physical damage shield. So it is not a pure shield that blocks both physical and magic damage, and it doesn't block true damage either. And now we move on to the tier 3 boot upgrade of Mercury treads, which is essentially a lot like plated Steelcaps. It gives you 30 magic resist resist instead of the regular 20. And then you also gain a shield from these, but this one is a magic damage shield and you only get it after you take magic damage from a champion. So Armored Advance work against physical damage and the Chainlaced Crushers work against magic damage. A Galio, for example, can get Mercury treads and then they get upgraded, and he has this upgrade and it's even tougher to kill him as a mage because he has his W shield and now is also gonna get this extra shield from the boots. And this would essentially be it for the boots choices and the boots upgrades. Now let us get to the basic item components. You can see them all right here, and you can see the fact that some of them are quite expensive, like this one or this one. What you need to know about basic items is that they do not have any buildable components outside of themselves. So for example, if I want to build this longsword, I just purchase it. There are no other components attached to it. This is what classifies an item as a basic item. However, there are some items here that can also be technically considered starter items, because you can start with the said basic item. It's just some very specific basic items that I will go over once I get to them. And technically speaking, Tear of the Goddess and Dark Seal can also be considered basic items, because Dark Seal builds into a legendary item, which is the final tier of items, and then Tear of the Goddess also builds towards a legendary item, which again is the final tier. Now with this short introduction and explanation of the basic items, let's actually jump into the basic items themselves. The cheapest basic item here is Faerie Charm at 200 gold, and it gives you just 50% base mana regen. This component is basically built by nothing but enchanters or champions who want to take very specific support items, because the Faerie Charm can only upgrade into enchanter items essentially. You have no other option than basically just enchanter items when you purchase Faerie Charm. There are some exceptions to this rule, however. For example, there is an item called Shorelia's Battle Song that some mid laners can use. Galio can maybe take this, or even Twisted Fate, but I'll get to this one in particular when I actually get to the legendary item itself. And the other exception that I can think of is specifically for Swain. Swain has rather large mana issues because if he spams his Q over and over again, he will run out of mana very quickly, which means he needs to spec into buying a ton of mana. Even his very first legendary item may have mana as a stat attached to the item. But there is a strategy with Swain where you can purchase just the Faerie Charm and sit on it and buy no other mana sources. And this is because Swain has one of the highest base mana regen values. So by purchasing this 50% base mana regen increase, you will get a lot of mana through just mana regen alone. And if you space your abilities out correctly, you actually won't run out of mana just from this Faerie Charm. But those are really the only exceptions. In every other situation, it's just a component that eventually builds into one of the enchanter items. The next component here would be Dagger, and for 250 gold you get 10% attack speed. There's not much to it, there's not that much intricacy to it, it's just a very quick breakdown of the item because there's not a whole lot to talk about. Then you have Glowing Mote, and for 250 gold you get 5 ability haste. Once again, not much to say here except for the fact that a lot of items have ability haste on them, so if you ever recall on 250 gold you can just purchase a Glowing Mote if you want. It builds into a lot of different stuff. Then we have the Sapphire Crystal, where for 300 gold you gain 300 mana. Tear of the Goddess can provide up to 600 mana when the item is fully stacked, but initially it's only 240. Whereas Sapphire Crystal is 100 gold cheaper and you gain 60 extra mana at the very beginning. Tear of the Goddess might be an item where you don't want to finish it. Let's say you're not a champion that wants a tier item, but you really need mana. You can buy the Sapphire Crystal, and the Sapphire Crystal can go into some AP items, even a very specific tank item. So what you can do is purchase that Sapphire Crystal, which is also cheaper, and it will ultimately build towards a legendary item that you actually want to gain. There's also some characters that can actually start Sapphire Crystal, kind of like Tear of the Goddess. The one champion that I can think of that wants to start Sapphire Crystal in some cases is Malzahar, and the reason he would do this is because he wants to get his lost chapter as soon as possible, and Sapphire Crystal goes into the lost chapter. So by starting with this item you can recall much sooner, get the lost chapter, and then just teleport back and you have that large component spike. Other than that though, you generally never start with Sapphire Crystal. Then we have the Cloth Armor, where for 300 gold you gain 15 armor. This is especially good against assassins that want to burst you down in the early game or get a kill on you and then snowball off of that. If you get even one early Cloth Armor, it can severely impact the opponent's ability ability to kill you and trade with you. There's also some very specific situations where you can start this item, but most of the time I don't recommend it. You can start with cloth armor and then purchase 4 health potions, or start cloth armor and purchase a refillable potion. A champion like Cassante can do this in some very specific matchups, or even a Rammus top lane because he might want to rush into his Bramble Vest very quickly. So by starting with the cloth armor, you can build into the Bramble Vest instantly without sinking any gold into an actual starter item. Again, super niche. Then we have the Rejuvenation Bead, where for 300 gold you gain 100% base health regen. You will never start with this item, but you can get one of these on your first recall on some specific champions, mostly bruisers in the top lane. One example where you can do this is Darius. Darius has one of the highest base health regen values in the entire game, and there's lanes like Heimerdinger or Quinn or Vayne where you're gonna get perma-poked. So what you can do is recall, and on the first recall purchase the Rejuvenation Bead, which will significantly increase your healing. It will be way more than you initially think, especially on one of the characters that actually has very high base health regen. There's obviously some characters that basically get very little benefit from this, like a Warwick where he has one of the worst health regens in the game, but obviously the better the health regen, the more value you get from this. Then we have the Longsword, where for 350 gold you gain 10 attack damage. It's pretty simple. There are some champions that actually purchase this item as a starter item, and they will either take Longsword with 3 health potions or Longsword with a refillable potion. You can maybe do this on a Talon mid lane or a Zed mid lane, maybe on a Faerie top lane. Amplifying Tome gives 20 ability power for 400 gold. There's not much to say to it. It's just a basic AP item component. Null-Magic Mantle gives you 20 magic resist for 400 gold. There's not much else to it. It's just a pretty simple item component that you can purchase into AP champions. Then we have Ruby Crystal, where for 400 gold you gain 150 health. This is another basic item that can actually act as a starter item, and you can just take this when you load into the game. And you will take the Ruby Crystal with 2 health potions. But if you want a lot of health regen, you should still stick to Doran's shield. It's just better. What starting Ruby Crystal allows you to do is get to your first legendary spike item quicker. Because instead of spending 450 gold on Doran's shield, you will spend 400 gold on a Ruby Crystal, which can upgrade into the legendary item you want. The next basic item is Cloak of Agility, and it just gives you 15 crit chance for 600 gold. Not much else to it, pretty basic component. Blasting Wand is just a much larger Amplifying Tome. It gives you 45 ability power for 850 gold. You just need to spend more gold into this item when you want to purchase it because it has no other buildable components. And you also have to pay attention as to what items the Blasting Wand can upgrade into, because maybe you really want the early ability power of Blasting Wand, but you don't actually want to purchase any of the following items that Blasting Wand builds into. Then there's Pickaxe, where for 875 gold you gain 25 attack damage. This item can build into a surprising amount of epic and legendary items. A lot of bruisers gain a very large spike when they acquire this. A champion like Riven or Jarvan in the jungle, maybe a Lee Sin, maybe a top lane Darius if he wants to rush Spear of Shojin. The Pickaxe power spike is very good. Then we have the Needlessly Large Rod, where for 1200 gold you gain 65 ability power. The worst thing about this component is the fact that it doesn't build into that much stuff, and it is super expensive. You can't build towards it, you just need to have 1200 gold in your inventory, and that may be kinda awkward to get to. You're basically never going to purchase this in the early game unless you actually want to rush one of the items that the Needlessly Large Rod builds into. And again, the items that the Needlessly Large Rod builds into aren't really meant to be rushed. Maybe Zhonya's can be rushed, but that is literally it. And then we have the BF Sword, where for 1300 gold you gain 40 attack damage. Much like Needlessly Large Rod, the worst thing about this item is the fact that you need to spend 1.3k gold instantly. You can't build towards it. A lot of AD carry champions really want to recall on BF Sword on their first recall if they can afford it. For example, a Draven would always love to recall on a full BF Sword because he gets such a huge spike in power from it. But sometimes it is a little too expensive, so he needs to find another item component. Maybe he purchases the Pickaxe instead. And that would essentially be it for the basic items. Now let's look at all the epic items, and there's a significant amount of epic items here. The difference between an epic and a basic item is that an epic item has components that build into it. So for example, in this case, this Forbidden Idol has the Faerie Charm that builds into it. And some of these epic items do have some pretty unique effects effects, kind of like a legendary item. They obviously won't have the same power level, but they do have some unique effects in some cases. And I will take each epic item one by one and explain it. Starting off with the Forbidden Idol, you get 8% heal and shield power and 50% base mana regen. There really isn't much to it. The only reason you would purchase this item is if you're an enchanter that heals or shields or does both. A champion like Janna or Lulu or Sona or Soraka can take this to build into an eventual enchanter item. Then we have Scout Slingshot, where for 600 gold you gain 20% attack speed, and you get a passive that makes you deal bonus magic damage whenever you damage a champion. But this passive has a cooldown, and the cooldown itself is reduced every time you attack. Technically, this item is meant to be purchased by champions that auto-attack a lot so you can utilize the bullseye passive. But generally speaking, it is a very weak item component. If you want to purchase one of the legendary items that builds out of Scout Slingshot, you will basically always build this component as the very last one. Either that or you're not even gonna bother to recall for it and you're just gonna purchase the 2 dagger it builds out of and just not spend the 100 gold necessary for the actual bullseye effect. Then we have Recurve Bow, where for 700 gold you gain 15% attack speed and a passive that makes your attacks deal bonus physical damage on hit. It says attacks here, but it is referring to your basic attacks and abilities that count as basic attacks. So for example, Warwick Ultimate procs on hit effects, which means that Warwick Ultimate will proc Sting passive, or Nasus Q, or Darius W, or Garen Q, etc. This one is basically always better over Scout Slingshot, and the reason is because you get 15 bonus physical damage every time you attack, but it doesn't build into the same items that Scout does. If you attack 10 times with the Recurve Bow, you're gonna deal 150 bonus physical damage. If you attack 10 times with the Scout Slingshot, you're only gonna proc the passive once. And it is also worth noting that Recurve Bow builds into more bruisery focused items, and items that typically shred down tanks or allow you to auto attack a lot, whereas Scout Slingshot typically builds only into 80 carry specific items. So you'll only see Scout Slingshot on most 80 carries and that's about it. Whereas you might see the Recurve Bow component on a champion like Echo or Diana or Warwick or Aurelia, or a Kog'Maw or a Twitch. Then we have Rectrix, and for 775 gold you gain 15 attack damage and 4% movement speed. This is actually not that bad of a component because of the movement speed. It actually feels pretty good if you get it somewhat early. The only issue is that it builds into very few items. You can see right here that this component can only build into 3 items, and if you don't purchase one of these 3 items you will never make use of this one, but it's not that bad to build. Then we move on to Oblivion Orb, and for 800 gold you gain 25 ability power and the Grievous Wounds effect. This effect cuts down champion healing by 40%. When you purchase Oblivion Orb, you need to deal magic damage to champions to actually apply the Grievous Wounds effect. There's also the same item basically that is for 80 champions called Executioner's Calling, where for 800 gold you gain 15 attack damage and then dealing physical damage applies Grievous Wounds. And then the one that is meant to be built by tanks is Bramble Vest, where you gain 30 armor and the Thorns effect. If an enemy auto attacks you, they will apply Grievous Wounds to themselves and they will get some magic damage dealt onto them. The 3 items I just mentioned here are basically always built when you want Grievous Wounds. Let's say the enemy team has like an Aatrox or a Soraka or an Olaf or a champion that heals a lot. You just buy one of these and utilize that passive. However, these aren't necessarily class restricted. What I mean by this is if let's say you're playing an Ornn, you don't always need to buy Bramble Vest. It seems logical because it gives you that armor, but if the enemy straight up ignores you, you can never cut their healing. Let's get back to the example of Aatrox. You're in a team fight and Aatrox does not attack you. You will never be able to apply that heal cut. So instead what you can do is purchase either Executioner's Calling or Oblivion Orb. Obviously it has less synergy with your champion, but it gives you a guaranteed way to apply that heal cut because all you need to do is attack the carry character, and you can guarantee that you attack them, whereas you can't guarantee the fact that they're just gonna attack you. The only way you can make sure that they actually attack you and proc that Bramble Vest effect is if you taunt them with something like a Shen E. But this would be something that is done in very specific situations and at the very top of the ranks, because most of the time people don't pay attention to the fact that you have a Bramble Vest and they're just gonna attack you anyway. Then we have Kindle Gem, where you get 200 health and 10 ability haste for 800 gold. There's not that much to it. It builds into a variety of items, some tank items, some bruiser items, even some enchanter items. You can purchase this and it's pretty good. Then we have Chain Vest, where for 800 gold you gain 40 armor. There's not much to it really, it's just a lot of armor. If you really want to, you can rush this if you want to shut down an AD laner really hard. Let's say on top lane there's something like a Pantheon that is super annoying you as a Garen, maybe an Ornn, and you can just rush this Chain Vest. The armor spike is huge from it. You don't need to upgrade it into one of the legendary items, but you can just sit on it because it provides a lot of value. Then we have the Crystalline Bracer, which provides 200 health and 100% base health regen for 800 gold. The only reason you will take this is because you need to go into Heartsteel or Warmog's armor, and it will typically be built as the very last component. Both Heartsteel and Warmog's armor have the exact same build path, and you basically always buy this as the very last component. Sometimes you might be able to buy the Bracer if you have 800 gold and not the full 900 gold for, let's say, a Giant's belt, but that's about it really. And even in that case, most of the time it's better to buy a double Ruby Crystal and get 300 health instead of the Bracer and get 200 health and 100% health regen. Then we have Winged Moon Plate, which gives you 200 health and 4% movement speed for 800 gold. If you want to go for one of the items that actually builds out of Moon Plate, this is not bad to rush. For example, let's say you want to roam a lot as a support, let's say you play Bard, and you want to go either into Deadman's Plate or Trailblazer. You can purchase Boots of Swiftness and then get Winged Moon Plate, and then you will have a lot of movement speed. Other than that though, there's not much else to it. Then there's Fiendish Codex, where for 850 gold you get 25 AP and 10 ability haste. Almost every single legendary item that Codex builds into has a better component. So let's say for example you want to build into Bloodletter's Curse here. You're basically always going to take the Haunting guys over the Codex unless you're short on gold. That's essentially the only time you're actually going to go for Codex, if you just don't have enough gold to get it, or if you really want the ability haste specifically, because the actual ability power increase is laughable. You only gain 5 more ability power over an Amplifying Tome. An Amplifying Tome is 400 gold. Then we have Negatron Cloak, where you gain 45 magic resist for 850 gold. This component in particular is phenomenal for tanks into AP matchups. If you are playing something like a Galio versus Aurora on mid lane, you can just rush the Negatron Cloak and nullify so much of her damage. Same for top lane. Let's say you play against a poke heavy champion like a Teemo and you want to deny a lot of his poison damage. If you're playing something like an Ornn, you can just rush the Negatron Cloak. And Negatron Cloak builds into some phenomenal tank items, with one exception where it actually builds into a bruisery item, but I'll get to that later. Then there's Glacial Buckler. For 900 gold you gain 300 mana, 25 armor, and 10 ability haste. This component is actually incredible. The mana feels really good for champions in the top lane especially, because there's some characters like Nasus or Malphite that would love to get the armor, mana, and even the haste, but there is one issue with it, and it's a very large issue. It builds into only one item, and that is Frozen Heart. If you don't want Frozen Heart, you don't build this. Either that, or you can choose to sit on the buckler and not upgrade it at all, and that can work sometimes. Then you have Aether Wisp, where for 900 gold you get 30 ability power and 4% movement speed. This item component is a lot like Rectrix. It gives you ability power instead of attack damage, and the movement speed is exactly the same. Not much to it really. If you want movement speed whenever you purchase towards a legendary item that has Aether Wisp, you can take this. Then there's Faded Ashes. For 900 gold you gain 30 ability power and the Inflame passive. And the Inflame passive makes your abilities deal bonus magic damage over 3 seconds. And that bonus magic damage is increased to monsters. A lot of AP junglers will want to take this. A champion like Lilia or Brand or Zyra can take this on their first recall, because they have a lot of burn damage in their kit, which means that the Inflame passive constantly gets refreshed, and it also means that their clear is quicker. It is just a very nice component for AP junglers to take first. If you're a laner, you're usually not going to buy this as the very first component when you go into the 2 items that it can build into, unless of course you just don't don't have the gold for the other item component. Then there's Bandle Glass Mirror. You gain 20 ability power, 100% base mana regen, and 10 ability haste for a total of 900 gold. Not much to it, it basically only builds into enchanter items. Vampiric Scepter gives you 15 attack damage and 7% lifesteal for 900 gold. There are a lot of champions that actually want to recall on Vampiric Scepter and they get a lot of value from it. Let's say you're a Draven and you can't buy your BF sword, and you could buy Pickaxe or Vampiric Scepter. Pickaxe gives you more damage, whereas Vampiric Scepter gives you a little less damage for lifesteal. And if you want to just sustain throughout the lane, the lifesteal is very meaningful, especially if you also combine it with Doran's Blade, which gives you Omnivamp. A champion like Aurelia or Warwick can also use this component very well. Every single time Aurelia uses her Q, she will apply the lifesteal, and she can heal up very quickly. Then we have Sheen. For 900 gold, you only gain 10 ability haste, but you get the Spellblade passive. And the Spellblade passive makes your next basic attack be empowered if you used an ability beforehand. So in this situation, I am Mundo and I'm going to use my Q. You can see the fact that the Sheen effect is on me, so when I walk up to the target dummy, I will deal bonus damage. The Spellblade effect also gets consumed by abilities that act as auto attacks. So in this situation, I will activate Mundo E, which will proc up my Sheen, and I will attack with it. And because it counts as an auto attack, it will deal the E damage and the Sheen damage. This is especially good for champions that can abuse the Sheen effect a lot. A Nasus will spam his Q a lot, especially when his ultimate is up, so he can use the Sheen effect really well. Another example would be Camille, where she can constantly use her Q to proc Sheen effects, and it empowers her Q true damage even further. Another champion could be Darius, where he can use his W to proc that Sheen effect. Another thing about the Sheen damage is that it scales with your base attack damage, so the higher your base AD, the more damage it deals. So a champion like Darius or Garen or Alawi can use the Sheen damage even better because they have higher base attack damage. Moving on to Bami's Cinder, for 900 gold you get 150 health and 5 ability haste, and you also gain the Immolate effect, which allows you to deal damage around yourself if you're in combat with an enemy. The damage on the Immolate effect isn't that high, but it is increased when you actually damage minions with the Immolate effect, and it is increased further against jungle monsters. This can be taken on tanks that have low wave clear or that want to build into one of the items that Bami's Cinder is a component of. Generally speaking though, it is rather weak, simply because the Immolate damage is rather low. Even when you take it on a tank jungler that actually wants to get the bonus damage on jungle monsters, it might be better to just take Faded Ashes. Zac, for example, loves the item Liandry, and if you were to take either Bami's Cinder or Faded Ashes on Zac, you're basically always taking Ashes. Because not only does it speed up your clear even more because it gives you actual ability power, it also ultimately builds into a better legendary item for Zac. Then we have the Giant's Belt, where for 900 gold you get 350 health. There's really not much to say here, it's just a very large chunk of health that you gain from this. The only thing that is kind of bad about it is that it doesn't build into more items. Then we have the Serrated Dirk. For 1000 gold, you gain 20 attack damage and 10 lethality. The attack damage is rather low, it's just the 2 longswords worth of damage, but the lethality is incredible. This feels like a phenomenal item component in the early game, especially for most assassins. If a Zed takes this into a squishy mage like Orianna, he can deal so much more damage to that character. And it is also why it has the unique tag. If you look next to the gold amount, you can see that it says Unique Dirk. In this situation, after I purchase a Serrated Dirk, I can no longer buy another one until I complete one of these items. If I were to complete this one, I can now buy another Dirk. But I cannot have multiple Serrated Dirks in my inventory at once. And this is because of how powerful that lethality is. A lot of assassins will be able to buy 2 or 3 or even 4 items that all build out of Serrated Dirk. So if you gave assassins in the early game, let's say 2 or 3 Serrated Dirks, they could have a lot of lethality and could potentially deal true damage to some very squishy characters. And that can make it to where a Zed literally ults an AD carry and does auto QE ignite and the AD carry is dead. He might not even need to get multiple shuriken hits by using his W. Moving on to Warden's Mail, for 1000 gold you get 40 armor and the Rock Solid passive. The Rock Solid passive reduces incoming damage from champion basic attacks by 15 damage flat. It is also worth noting knowing that you cannot block more than 20% of the basic attack's damage. So for example, if an attack does 10 damage, you won't get 0 damage taken to yourself. This is actually a great item component against champions that auto-attack a lot. You can take it as an early item component on top lane usually, but it can also work on bot lane if your support wants to rush Frozen Heart. It's genuinely an incredible item component, but it builds into very few things, which sucks. On top lane, for example, if Warwick attacks you a lot, obviously the Rock Solid passive will reduce a lot of that auto attack damage. Into Tryndamere it's great, or Yasuo or Yone. A champion like Urgot has his W where he attacks you multiple times very quickly, and each small attack will be reduced by the Warden's Mail passive. So what you can do is purchase this item and sit on it and never upgrade it further. Then there's Caulfield's Warhammer, which just gives you 20 attack damage and 10 ability haste for 1050 gold. It's not a horrible item component, and most assassins would choose to go Serrated Dirk over Caulfield's. The thing is that Caulfield's and Serrated Dirk have separate legendary items that they eventually build into. So for example, if a Zed wants Eclipse, he can't buy Dirk because it's not part of the build path. Then there's Hextech Alternator. You gain 45 ability power for 1100 gold, and a passive that makes it to whenever you damage a champion, you deal bonus magic damage. It's a lot like Scout Slingshot, but the initial damage is higher, and you get a lot of ability power from the item itself. It just feels like a more powerful Scout Slingshot. Obviously it should be that way because it is also more expensive, but it just feels good. Up next is Blighting Jewel for 1100 gold. It gives you 25 ability power and 13% magic penetration. If I'm being honest, the magic penetration that Jewel gives you is a little low, I'd say. If it was something like 16 or 17%, it would be better. After you buy the Amplifying Tome, you will sink 700 gold to buy 13% magic pen and 5 extra AP, which technically isn't horrible. If you want just raw damage in the early game, you can take a blasting one, let's say, and then you just get way more ability power for less gold. And because it is percent magic penetration, it means that it's better to buy it later into the game. But it's also not that high of magic pen. So you kinda wanna buy the full Void Staff or Crypt Bloom if you really want magic pen. Just not that great in my opinion, but I could be wrong on this. It's just that I personally don't see Blighting Jewel as that strong of a component. Up next is Steel Sigil, and you gain 15 attack damage and 30 armor for 1100 gold. It's actually not that bad of a component, but the main issue with it is that it builds only into 2 items, and those 2 items are rather situational. So despite the fact that the component itself is really nice and you can just sit on it, ultimately you're only going to be able to build it into 2 items, which isn't that great. Then moving on to Phage, for 1100 gold, you gain 15 attack damage and 200 health and the Rage passive. And the Rage passive grants you movement speed whenever you attack someone. And again, the attack refers to just basic attacks. Unless you use the Rage passive a lot, it's not that phenomenal of an item component, I'd say. It's not terrible, but it's not super great either. Then we have Tunneler, where for 1150 gold, you gain 15 attack damage and 250 health. You can already see the fact that stat-wise, it is a bit better, but there's no Rage passive. Tunneler also allows you to build into more items than Phage does. It simply has more legendary items that it builds into. Honestly, I think this item component isn't that great either, but the increase in stats does feel good. Now we get to Lost Chapter. For 1200 gold, you gain 40 ability power, 300 mana, and 10 ability haste. And then you get the Enlighten passive that restores 20% of your max mana over 3 seconds every time you level up. A lot of ability power mage champions will outright rush one of the items that Lost Chapter builds into. So when you get Lost Chapter, not only do you get 300 extra mana, you also restore more of your mana every time you level up. This can be incredible for a champion like Mel or Annie or Swain or Malzahar. These type of champions love this component. There's also situations where some bruiser champions can take this and just sit on this component so that they have way more mana. One example of this is Gragas. You can just buy an early Lost Chapter on Gragas and never upgrade into one of the legendary items that it builds into. And this means that every time you level up, you restore max mana, which greatly reduces your mana issues on Gragas. Then we have Zeal, where for 1200 gold, you gain 15% attack speed, 15% crit chance, and 4% move speed. There was actually a meta in the game where you would buy 2 or 3 Zeals and you would sit on them because they would feel so good. Right now that's mostly died out because the Zeal component itself has been nerfed, if I remember correctly, but it was pretty funny to see some characters running around with 2 or 3 Zeals in their inventory, because they would eventually complete basically they're legendary items that has a zeal component, but they just loved the zeal component a lot. Up next is Hearthbound Axe, where for 1200 gold you gain 20 attack damage and 20% attack speed. There's really not much to this component, it's okay-ish, the attack speed and attack damage are fine, it's just very restrictive in terms of what you can build, since it can only build into 3 legendary items. Now we get to Tiamat. For 1200 gold, you gain only 20 attack damage. Stat-wise, you gain very little out of it. But the reason you buy it is because of the Cleave passive and then Crescent active. The Cleave passive makes your attacks deal AoE damage, and the Crescent active slashes around you and it makes you deal damage as well. So now that I purchased Tiamat, when I go to auto-attack this target dummy, you can see the fact that there's some splash damage on the enemies nearby. And then when I actually activate the item, it also deals damage near them. And the Cleave effect also works for ranged characters. And obviously they can also use the Crescent active. This item component is incredible for champions that lack wave clear completely. Fiora, for example, loves to get Ravenous Hydra, which builds out of Tiamat. But she has horrendous wave clear, really bad wave clear. So she can purchase an early Tiamat and then she has wave clear, which means she can get better resets. And she can actually push out a wave. For Fiora specifically, there is also another interaction that is worth noting. Tiamat can actually be used to proc a vital for Fiora. You can see the fact that the vital is right here, and normally I would just have to walk up, either attacking this target dummy or using my Q and proccing the vital. But you can actually use your Tiamat to also proc the vital. And you can see the fact that it procced and then it went to this side. I don't actually need to walk up to proc it, I can literally just activate Tiamat on that side and it will do it as long as the Tiamat hits. Whenever you use Tiamat, you will also stop your movement, so right now when I activate it, it's just gonna stop me and then I can walk again. And you can also use Tiamat in the middle of other champion abilities. For example, right here I start spinning as Garen and I can activate my Tiamat in the middle of the spin. And this isn't the only ability where you can do this, something like a Wukong ultimate in the middle of a Renekton Empower W or regular W, etc, etc. You just have to figure them all out. Champions like Shen or Warwick could also buy it, again, because they lack wave clear, so this can help out a lot. But you have to keep in mind the fact that you sink 1200 gold only for 20 attack damage. So there's cases where you can kill your enemy, recall and purchase Tiamat, and you are going to sink a lot of gold into no actual 1v1 stats, so you have to keep that in mind. Technically speaking, the active does deal a bit of extra damage, but if instead of Tiamat you were to purchase something like a Tunneler or Phage, you would just have more 1v1 power. Up next is Spectre's Cull. For 1250 gold, you get 200 health, 35 magic resist, and 100% base health regen. This is a rather strong component. The magic resist and health are good, and the base regen is whatever. It builds into 3 different items, and 2 of them have kind of meh components compared to Spectre's Cull. If you want to go into Spirit Visage or Hollow Radiance, you basically always take Cull first. The only exception for Hollow Radiance is if you really want wave clear with Bami's Cinder, but as I said before, Bami's is a rather weak component for wave clear. Then there is Catalyst of Eons. For 1300 gold, you gain 300 health and 375 mana and the Eternity passive. This passive is actually really good. You restore 10% of the damage taken from champions as mana, and then whenever you cast an ability, you heal for 25% of the mana spent. But it is worth noting that you cannot gain more than 20 health per spell cast. So if an ability costs 100 mana, you won't gain 25 health, it will be capped at 20. And toggled abilities get the Eternity healing every second. So when Singed Q is on, you will proc that Eternity heal effect every second if you want to take this. The stats on the item are actually incredible. There used to be a time where you would just get a Catalyst and sit on it and you would be immovable in lane. This was especially true for mid lane. If you were to play Swain, you love the health and the mana, and then you would make great use of the Eternity passive. And despite the fact that it only builds into Rod of Ages, you didn't care because you would just sit on this and be immovable. It would take the opponent so much more time to completely drain your mana and drain your health. But that's mostly faded away, but you can still do it in some cases. Now we have Haunting, guys. is. For 1,300 gold, you get 30 ability power and 200 health, and the Madness passive. The Madness passive amps up your damage whenever you're in combat with an enemy champion up to 6% damage amp. There was a brief period in time where you would buy 2 or 3 Haunting Guises and you would just sit on them, and each individual Haunting Guise would amp up your damage up to that 6%. So if you took 3 Haunting Guises, you could have 18% increased damage. But now you can only purchase 1 Haunting Guise at a time. The moment you purchase one, you need to complete one of the legendary items that it builds into. Not much to say here, it's just a solid component if you want to 1v1 opponents. Moving on to Noon Quiver, you gain 15 attack damage and 20% crit chance for 1,300 gold. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really like this component. It can be very good if you crit more from it, but the issue with crit chance is that it's just that, a chance to crit. If Noon Quiver makes you get maybe 4 or 5 extra crits from that 5% crit, it's not bad. But in the early game, going from 15% crit chance with Cloak of Agility to 20% with Noon Quiver doesn't make a huge difference. And then you only gain 5 extra attack damage over a longsword. If you were to compare this to BF Sword, you lose 25 attack damage but gain 20% crit chance. Though with BF Sword, you just have to have that 1,300 gold to purchase it. Whereas here you can purchase components and eventually get to the Noon Quiver. Another issue with Noon Quiver is that it doesn't have that many items that it builds into. Lord Dominic's Regards is pretty good, but the other two are rather situational for the most part. Then we have Hex Drinker. For 1,300 gold, you gain 25 attack damage and 25 magic resist and the Lifeline passive. There are a few items that have the same Lifeline passive, and if you purchase one of the items that has the Lifeline passive, you can't purchase more. If I were to buy this Hex Drinker, I can't go into another item that has the same passive. It just doesn't allow me, it completely locks it. The Lifeline passive for this item makes it to where you gain a magic damage shield whenever you drop below 30% health, and this shield does have a cooldown. This item can actually be done in the early game into some very specific matchups, mostly for top lane, maybe sometimes for mid lane. One example where this can work is Darius against Gwen or Darius against Akali. You will rush Hex Drinker to deny them their burst, and the attack damage will still let you be relevant in the 1v1 and be a threat. But that's why you would generally buy Hex Drinker, just for that early game power. Later on, you really want to upgrade to your final item, which would be Maw of Mamorius. Then we have Quicksilver Sash. For 1,300 gold, you get 30 magic resist and the Quicksilver effect. Quicksilver allows you to cleanse crowd control off of you. The only crowd control that Quicksilver Sash can't cleanse is airborne, so something like a Malphite Ultimate, Yasuo Q Tornado, etc. This is basically acting like the full item. It builds into one item only, and the only reason you will go for this item in the late game is because of Quicksilver Sash. You can just sit on this item component and it's as if you have the full item. You don't care about the extra stats that the item gives you just want the crowd control removal effect. So it is a very powerful item component. It is also worth noting that when you actually upgrade your Quicksilver Sash to the final item, the cooldown of the item refreshes. So if you look right now, I'm just gonna press my Quicksilver Sash and it goes on cooldown. But if I go to the shop and buy the full item, it will refresh the actual effect. Now moving on to Brutalizer, for 1,337 gold, you gain 25 attack damage, 5 lethality, and 10 ability haste. Unfortunately, this is kind of like a weaker serrated Dirk. The ability haste is nice, but the attack damage is only 5 higher, and it has 5 less lethality. On top of that, it costs 300 more gold. It's just generally not that great of an item component to purchase. You're basically forced to purchase the Brutalizer when you go for one of the legendary items that the Brutalizer builds into, because there's not much else to build if you just want more damage. Then we have the Last Whisper, where for 1,450 gold you gain 20 attack damage and 18% armor penetration. The armor penetration feels rather nice. The attack damage is obviously rather low, but you are looking for the armor pen. And there's way more characters that want to stack early armor than early MR, which means that the Last Whisper pen kicks in faster. And it is a higher percentage over Blighting Jewel. There's also the fact that champions naturally have more base armor and higher base armor scaling over base magic resist and base magic resist scaling, which again makes Last Whisper even stronger. The higher the armor the percentage pen reduces. Then we have Verdant Barrier. For 1600 gold you gain 40 ability power and 20 magic resist and the Annul passive. Every 60 seconds you grant yourself a spell shield that blocks the next enemy ability. When the spell shield goes down, anytime you take damage from a champion, the cooldown will refresh back to its full amount. So for example, let's say you're on mid lane and a Syndra Qs the Verdant Barrier spell shield, now you need to wait 60 seconds for it to come back up. But if Syndra does so much as an auto attack on you, the cooldown will go back to the full 60 seconds, which means that you kinda need to play it slower and make sure you tank no champion damage until it's back up again. This is basically why you build Banshee anyway, for the spell shield effect. So if you really want to, you can sit on this item component. The magic resist can also be okay for the early game. There's a lot of champions where actually blocking one of their spells is huge. For example, Vayne can only proc down the Verdant Barrier spell shield with her Condemn. So when you have the spell shield on you, Vayne can never push you away or stun you to a wall with her Condemn. She needs someone else to proc it down, or she has to use her own Condemn first, and then she can finally push you off of her on the second one. It can also be good against a champion like Fizz. If Fizz wants to just max range ulti you, the spell shield will make it to where his shark won't stick to you, and then you can just walk out and the shark won't deal any damage to you. He would have to get close enough to proc it down with his Q. Another example would be Malphite, where he straight up can never knock you up with his ultimate because you have that spell shield on you and he needs to get close to proc it down. However, it is worth noting that some active items proc down the spell shield. You can see the fact that I placed the Verdant Barrier on this target dummy and it got the spell shield, but I can use my Hextech Rocket Belt active to knock down the spell shield, and there are a few items that can do this. And now we have Seeker's Arm Guard. For 1600 gold, you get 40 ability power and 25 armor. And you also get the time stop effect. You can activate the item to enter a stasis effect for 2.5 seconds. But this is a single use effect. Right now I have the Seekers in my inventory and I'm just going to use it for the stasis effect. The moment I use it, the Seeker's Arm Guard turns into the Shattered Arm Guard. And when you have the Shattered Arm Guard, you can no longer stasis yourself. You need to upgrade the Shattered Arm Guard into the Zhonya's Hourglass, and then you can use the stasis again. It is also worth noting that when you actually upgrade into the Zhonya's Hourglass, the stasis effect can be used right afterwards, even if you just pop the Seeker's Arm Guard. So right here, I'm going to use it, and I'm going to stasis myself, and now it turns into the Shattered Arm Guard. The moment I actually upgrade it into Zhonya's, I can use the stasis effect again. The stasis effect is obviously very powerful. It's basically like having the full Zhonya's except one time. Obviously less stats, but you're looking for that stasis effect. And after you use it once, obviously it is going to be much weaker. But you can purchase this maybe in the early game to stop an engage from like a Zed or Talon and deny a kill. Maybe there's a play at Baron and you don't have the full gold for the Zhonya's, so you buy the Seekers and save the stasis for that fight and you win the team fight out of that. There's a lot of uses for it, much like the actual Zhonya's. And that would essentially be it for the epic item components. And now we have arrived to the legendary items. Legendary items are the final tier of items, the ones that the basic components and the epic components build towards. These are the strongest items by far and the ones that have very unique effects in certain cases, and I am going to explain them one by one. But before I get into the items themselves, I want to explain the masterwork mechanic that Ornn has. You can see right now in my inventory that I have a number of random items in it. Some of them are completed items, some of them are components. Upon reaching level 13, Ornn will upgrade one of his legendary items into a masterwork item. Components cannot upgrade into masterwork items, and it is not random as to what item gets upgraded into the masterwork item. You can see the fact that there's numbers attached to each item slot: 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7. If I have an item in slot 1 and it's a legendary item, it is going to become a masterwork one the moment I hit level 13. So right here, I'm about to level up to level 13, and the moment I do, my Spirit Visage becomes a Masterwork item. The Masterwork items don't gain any new effects, they just give bonus stats, and they give about 1000 gold worth of extra stats. During the later levels, Ornn can also upgrade his teammates' items into a Masterwork one. Only one item can be upgraded per teammate, and again, it is going to happen the same way as it happens for Ornn. In this situation, this target dummy has Hullbreaker as the first item, so when I go to upgrade it, it's going to be the Hullbreaker that gets buffed, because it is the first one in the first slot. And also, not every single stat on an item gets buffed. For example, if an item has movement speed as a stat, that won't get buffed. There's only some specific stats that get the buff. And I will pull up on screen right now the stats that get upgraded. Every single other stat that an item has will simply be ignored. You can see in this situation that I have Heartsteel, and this item gives health and base health regen. But now when I go to level 13, I only upgrade the health. The base health regen stays the same because it's not an upgradable stat. And if you have an item that can upgrade 2 or 3 or even 4 stats, each individual stat will be weaker. So for example, in this case, I got 375 health. But if this item also had armor, I would gain less health because I would also gain some armor. And that would essentially do it for the Masterwork upgrade explanation. Now let us finally get into the actual legendary items. The first ones right here will be for support only. The only way you can acquire these ones that say free right here is if you have completed the support quest, and you don't need in base to get them. Right now I am outside of my base and I can just click on one of these and get the support item. It is worth noting that whatever support item you choose, the stats on it will be exactly the same. The only thing that changes between the support items is the actual effect. Once I click on one of these support items, I can acquire it, and now I have gained it completely from this moment. I don't need to recall for it to come online. But if I want to, let's say, swap my support item to another effect, then I would have to sell the actual support item, and then I will be able to purchase a new effect for 400 gold. So before I had the Celestial Opposition, and let's say now I want Bloodsong. I can purchase it for 400 gold and it swaps my effect to Bloodsong. Now I'm going to take each effect one by one and explain it. First off, there is Solstice Slay. Whenever you slow or immobilize an enemy champion while near an ally, you're gonna restore some health and then you're gonna grant decaying movement speed to the both of you. This effect has a rather long cooldown of 30 seconds. Most of the time you're gonna get it off in a teamfight maybe 1 or 2 times if the teamfight is super extended. A champion like Braum can take this, where for example, he can tag someone with a Q and then get that Solstice Slay movement speed. And that way, both his ally and himself can get to the target to apply the concussive blows stack quicker. Then we have Bloodsong, where you essentially get a Sheen effect. After you use an ability, your next attack deals bonus physical damage. And if the target is an enemy champion, they will also take increased damage from 4 seconds. Right now, I purchased Bloodsong, and after I use an ability, you can see the fact that I gain the Bloodsong effect. Now when I attack an enemy champion, I'm gonna deal that extra damage, and you can see the mark on it. When they have this mark, it means that I'm going to deal bonus damage to them, and my allies will also deal bonus damage to them. This one can be especially good for supports that weave in a lot of auto attacks or that can proc the on-hit effect through a spell. For example, Bard can do something like a Q plus auto and proc the Bloodsong, and then while he's fighting someone, he can just pop a W at his feet and that will activate the Bloodsong again. Even a Leona can buy a Bloodsong because she can do auto plus Q, and when she does that Q, her Q will proc the Bloodsong effect. A champion like Pyke or Pantheon can also take this. It's just a solid effect. Moving on to Celestial Opposition. When the Celestial Opposition effect is on you, there will be a unique effect surrounding you. The actual effect reduces incoming damage from enemy champions, and when the effect is about to end, you will slow enemies around you. In this situation, this target dummy has a Bammy Cinder on it, so when I go to attack it, the Bammies will deal damage to me and my effect will proc down, and then you see the explosion which will slow everyone around me. This is a pretty solid solid effect for most tank supports that want to get into a fight. An Alistar can purchase this and just WQ in and then slow everyone around him plus have that damage reduction. Maybe a champion like Leona buys this, or even a Thresh who can just use his Q and go into a fight and then he will have that explosion near him. The slow is actually quite meaningful here. Then there's Dreammaker, and this one is basically always built by enchanters. This item gives you these things around you called dream bubbles, and you can see the fact that one is blue and one is purple, the ones that are circling me right here. Whenever you heal or shield an ally, you blow the dream bubbles towards them. One of them makes their next attack deal bonus magic damage on hit, and the other one makes them take reduced damage from the next damage instance they receive. A champion like Lulu or Soraka or Janna can easily purchase this. Most enchanters are going to go for Dreammaker. And then there's Zazak Realm Spike. Whenever you deal ability damage to an enemy champion, you cause an explosion underneath them. So in this situation, I bought Realm Spike, and after I use my Pike E to go through this target dummy and I hit it, you can see the explosion underneath them. This one is primarily built by AP supports. A champion like Vel'Koz support can take this, or a Morgana, or a Zyra, or a Brand, those kind of supports. It just makes you deal a bit of increased damage, and the cooldown is quite low. Now moving on to Medjai's Soul Stealer. For 1500 gold, you gain 20 ability power and 100 health. Already the stats on this item are abysmal for the cost, but then you read the Glory passive. Medjai's builds out of Darkseal. If you have Glory stacks when you upgrade into Medjai's, they will be carried over, and Darkseal can carry up to 10 Glory stacks. Medjai's upgrades that to a total of 25 stacks, and each Glory stack gives you 5 ability power per Glory instead of the 4 ability power on Darkseal. And another effect that Medjai's has is that when you have at least 10 Glory stacks, you will also gain 10% movement speed. You also stack quicker. On Darkseal, you gain 1 Glory stack per assist and 2 on kill. On Medjai, you get 2 Glory stacks per assist and 4 on a kill. But you also lose 10 Glory stacks upon death instead of the 5 that you lose on Darkseal upon death. This can be purchased early on for champions that can heavily snowball. For example, what you can do on an AP jungler like Echo or Evelynn is purchase this rather early if you're confident you can get a lot of stacks. Let's say you bought Darkseal and you have like 8 stacks on it. You can purchase the Medjai's and continue to stack it, and eventually you will get to the full 25. And when you get to that 25 point, you will gain a huge amount of ability power from it. A needlessly large rod is a little bit less expensive and it grants you 65 ability power. A fully stacked Medjai's will grant you more ability power than 2 needlessly large rods, on top of the movement speed and the small amount of health that you gain from it. But you have to remember that when you die you will lose stacks. It is a very high risk, high reward item, because even just one death can cripple the item's efficiency by a lot, especially if you already don't have a lot of stacks. If you're around 12 stacks or so, one death will set you back to 2. And then not only do you lose a lot of ability power, you also lose the movement speed because you're under 10 glory stacks. Champions like Katarina can take this, or Fizz, or again, just when you want to try to hard snowball. Even some bruisery champions like Volibear or Gragas or Mordekaiser can dabble into this. Now let's move on to Bando Pipes. For 2000 gold, you gain 200 health, 15 ability haste, 20 armor, and 20 magic resist, and a unique passive. Slowing or immobilizing enemy champions grants the Fanfare effect, and while the Fanfare effect is on, you gain 20 movement speed, and allies near you also gain 30% attack speed, but you also gain the attack speed. Right now I have the Bando Pipes item, and when I go to actually chomp on this target dummy, which will slow him, I am going to get this aura here, and anyone in this aura gains attack speed, including myself. This item is primarily meant to be built by supports. A champion like Bard or Leona or Rel can take this, but right now the item is kinda broken. It is extremely cheap and the stats are quite good. They are not super high, but they give you a good amount of tankiness. For example, a champion like Trundle can buy this, because his Q constantly slows down the enemy, so he will basically always grant himself the movement speed and the attack speed. It will have 100% uptime time in basically every single fight. And in skirmishes or team fights, he can also give that effect to his allies where they attack faster. This item will cost more next patch, but I think it's still gonna be a little bit too strong, maybe not though. But right now you don't need to buy it on just supports. Champions that can permanently slow someone down can also take this and make use of the passive really well. Trundle can take this and perma-chomp people and then he always gets that attack speed, or Nasus can wither someone, Olaf can perma-Q people. There's other examples of more bruisery champions that can take this. In general, champions that have a pretty easy time proccing this effect will be good with this item, until it gets nerfed, and then maybe supports are gonna be the only class that will actually buy this. But we will have to wait and see what happens after the item nerfs. Then there's Shurelia's Battle Song. For 2200 gold, you get 50 AP, 15 ability haste, 4% movement speed, and 125% base mana regen. On top of the active that grants nearby allies 30% movement speed for 4 seconds. I have purchased Shurelia's Battle Song, and you can see that the range of the item is rather large. I can be right here and it will still affect these target dummies. This is more of a niche item for supports, but it can be good. A champion like Zillion can buy this, or a Lulu or a Renata, but you can also buy it situationally on some other supports when you want to engage or disengage quickly. Let's say the enemy team has an Olaf and you know he's just gonna charge in and try to fight you all. You can maybe bait Olaf into using his ultimate, and then you activate the Shurelia and speed away your entire team. And then he wastes his ultimate and then you can turn on him and fight him. There's also some mid lane champions that can use this. I can think of specifically 2 champions that can use this rather well. One of them is Twisted Fate and the other one is Galio. Twisted Fate can just use the active to speed himself up to actually gold card stun someone. And if there's any nearby ally, it means they will get to the stun target even quicker. And the second mid lane champion that can use this is Galio. He can activate the item and then press his W and walk with that enhanced speed, basically ignoring his W self slow. It would act kind of like a mini ghost just before his W comes up. Another support champion that could take this is Rakan, where he can use it just before going in with his ultimate and W. There's way more examples to be had here, but I'm not going to go through every single one of them. Then there's Ardent Censer. You gain 45 ability power, 10% heal and shield power, 125% base mana regen, and 4% movement speed for 2200 gold. You also gain a unique passive effect. Whenever you heal or shield an ally, your ally gets enhanced and you get enhanced. You and your ally will gain 25% attack speed and 20 magic damage on hit for the next 6 seconds. A lot of enchanter supports can take this if they're paired up with an on-hit character. They can do it when they have something like a Kog'Maw or a Twitch, let's say, maybe on-hit Varus, and it would be very easy for something like a Yuumi or a Lulu or a Janna to proc it. Next up, there's Echoes of Helia. For 2200 gold, you gain 35 ability power, 200 health, 20 ability haste, 125% base mana regen, and the Soul Siphon passive. The Soul Siphon passive makes it to where whenever you deal damage to an enemy champion, you gain soul charges. After you heal or shield an ally, you consume all soul charges to restore 100% of the value as health. You can see that I have the item, and when I actually hit this target dummy, you can see the fact that I generated some soul charges. And the next time I heal or shield an ally, I am going to consume them all into a heal. This is just another standard enchanter item for champions that can heal up or shield up a lot, on top of actually getting close enough to deal some damage so that they can actually generate soul charges. Sona makes great use of this item because she can spam her W a lot, and then she can also use her Q to deal damage. Another champion that can do this would be Seraphine with her W, heal and shield, and then she can just use her Q to deal damage. Another one would be Milio, where he can use his E shield and he has 2 charges of those. If you get to use it 2 or 3 times at maximum value, that alone can swing a fight by itself very quickly, especially in the early game. Then we have Moonstone Renewer. For 2200 gold, you get 25 ability power, 200 health, 20 ability haste, and 125% base mana regen. And then the unique passive on Moonstone Renewer is that whenever you heal or shield an ally, the effect chains to another ally excluding yourself, and you will heal 30% of the original amount, or you will shield 35% of the original amount. Another thing that is very important to note about this item is that if there are no other nearby allies other than yourself and one more ally, the Starlit Grace effect will go on the ally that you healed or shielded. In this situation, you can see the fact that there's two allies near me. If I were to use my W to shield this target dummy that is right next to me, the Moonstone Renewer will also give some of that shield to the target dummy that is below that won't get hit by my W. You can see the fact that it also has a shield despite not being in my W range. But if there was only one ally, like in this situation, I am going to give the bonus shield to the ally. You can see that it is slightly larger than if he was to be with someone else nearby. Depending on the strength of the heal and shield, this item can be incredible to rush. For example, with Soraka, you're gonna use your W to heal your ally a lot, which means that every time you use your W, your ally will get 30% extra healing from it, because it's just gonna be you and your ally in the bot lane. So if you press your W, let's say 4 times and you heal 700 health, your ally will receive an additional 210 health from that. The chain effect is really good. Once again, most enchanters can purchase this. A Yuumi can take this, or a Soraka, or a Janna, or a Sona, or a Seraphine. Now we move on to Zeke's Convergence. For 2200 gold, you get 300 health, 25 armor, 25 magic resist, and 10 ability haste. The item also has 2 unique passives. The first unique passive is that you gain an additional 15 ability haste, but it is only on your ultimate. So you get a total of 25 ability haste for your ultimate and 10 total ability haste. And then the second one is that after you cast your ultimate, you summon a storm around yourself that deals some damage and slows nearby enemies. Right here with Sona, I'm going to use my ultimate and you can see the circle of damage and slow near me. This item can be taken on engaged supports that want to be in the middle of a fight and that kind of rely on their ultimate. A champion like Rel will love this item, or a Rakan. But this item can also be purchased by tank champions that aren't just in the support role. One of the best examples would be a K'Sante, surprisingly enough. K'Sante's damage scales off of bonus armor and magic resist, and Zeke's gives both armor and MR. It is also very cheap, and K'Sante loves to have his ultimate up sooner. Whenever he's in his all-out form, he is very threatening, so he will use the ultimate ability haste really well. And by getting that storm around himself whenever he uses his ultimate, it can basically guarantee that nobody's gonna escape him, which means that he can land his Qs more reliably and maybe even a fully charged W. Another tank champion that can use this item that isn't a support would be Rammus. He can just ult in and slow everyone around him. Malphite can use this really well. A Sejuani can use this well. It's just a very solid tank item. It doesn't give you a huge amount of resists, but again, it is very cheap, and the effect is quite good. On top of the fact that the ulti haste allows these champions to use their ultimates way more, and that is very useful for all the champions that I listed previously. Next up is Locket of the Iron Solari. For 2200 gold, you get 200 health, 25 armor, 25 MR, and 10 ability haste, and then an active that grants nearby allies a shield that decays over 2.5 seconds. This item is just generally good against anti-burst. The shield can be used just before a Zed ulti detonates, or before a Karthus ultimate comes down, or before something like a Darius ult so you deny a reset. It's just versatile on that end, and mostly tank support champions will take this. Stuff like Thresh, Nautilus, Alistar, but some tanks can also take it up in the top lane and even the jungle. A tank like Sejuani or Maokai or Malphite can take this as well. If they have lower economy, they can take this and still be useful for their team with that shield. Just a pretty solid item. Now moving on to Whispering Circlet. For 2250 gold, you gain 200 health, 8% heal and shield power, 75% base mana regen, and 300 mana. It also has 2 unique passives. The first one is that you get even more heal and shield power based off of your bonus mana. And the second unique passive is like the Tear of the Goddess passive. Landing abilities grants you mana, and that mana is doubled against champions. Tear of the Goddess grants 3 mana that is doubled against champions, whereas Circlet grants 4 mana that is doubled against champions. And then once you fully fully stack the item, it will transform into Diadem of Songs. And now I'm going to look at the upgraded version of Whispering Circlet. It grants 700 more mana and the rest of the stats are exactly the same. The mana flow passive goes away, and instead you get another new passive. While you or any ally you've shielded or healed in the last 3 seconds is in combat with an enemy champion, you will heal the lowest health nearby ally champion, and the heal will happen each second. The heal itself is also based off of your max mana. The effect itself is not bad, but you need to have a lot of mana for it to be worth it. If the healing of the item scaled with your base mana regen, it would be much stronger, because basically every single enchanter item increases base mana regen. There's not that many enchanter items that give you mana. Shurelia's Battle Song, Ardent Censer, Moonstone Renewer, those items increase your base mana regen, but they don't actually increase your mana. So maybe in the future Riot can change this from max mana to base mana regen. That being said though, it's not horrible. If you are a champion that really needs mana, and that likes to purchase Tear of the Goddess early, you can eventually upgrade into this. A champion like Tarek can take this, or Sona or Seraphine. It's not that horrible, but I think it could be slightly buffed. And basically only enchanters will take this in the bot lane, because you need to be near an ally for the healing to occur. Now for Imperial Mandate. For 2250 gold you get 60 AP, 20 ability haste, and 125% base mana regen. And then the passive effect of the item is that whenever you slow or immobilize an enemy champion, you mark them for 5 seconds. An allied champion can detonate this mark to deal magic damage to the target. Nami will basically rush this item every single time. It has very good synergy with her due to her E. But you can also purchase this item on a character like Zillion, where you can slow the opponent down and mark them that way. Maybe you purchase it on a Bard sometimes, maybe even a Shaco support. It just helps you deal way more damage, basically. Now moving on to Staff of Flowing Water. For 2250 gold, you get 35 ability power, 10% heal and shield power, 125% base mana regen, and 15 ability haste. And then its unique passive effect is that whenever you heal or shield an ally, you grant 45 ability power to the both of you. Once again, an enchanter can purchase this item and make use of it because most enchanters are AP focused. Once again, basically every single enchanter in the game can purchase this because they have some sort of heal or shield and they use ability power scalings. So a champion like Sona can take this, or Nami, or Seraphine. And this item is especially good to take as an enchanter if you have an ability power champion in the bot lane. For example, let's say you don't have a traditional AD carry in the bot lane like a Xayah or a Draven or a Jhin, and instead you have something like a Mel. The ability power the both of you gain will be very good because that Mel also uses ability power. Now moving on to Redemption. For 2300 gold you get 30 ability power, 15 ability haste, 100% base mana regen, and 10% heal and shield power. And then you gain an active where you drop down a zone that heals your allies and deals damage to enemies. I have purchased the item now to showcase this. You can see the range of it here, and when I drop it down it's going to heal my ally and damage the enemies. But this isn't quite the full extent of this item's power. Looking at the actual cast range of this item, it is ridiculous. You can go super far. Another thing that is worth noting is the fact that you can even use this item while you are dead. So for example, let's say you need to help your team right now and you're dead, you can just activate the Redemption. That being said, there is one instance where you can't use the item while you are dead, and that is if you purchase the item while you're respawning. Right now you can see the fact that I have around 30 seconds before I respawn, and I'm going to purchase my Redemption, and you can see the fact that the cooldown of the item is 25 seconds. And it keeps going down as my timer goes down because I simply cannot use it until I revive. You can be on mid lane and impact the fight in top lane with the active itself. It is so good that there's a lot of champions that aren't even enchanters that will rush this item. Most of the time enchanters do go for it, but occasionally you might see it on a character like Bard or a Braum or a Maokai. It used to be even stronger, and basically literally every single support in the entire game used to rush it. But it's got nerfed, so it's no longer at that power level. Moving on to Mikhail's Blessing. For 2,300 gold, you get 250 health, 100% base mana regen, 12% heal and shield power, and 15 ability haste. And then you get an active that removes crowd control debuffs from an ally, with the exception of airborne and suppression. And you also restore health to the ally that you use the active on. It is worth noting that you cannot actually use this active if you are crowd controlled yourself. For example, in this situation, I can grant myself the silence status effect and I simply cannot use it. It doesn't work. This is a very good item to take if you need someone peeled from hard crowd control. Let's say the enemy team has a Leona that constantly uses her ultimate for your carry. You can buy Mikhail's and then get that carry out of the Leona ultimate. It's also very good to keep in mind the fact that it does not remove suppressions. Normally, if you buy the Quicksilver Sash, you can remove suppressions but not airbornes. Mikhail's Blessing doesn't remove airbornes and suppressions. Next is Knight's Vow. For 2,300 gold, you gain 200 health, 40 armor, 10 ability haste, and 100% base health regen. And this item has an active and a passive, but it's really just one effect. You can click on an ally and apply the Knight's Vow onto them and it will make them worthy. I have just bought this item and I'm going to click on my ally and you can see the fact that he got that small crown and now we have these lines going towards each other. While I am in this Knight's Vow range, I will take 12% of the damage my ally takes, and then I will heal for 10% of the damage they deal to champions. In this case, you can see the fact that the target dummy is getting damaged by the Sunfire effect, and I'm also tanking a little bit of damage. That tiny amount of damage is from the Knight's Vow effect. But the moment I step out of the Knight's Vow range, it doesn't matter anymore as the effect disappears, and I no longer tank damage. Another thing that's worth noting is that you don't have to stick with the same worthy ally for the entire game. In this case, I have linked with this one, but I can still change it to this one if I want to. Most of the time, a tank support will take this item for their carry. Braum can take this, or Nautilus, or Leona, but sometimes tanks in general can take it. On top lane, for example, you can take this as an Ornn or a Malphite. By default, those champions will be super tanky, because Malphite W gives them more armor and Ornn's passive gives them more stats as a whole, and they also build a ridiculous amount of resists. If the enemy team chooses to ignore them, then the Ornn or Malphite can take this item, and that way they will tank up some damage for one of their carries. It's also pretty good because it's not that expensive. So for example, Malphite can maybe finish his first 3 items and then go into Knight's Vow and not sink that much gold into it. A Rammus can do this as well, or Maokai or Sejuani, again, just these tank champions. Moving on to Winter's Approach, for 2,400 gold, you gain 550 health, 500 mana, 15 ability haste, and then 2 unique passives. The first one gives you health based off of your bonus mana, and then the mana flow passive is almost identical to the mana flow passive that Tear of the Goddess has. Tear of the Goddess stacks just from landing abilities, but when you get the Winter's Approach, you can also use your basic attacks to stack this. Once you fully stack the item, it will turn into Fimbulwinter. Fimbulwinter will grant 1,000 mana instead of 500, the rest of the stats are the same, and the Awe passive is the same, but now the mana flow passive is changed for another passive. Whenever you immobilize or slow an enemy champion, you gain a shield, and that shield is increased if there's more than one enemy nearby, and the shield value scales off of your current mana. Also, when reading the Everlasting passive, you can see the fact that it says melee only, but I think the text there is placed kinda awkwardly, because you might think that this effect with the shield only occurs for melee champions, but ranged characters can still get the shield. It's just that the slowing is melee only. If, let's say, Mel uses her E to slow someone down, she won't get the shield. But if Mel lands the middle portion of her E, which will root someone, then she will still get the shield. In my opinion, the text doesn't really make it clear as to which part is melee only. So I wanted to explain it just in case there were other people that were also confused by this. This item can obviously be bought by tank champions that just want to have extra mana, such as a Maokai or Sejuani top lane or tank Udyr. But surprisingly, I think it's pretty good even on some mage characters. And the reason I think it's pretty good on a mage character is because of the amount of health you gain from it. The more bonus mana you have, the more health you will gain. A character like Ryze can immobilize his enemy with E plus W, it will root them. So he will get the shield, and he will usually get 2 or 3 mana items. He can get something like Fimbulwinter with a Rod of Ages, and then then he has a lot more mana. Plus his passive gives him even more mana. And if you don't need more damage, you can take this item to make sure that your mana issues aren't as high, and to tank up a considerable amount of damage. It's not super built on a character like Ryze or Anivia, but it can be done sometimes. It's just good to keep in mind. Up next is Trailblazer. For 2,400 gold, you gain 250 health, 40 armor, and 4% movement speed. And then you get the passive called Lead the Way. While you move, you build up movement speed. Once you reach that maximum speed, you gain even more effects. You will create a trail behind yourself that grants allied champions movement speed equal to 15% of yours. And then the next effect is for melee characters only. If you are melee, your next attack will slow the target by 50%. Keep in mind the fact that you only slow the enemy if you have max stacks. Right now, I purchased the item on Sona, and you can see that as I move, I get stacks up to that 100. If I were to auto attack an enemy, I am going to consume all of the stacks, and then they need to be refreshed. If I were a melee character, my attack would also slow down the enemy. But because I am not, I just consume the stacks and it basically does nothing. By consuming the attack, I lose the movement speed and the trail behind myself. So unironically, if you purchase this item on a ranged character, it's best not to attack with them. You can use abilities, for example, I can press my Q on Sona and deal the damage and the stacks won't fall. But if I do an auto attack, they will. You're basically purchasing this only as a support if you want to hyper roam. You can purchase it on a champion like Maokai or Blitzcrank or Alistar. And while I am looking at this item, I will quickly go over the other item that is super similar to it. This one is called Dead Man's Plate. For 2,900 gold, you get 350 health, 55 armor, and 4% movement speed. And then you get two unique passives. The second one is that you reduce the effectiveness of slows by 15%. The first one is that while you move, you build up movement speed up to 20, much like Trailblazer. And depending on your stack, your next attack discharges the built up move speed to deal damage. So much like Trailblazer, you can see the fact that I'm stacking it up, and now that I have it at full, I'm at maximum speed, and when I attack someone, I'm going to deal bonus damage. There are a solid amount of differences between these two items. For one, you can see the fact that Dead Man's Plate is 500 gold more expensive. So you would assume a support wouldn't want this because it is more expensive and support usually has lower economy. But if you want to have more power from the one item purchase, you will basically always go Dead Man's Plate. It makes you tankier, it makes you harder to catch up because it actually gives you slow resist, and despite the fact that you don't slow the target down if you're a melee character when you attack at max stacks, you will still deal bonus damage to the enemy. A roaming support can choose between these two options. A champion like Bard, for example, basically always does Dead Man's Plate because Bard roams a lot and there's a lot of situations where Bard will build offensively. I have seen some Bards go for some very wacky builds with stuff like Rapid Fire Cannon or Liandry or even Bloodletter's Curse, and Dead Man's would just up their damage even further. Bard in particular is a very wacky character that can build a lot of different items. But most of the time, Dead Man's Plate is built by mobile bruisers like a Darius or Mundo or Nasus, whereas Trailblazer is built by roaming supports, like an Alistar or Blitzcrank, with the one exception being Bard. Now we have Thornmail. For 2,450 gold, you get 150 health and 75 armor. The health is very low, but the armor is very high. And then you get the Thorns passive. Whenever an enemy auto attacks you, you deal some magic damage to them and you apply Grievous Wounds. This item builds off of Bramble Vest, and you don't always need to rush straight into it. Sometimes you can do it, but not always. That being said, there are certain characters that can actually abuse the Thorns damage a lot. A Malphite, for example, gets a lot of extra armor from his W, and the more armor you purchase, the more armor his W gives. So what you can do is actually rush Thornmail on Malphite. If the enemy champion is something like a Yone, it can make it to where the Yone unironically deals 30 damage to himself every single time he attacks. So even though the job of this item is typically to just be a heal reduction item, it is kind of an exception because the Thorns damage is so good in some specific cases. Another example would be with Rammus. Rammus can turn his W on and then taunt someone, and then his W will amp up his resist by a lot, and because the enemy is forced to attack him, the Thorns damage will hit no matter what. The only issue is that you gain basically no health from it, but you can typically overlook that because of the high amount of armor it gives. Next up is Frozen Heart. For 2,500 gold you get 75 armor, 400 mana, and 20 ability haste. And then the unique passive of this item is that you reduce the attack speed of nearby champions by 20%. Basically, you want to get this against champions that auto attack a lot. A champion like Tryndamere or Yasuo or Master Yi, or champions like Xayah, again, just champions that auto a lot. The one thing that kinda sucks about this item is that it gives no health. The mana can be very good for a champion like Malphite or Nasus if they want to take it, because it just makes it to where their mana issues aren't as high, but it would have been nice if it gave a bit of health as well. That being said though, it's really not bad. The attack speed reduction is noticeable, and at higher ranks it can mess up with people's attack move, because what ends up happening is that most of the time someone will attack and then they will move, and then they will attack and then they will move. But by taking Frozen Heart, you might mess up their rhythm, because now they attack 20% slower. So if they attack and then they move and then they go to attack again, their attack might still be on cooldown because of the Frozen Heart attack speed reduction. That can happen a lot. Next up is Dawn Core. For 2,500 gold, you get 45 ability power, 16% heal and shield power, and 100% base mana regen. And then its unique passive is that it grants 2% heal and shield power and 10 ability power per 100% base mana regen. You're basically never going to rush this item because you want to make use of the passive. And the best way to make use of the passive is by getting more items that increase your base mana regen. So you can first get something like a Staff of Flowing Water or a Moonstone Renewer, maybe you also get an Echoes of Helia, and then you buy Dawn Core. And then you get way more ability power and way more heal and shield power. Soraka can take this, Karma can take this, Yuumi, Ivern Jungle can take this because Ivern is basically just an enchanter in the jungle. Just characters that already spec into the other enchanter items can also take this one. Then we move on to Serpent's Fang. For 2,500 gold, you get 55 attack damage and 15 lethality. The stats on the item aren't all that phenomenal, but the reason you buy it is for the Shield Reaver passive, which states that whenever you damage an enemy champion, you reduce the shields they gain. When a ranged character buys this item, the shield cut is 35%, but when a melee character purchases this, the shield cut is 50%. It is also worth noting that magic shields are not reduced in the slightest. So for example, a Morgana black shield won't be reduced at all because it is a purely magic damage shield. But if it was a regular shield, like from a set W, that gets reduced. Or even a purely physical damage shield gets reduced. You can actually take this item on a multitude of characters. You don't have to do it on just assassins. Sometimes your team can't properly buy this item even though the enemy team has a lot of shielding. Maybe they have an Ivern Jungle with a Karma support. Just those two alone being on the same team may warrant a Serpent's Fang purchase. But maybe your team doesn't have an assassin or a champion that can use the attack damage and lethality well. Sometimes you will have to disregard this and purchase it anyway, simply because the Shield Reaver passive is so good. You can do it on a tank like Malphite or Rammus, or go for it on an Ornn. They won't use the attack damage and lethality almost at all, but they will be able to proc the Shield Reaver passive, which means the enemy team will get their shielding cut by 50% because all those characters are melee characters. It does suck when you purchase it on a character that doesn't use the stats well, but sometimes it has to be done because there's no other alternative. There isn't an equivalent item for mages or tanks. This is the only item that directly cuts shielding, and it cuts it by a lot, so you have to do it sometimes. Moving on, we have Protoplasm Harness. For 2,500 gold, you get 600 health and 15 ability haste. Right off the bat, the health you gain from this item is really high. The haste is also nice, but the reason you want to buy this item is for the lifeline effect. When you take damage that would reduce your health below 30% health, you start to heal up. The healing is increased the more bonus armor and bonus magic resist that you have. While you heal, you also gain increased size, movement speed, and tenacity. This item can be incredibly good as a third or fourth item in a tank build. For example, Malphite would stack a bunch of armor. Maybe he gets a Thorn Mail and a Frozen Heart and a Ronduin and then goes for Protoplasm Harness. His W passively gives him more armor, which means that the healing will be even greater. Rammus buys a ton of resists and then his W gives him even more resists. While that W is on, the healing will be increased by a lot. You can even try it on some supports. A Leona can take Aftershock and activate her W, and if she times her Aftershock and W for when she's actually low health, she will have a much higher increase on the heal amount. She won't rush this item, but she can maybe take it as a third or even second item. It's also not that expensive, so it could slot in as a support item. Then we have Rod of Ages. For 2,600 gold, you get 45 ability power, 350 health, and 500 mana. The second passive of this item is the same as Catalyst of Eons. It is the exact same one. Whenever you take champion damage, you restore some of that damage as mana, and whenever you cast an ability, you heal for the mana spent. And it has the same restrictions where you can't gain more than 20 health per cast. And toggled abilities also heal once per second. But the first passive of this item is what you're looking for. When you purchase this item, you will get 10 health, 30 mana, and 3 ability power every 60 seconds. This effect can happen 10 times, so it would take a total of 10 minutes for the item to fully stack. Upon reaching max stacks, you gain a level. One thing that is worth noting here is that if you are at the level cap already, you won't go above it. Right now, I purchased the Rod of Ages and I can actually stack the item to its fullest. And you can see the fact that I did not gain an extra level. This item is phenomenal for champions that want a lot of mana and that can make use of the increased stats. A champion like Ryze would love this item. You gain even more mana because of the Timeless and Eternity passive. The ability power gets up to 75, which is a pretty good amount. And then you gain a significant amount of health at a total of 450. And then the actual level is also pretty good. A champion like Kassadin can purchase this, and when he is level 14, maybe this item activates, and then he instantly goes to level 15 with it. And that allows him to get to his level 16 power spike quicker. Generally speaking, the later this item activates, the better it gets. And the reason is because the later into the game you go, the more XP you need to level up. Going from level 1 to 2 requires way less XP than going from level 11 to 12. Then we have Rylai's Crystal Scepter. For 2,600 gold, you get 65 ability power and 400 health. And then its passive makes it to where anytime you deal damage with abilities, you slow enemies by 30%. There's not that much complexity to this item. A lot of different champions that have damage over time effects will take this. A Singed can take this and poison everyone and then everyone is slowed down. A Brand can take this and burn someone and then that person is perma-slowed. Aurelian Soul can take this and make it to where the enemy has a tougher time escaping his Q. Malzahar can take this, or Cassiopeia. Those type of champions really love this item. If you need way more stick power, you can purchase Rylai's. There's some champions that don't really care about this item, like a Vex or a LeBlanc, but that's because they're more burst oriented. Next up is Hextech Rocket Belt. For 2,650 gold, you get 70 ability power, 300 health, and 20 ability haste. And then its active effect is that you gain a dash. The dash also deals damage in the direction that you activate it in. This item is pretty good on champions that just need to close the gap, or that have a unique interaction with the item. For example, what you can do on Nico is activate your ultimate, and then just before it goes off, you can Rocket Belt dash in. And that way you may catch your enemies off guard because they have less time to react to it. Another one is Zac. Zac can actually cancel his jump with the Rocket Belt active. Let's say you try to fake out an engage. You will jump in, and then at the very last moment you will Rocket Belt backwards. And maybe that way an enemy will burn a flash thinking you're gonna jump in. A champion like Galio can use the Rocket Belt active before he uses W. Rumble can use this active so that he gets closer to the enemies. Fiddlesticks can use the active while in his ultimate, etc, etc. There's more champions that can utilize this item, but these were just some examples. Phantom Dancer is up next. For 2,650 gold, you get 65% attack speed, 25% crit chance, and 10% movement speed. And then its unique passive is that you become ghosted. When you have the ghosted effect, it just means you can walk through units without getting body blocked. Honestly, the actual effect of this item is rather weak. Just being ghosted is not that amazing. thing. It does allow you to kite easier as an AD carry if there's a lot of minions nearby, so that way you can just walk through them, but for the most part the ghosted effect isn't that phenomenal. Another thing that isn't that great about this item is the fact that you gain no attack damage from it. You gain a huge amount of attack speed, and the movement speed can feel pretty nice, but there's no actual attack damage given here. It can work fine on an AD carry like Jinx or Ashe, maybe on a crit champion like Tryndamere as well, and right now the champion that purchases this item most is Garen. Garen's E scales with bonus attack speed, and by purchasing Phantom Dancer you instantly get 2 extra spins. The movement speed also feels pretty nice, and the crit strike is not bad either. The only issue is that crit Garen got recently nerfed, so there is a very good chance that this item will have to be swapped out later on for Garen. Next up is Runan's Hurricane. This item is for ranged champions only. If you are a melee character you cannot purchase it, but transformed champions can take this. So for example, Gnar has a mini form where he's ranged and a mega form where he's melee. The Runans won't do anything when he's in his melee form, but he can purchase it anyway because mini Gnar is ranged. For 2,650 gold you get 40% attack speed, 25% crit chance, and 4% movement speed. And then the actual passive of this item is that auto attacks fire bolts at 2 additional enemies near the target. If you hit one person, the 2 enemies that are standing next to that person will also get hit. That being said, the bolts deal reduced physical damage, but they can critically strike and they apply on hit effects. The fact that the bolts can crit and apply on hit effects is huge. A champion like Kalista can take this and stack her spears on multiple targets. Maybe she buys Ginsu's Rageblade so that on hit effect goes on it. And then a champion like Twitch or Jinx or Zeri can make great use of this because it can critically strike. Twitch can attack with his ultimate and then the bolts will critically strike onto the nearby enemies. Jinx can use her Q rocket to go up to 3 people, and each one of those rockets will deal a huge amount of damage because again, Wind's Fury can critically strike. There's not a huge amount of AD carries that make use of this item, but the ones that purchase it make great use of it. Now moving on to Navori Flickerblade. For 2,650 gold you get 40% attack speed, 25% crit chance, and 4% move speed. And then you gain the Transcendence passive where attacks reduce basic ability cooldowns by 15% of their remaining cooldowns. This item can be taken on AD carries that use their abilities a lot and attack a lot, but it can also be built by certain bruisers. It would seem a bit strange that a bruiser would purchase this item because it doesn't actually give them any kind of resist, but that is how good the Transcendence passive actually is. To give an example, a champion like Volibear will purchase this basically just for the Transcendence passive. Whenever he uses his basic attacks, he will activate the Transcendence effect, but his Q and W also proc the Transcendence effect, and then he can continuously spam his spells a lot on a target in melee range. Basically, against an Navori Volibear later on into the game, if you can't just kite him out, the moment he gets on top of you, you're dead. You can't exactly escape him because he's just gonna rotate so many spells onto you. And then some AD carries can use this, like Xayah, who's gonna auto attack a lot and spam her W, and then she's gonna call back all of the feathers. Lucian can do this because he has his double strike passive, and overall he's a very ability focused AD carry. Sivir can do this and she will have way more spell shields because of it. Maybe she can get 2 spell shields off in a team fight because of the reduction in cooldown. A Tristana can take this and basically make her Q be permanently on in the late game with it. Even a champion like Shen can do this simply because once he dashes in your melee range, he's gonna attack you with his Q empowered attacks, and eventually he will get another taunt into you, and that's gonna make it really tough for you to escape. Those kinds of champions will use it very well. Then we have Fiend Hunter bolts. For 2,650 gold you get 40% attack speed, 25% crit chance, and 4% movement speed. And then the item itself has 2 unique passives. The first one is that it gives you ultimate ability haste, and it gives you a lot of it. It gives 30 ultimate ability haste. And then the second effect is that after you cast your ultimate, your next 3 attacks will gain 50% attack speed and critically strike for 75% of the normal crit strike damage. If the attacks would normally critically strike, then it deals the regular crit strike damage and you deal an additional bonus true damage amount. Typically you're going to purchase this item either in your second slot or at most in the third one. The fact that you deal that bonus true damage is nice, but it's not that high. If it was a higher percentage, it would be better. So if you have, for example, 100% crit chance, dealing the bonus true damage is okay, but nothing amazing. But in the early game, if you have 25% crit or even 0% crit, getting 3 guaranteed crits that deal a little bit less damage is very nice. You could purchase this on Yunara, for example, example, because usually she rushes Kraken Slayer. And Kraken Slayer gives no crit chance. Another champion that can purchase this would be Twitch, again as his second or third item. He can open up with his ultimate and then instantly crit 3 times, and that can be very good. Zeri can also purchase this, and even Vayne. Then we have Rapid Fire Cannon. For 2,650 gold, you gain 35% attack speed, 25% crit chance, and 4% movement speed. Generally speaking, you don't care about the stats because of the Sharpshooter passive, which states that your energized attacks deal 40 bonus magic damage and they gain bonus attack range. You don't really care about the bonus damage, you care about the attack range. The way you gain energized stacks is by just moving around. You're basically never going to see a melee champion take this because the 35 bonus attack range isn't gonna do that much for them in most cases. It is also worth noting that the bonus attack range caps out at 150 units. Caitlyn, for example, has 650 range, but she won't get a 35% bonus increase to the attack range. She will only go up to that 150, but it is still extremely good. Champions that just wanna attack from afar and have one explosive attack are very good here. Caitlyn can use this and then headshot someone from really far away. Jhin can use this with one of his 4 attacks. The 4th shot in particular is really good with Rapid Fire Cannon because you can use it from way farther. Smolder's Q range scales with his actual auto attack range, so when he has the Rapid Fire Cannon effect, his Q will also increase its range. Even a Draven or a Corki can take this item, but in my opinion, the champion that uses this item the best is Twisted Fate. The champion itself wants to pick opponents out with his gold card. This is basically the main reason you pick Twisted Fate, so that you have a ranged point and click stun and for his ultimate. And by buying Rapid Fire Cannon, you are able to tag someone with that point and click stun from much farther. Even if you go regular ability power Twisted Fate, you might still buy this item, simply because the attack range increase is so good for him. Then we have Abyssal Mask. For 2,650 gold, you get 350 health, 45 magic resist, and 15 ability haste. And then you gain the Unmake passive that makes it to where enemy champions take 12% more magic damage while near you. I purchased the item so I can showcase the range here. After I hover over it, you can see that it highlights the range in which it's effective. It's a pretty good range, honestly. Champions that want to get into the thick of a fight will usually purchase this, generally tanks. You can purchase this on a Malphite, for example, and buff up your own damage and your allies' damage. Or on a champion like a Mumu, where he's gonna jump in with his Q and then use his ultimate, and that'll buff up once again his damage and his allies' damage. Nunu can also take this, or Rel, or Alistar, and the main reason you take it is because of the Unmake passive. If you want more magic resist, there are better items to spec into. That being said, there is one more situation where you can purchase this item, and that is if you are a tank support on the bot lane, where your ally is something like a Mel bot lane, and if the enemy duo bot lane also has 2 champions that deal magic damage. Let's say I am playing Nautilus bot lane and I have a Mel AD carry, and then when you look at the enemy team, their bot lane has a duo of Thresh plus Seraphine. By purchasing Abyssal Mask, not only do you amp up the damage you deal for both you and Mel, you also make it to where you utilize the magic resist very well, because Thresh will deal magic damage and so will Seraphine. And it is not a super expensive item for support, so you can take this and it fits in perfectly in that scenario. Then we have Malignance. For 2,700 gold, you get 90 ability power, 600 mana, 15 ability haste, and then 2 unique passives. The first one is that you gain 20 ultimate ability haste, so you gain the 15 ability haste and then an extra 20 haste just for your ultimate. And then the second passive is that whenever you damage an enemy champion with your ultimate, you burn the ground and you leave a zone that deals damage to them and shreds their magic resist. Ability power champions that use their ultimates a lot will love this. For example, Kassadin's ultimate has a very low cooldown, so he can take this and constantly proc the Hate Fog effect. A champion like Teemo will place his shrooms around the map, and he can do that even more because of the ultimate ability haste of the item, and it means that whenever someone steps on a shroom, they activate the Hate Fog effect. Annie's Tibbers can constantly apply this effect. But you can also take it on champions that just love to have their ultimates more often. A champion like Malzahar can take this. He won't apply the Hate Fog more than once, but he loves to have his ultimate. He's basically an ultimate bot later into the game. And one of the champions that can make use of this item that isn't really an AP champion is Malphite, unless of course you decide to build him full AP. But you can take just Malignance into a tank Malphite build, and the reason you would do it is because it gives you a lot of ultimate ability haste. On top of the fact that in a team fight, shredding someone's magic resist isn't that bad for a tank, Gangplank, and it gives him some very solid mana for the early game. So if you want to, you can rush it or even go for it as a second item. But again, it is a pretty unique situation. Most of the time, basically only full AP champions will take this. The only other champion that will purchase this item that I can think of that might be close to a bruiser as well would be Swain. Then we have Horizon Focus. For 2,700 gold, you get 75 ability power and 25 ability haste, and then 2 unique passive effects. The first one is that whenever you deal ability damage to a champion at 600 range or greater, you reveal them. And you also deal 10% increased damage to enemies revealed by Hypershot. And then the second passive of the item that has a cooldown is that whenever Hypershot is triggered, you reveal all enemy champions within a very large range. In this situation, I can barely see the target dummy and I bought Horizon Focus, and you can see the fact that after I use the item, the actual secondary effect triggers and I will be able to see everyone for a bit. But now that the item is on cooldown, the next time I do it, it's only going to reveal this target dummy and I'm only gonna deal increased damage to it. A lot of artillery champions that just want to poke will take this. A champion like Xerath will be perfect with it. Or a Vel'Koz who's just gonna use his Q and get vision and intel. You can also take it on something like a Ziggs or even a Zoe. As long as you have an ability that reaches over 600 range, you're good to go. Because that is the requirement for actually proccing up the Hypershot effect and then the focus effect from that. Then we have Opportunity. For 2,700 gold, you get 55 attack damage and 18 lethality. And then you get 2 passive effects. The first one is that whenever you're out of combat with champions, you gain lethality. The lethality is higher for melee champions and lower for ranged ones. And once you enter combat, the lethality will drop after 3 seconds. And then the second passive of this item is that when a champion that you damage within 3 seconds dies, you gain 200 decaying movement speed for 1.5 seconds. The total lethality given for melee characters is going to be 29. That is a huge amount of lethality. Ranged characters only get 23 though. A champion like Kha'Zix can take this, where he one-shots someone and then quickly runs away with the decaying movement speed. Rengar can take it, or Qiyana, or Zed. Or even just champions that like the attack damage and the lethality. Maybe you take this on a Gangplank. You can even take this on a champion like Hecarim if you build to one-shot someone. And the decaying movement speed actually translates into damage for Hecarim because of his passive. Another champion that can use this item incredibly well is Jace, because he can use his range form Q plus E combo, and then just before the damage hits, he can swap back to melee form. And because he swaps back to the melee form, it means the lethality value isn't reduced as if he were a ranged character. So he basically doesn't get penalized for using his Q plus E combo in the ranged form if he instantly swaps back to melee. Next up is Static Shiv. For 2,700 gold, you get 45 attack damage, 30% attack speed, and 4% movement speed. And then you get 2 passives, but it's essentially just 1 passive. Your first 3 attacks fire Chain Lightning on hit, and it deals magic damage up to 5 targets. And that magic damage is increased on minions and monsters. This passive effect does have a cooldown, but if you get a champion takedown, you will reset the Electro Spark cooldown. There's basically 2 or maybe 3 champions that build this item. The champion that builds it most by far is going to be Akshan. It allows him to instantly explode a wave and then roam around the map. Mid lane Akshan can just take this and rush it and then just roam. Quinn can also take it for basically the same reason. You just rush this item, clear out a wave very quickly, and then roam with your ultimate. And then maybe Zeri can also do it just so she clears waves even quicker. But it's basically an item built just by Akshan and Quinn right now. And even Quinn won't build it always because there's another item that has wave clear on it that might be better for her. If you really want to, you can try to build this on Warwick. I never do, but I think it could be okay-ish because Warwick has no wave clear and the stats aren't that bad for him. But again, I don't think it's that phenomenal. Now we move on to Spirit Visage. For 2,700 gold, you get 400 health, 50 magic resist, 10 ability haste, and 100% base health regen. And then you get a passive that increases any heal and shield you receive by 25%. The really good thing about this item is the Boundless Vitality passive. The health is also pretty good and the magic resist is fine, but the actual passive of the item is what you're looking for here. Let's say you play Volibear. Volibear has healing on his W and a shield on his E, and both of those will be amplified by Spirit Visage. External heal and shield sources will also be amplified, because it says heals and shields on you are increased by 25%, not heal and shield that you cast, which means that if a Soraka heals you, the Spirit Visage will increase it further. If a Janna shields you, that shield will be larger. So you can also take it if you have a bunch of enchanters. Maybe you have an Ivern jungle with a Soraka support and you're playing Darius. Darius has his Q heal, and then he also has an Ivern shield and Soraka healing. And then Darius himself can also buy shield items, specifically Sterak's Gauge. That item will give a pretty large shield that Spirit Visage will increase. And Spirit Visage increases any type of shielding. That means a purely physical damage shield will also get increased, and a purely magic damage shield will also get increased. There's one more thing worth noting here, and that is the fact that the heal increase works for your base health regen as well. When you purchase the item, you can see the fact that it tracks bonus healing and bonus shielding. But there are certain abilities that don't count as bonus healing because it's just health regeneration. Let's take the example of Mundo right here. Right now, if I hover over my health regen, it's 11.6. And you may say that it got increased because it also gives that 100% base health regen, and that is true. These two Kindle gems right here give me the 400 health that Spirit Visage would give me, and this Rejuvenation Bead gives me 100% base health regen, which is how much Visage also gives. But now when I hover over my health regen, it's at 9.3. Once again, with the example of Mundo, when I press my ultimate here at 100 health, you can see the fact that I regen 75 health per second. But when I hover over the item, you can see the fact that it says no healing has been increased. But if I had the exact same stats that Spirit Visage gives me in terms of the health, which is going to be 400 and the 100% base health regen, when I use my ultimate here, you can see the fact that it says I only regen 60 health per second. So Spirit Visage will increase stuff like Garen passive regen, Set passive regen, Mundo passive regen and ultimate, and the actual base health regen itself. Now we move on to Sunfire Cape. For 2,700 gold, you get 350 health, 50 armor, and 10 ability haste. And then you get the Immolate passive that Bami's Cinder has. Except this Immolate passive is much stronger. Bami's Cinder has a flat 15 damage, whereas this Immolate has a flat 20 damage and a bonus health ratio. It also states that the Immolate deals 60% increased damage to minions and 100% increased damage to monsters. Usually you want to rush it, but it doesn't feel that good to rush in most situations. The Immolate passive just doesn't feel impactful enough most of the time. What ends up happening is that some tank junglers are going to straight up rush it to be able to clear the jungle quicker, because the Immolate does 100% increased damage to monsters. So you might see it on a tank jungler like a Mumu or Zac. But the thing is, they also have the option of just going Liandry, and Liandry makes them clear even quicker. It just makes them slightly less tanky because it gives a little less health and no armor. And then you might see some tank laners do it, but very few. You might see a Malphite or a Shen because he needs wave clear, or an Ornn, but honestly there are better wave clear options even for them for the most part. I think right now Sunfire is just on the weak side. But again, it can be taken if you want to deal some damage around you and to clear the jungle quicker. It's just an okay-ish item. I don't think it's phenomenal personally. Then we move on to Ronduin's Omen. For 2,700 gold, you get 350 health and 75 armor. And then you get a passive and an active. The passive is that you reduce all critical strike damage by 30%. And then the active is that you slow nearby enemies for 2 seconds for 70%. You will always purchase this if the enemy team is building a lot of crit. Let's say they have a Tryndamere top with a Yasuo mid lane. Both of these champions are known to get a bunch of crit. So you can take a Ronduin and then reduce all that crit strike damage. 30% is a very noticeable amount. And you reduce any crit strike damage. For example, Garen's E can crit. So if you have Ronduin and it crits, you will reduce the crit damage from the E. It's not just auto attacks. Then we move on to Luden's Echo. For 2,750 gold, you get 100 ability power, 600 mana, and 10 ability haste. And then its passive is that whenever you deal damage with an ability, you fire 6 echoes that deal bonus magic damage to the target and the nearby enemies. But if there are no nearby enemies, the target will take all of the echo damage at a reduced damage amount. In this situation, I I purchased it on Mundo just to showcase this. I am going to queue this target dummy and you will see the fact that the echo bounced to all the minions and now it goes on cooldown. But if there are no nearby units, when I toss my Mundo queue here, you will see the fact that it takes a little bit of extra damage just on itself. The echo damage is actually very noticeable and it can help out a lot when you clear out a wave. Or if the wave is already cleared, you can deal way more damage to your opponent. Xerath loves this item, or a LeBlanc, or a Zoe. A ton of different long-range poke champions can take this. Other examples would be Vex, or Ziggs, or Syndra, or Lux. Both the Echo passive and the stats on it are great, especially the 100 ability power. Then we have Axiomar. For 2750 gold, you get 55 attack damage, 18 lethality, and 20 ability haste. And then you get the Flux passive. When a champion that you damage within 3 seconds dies, you refund part of your ultimate's total cooldown. And that refund gets higher the more lethality you have. So naturally, champions that build a lot of lethality can take this if they're also ultimate dependent. Kiana can take this, Talon can take this, Zed can take this. Surprisingly enough, right now Riven takes it a lot. And the reason Riven does it, even though she probably won't build more lethality outside of just Axiomar, is because she can kill her opponent with her ultimate and then come back to lane and then do it again because her ultimate will be back up again. And in general, Riven's damage right now I'd say is very high and it is absolutely disgusting, and she can explode anyone, so she can keep doing that over and over again. Generally speaking, if you're going for a lethality focused build and you want to use your ultimate way more, you will take this. Full lethality Jarvan or Lee Sin can take this as well, or an Faerie or even a Pyke. Moving on to Blackfire Torch. For 2800 gold, you get 80 ability power, 600 mana, and 20 ability haste. And then you get 2 unique passives. The first one is that anytime you deal damage with an ability, you are going to burn the target for a few seconds. And that burn will deal bonus magic damage. The second passive is that for each enemy champion, epic monster, or large monster affected by the burn, you gain bonus ability power. Every single target affected by it will give you 4% ability power. The burn damage of this item also deals increased magic damage to minions and monsters. Both the minion and monster damage can be impactful. Generally speaking, champions that have burn damage in their kit will take this. Or champions that can hit multiple enemies with their abilities so that they actually gain more ability power from the Blackfire effect. A champion like Hui can take this, or Malzahar, or Heimerdinger. Karthus can take this, and then anytime he's in the middle of a team fight with his Eon, he's gonna tag a bunch of people, and then he can ulti and make use of the increased ability power really well. If you tag a bunch of characters at once, it will give you a surprising amount of ability power. For example, if Aurelion Sol uses his very large ultimate and sends out the shockwave, if he actually manages to hit all 5 enemy champions, he's just gonna get a 20% increase to his ability power. Moving on to Storm Surge. For 2800 gold, you get 90 ability power, 15 magic pen, and 6% movement speed. And then you gain 2 passive effects. The first one is that if you manage to deal 25% of a champion's max health within a short window of time, you apply another effect to them. In this situation, it will be the second passive that gets applied. And that second passive makes it to where after 2 seconds, you deal some damage to that target. Looking at this target dummy right now, I'm going to use my ultimate on it, and because I did 25% of its health very quickly, you can see the lightning effect coming down. But if the target dies before the lightning effect comes down, the lightning becomes area of effect. In this situation, you can see the Morgana right here and that I have Storm Surge. But because I instantly kill her, you can see that the target dummy took the AoE damage from the Squall effect. This item is basically built only by burst assassins. You can build it on an Elise to try to one-shot someone, or an Annie, or a Vix. Lux can build it and then she can full combo someone and explode them, and then the Squall damage goes AoE very quickly. There's more, but those are just a few examples of the types of champions that can take it. Then we have Umbral Glaive. For 2800 gold, you get 60 attack damage, 18 lethality, and 15 ability haste. And then you get 2 passives. The first one states that after being unseen by enemies for at least a second, your next attack on a champion will deal additional true damage. The true damage gets increased based off of your lethality. The more lethality, the more true damage you deal on that attack. And then the second one is that when you are near a stealth ward or a trap, you reveal them for a few seconds. And while you reveal the wards, you deal bonus damage to them. It is also worth noting that stealth words are disabled while they are revealed. This can be a very good item to just shut down vision in the jungle. There's also some kind of assassin supports that can take this. One example of a support that can actually take this item to shut down vision would be Pike. He can just run around the map and use the blackout effect really well. Another one could be Pantheon if he goes for a more lethality focused setup. You can play Pantheon support if you want to, and when you roam around the map you can clear vision. But generally speaking, assassin champions that just want to shut down vision will take this. A Rengar can take this, or Zed, or Kiana, or Naafiri. One champion in particular that actually uses the Night Stalker passive really well is Kha'Zix, and that is due to his ultimate. Kha'Zix can jump in and use one attack, then he can use his ultimate to stealth and gain the Night Stalker effect again. Then he can stealth one more time and do 3 empowered attacks for a total of 3 procs of the Night Stalker effect. And if he actually evolves his ultimate, he can do that a total of 4 times. One time when he actually jumps on his target and instantly attacks them, and then the other 3 procs are done whenever he uses his ultimate stealth. Just a pretty good assassin item that shuts down vision and that occasionally does a little bit more true damage. Unless you're Kha'Zix, where you can actually proc this a lot and then deal a lot of true damage later on. Next up, we have Youmuu's Ghostblade. For 2,800 gold, you get 55 attack damage, 18 lethality, and 4% movement speed. Then you have a passive and an active. Passively, you gain movement speed while out of combat. The movement speed gained is lower for ranged characters. And then the active is that you gain even more movement speed and become ghosted for a few seconds. Once again, the actual movement speed that you gain from the active and the duration of the active is lower for ranged characters. This is just a pretty good item if you want to run around the map and deal way more damage as an AD assassin. Champions like Zed can take this, or Kha'Zix, or Rengar, and it's pretty good. The out of combat movement speed and active movement speed can be very huge. It is actually very noticeable. There's also certain AD carries that can buy this if they want to. For example, a Draven can go for this, or Jhin, or even a Jace. Jace in particular doesn't even have to suffer the penalty of ranged characters, because he can use the Ghostblade active while he's in his melee form, and that way he gains the full value of the movement speed and the full duration. In general, if you're Assassin and you want to run around the map very quickly, you will take this. Then there's Hex Optics C44. For 2,800 gold, you get 50 attack damage and 25% crit chance, and then 2 unique passives. The first one is that you deal up to 10% increased damage with your attacks based on how far they are from the enemy. When it says attacks here, it is referring to basic attacks. And then when a champion that you damaged within 3 seconds dies, you gain an additional 100 attack range for 6 seconds. A champion that can use this item very well is Jinx. In her rocket form, she gets increased range, and whenever Jinx gets a takedown, she gets her passive up, and that passive makes her move faster and attack faster. So it has great synergy with the Arcane Aim passive and the Magnification passive. Another champion that can purchase this is Caitlyn. Her auto attack range is already very large, and if she actually manages to get a kill, she can auto attack from even further. Maybe she even gets a rapid fire cannon and then she really increases her range. Another champion that can kinda do this would be Tristana or Zeri. Zeri doesn't have the largest attack range, but an increase to it is pretty good. Twitch can also do this because usually he's going to open up with his ultimate and try to kill someone. His ultimate already has a very high range, and then it increases even further with this item. Then we have Wit's End. For 2,800 gold, you get 50% attack speed, 45 magic resist, and 20% tenacity. And then its passive is that attacks deal bonus magic damage on hit. This can be built on hit AD carries that can use the Fray passive really well and the attack speed. If they also need the magic resist for a certain threat, it's not that bad either. There's some cases where on a squishier character the tenacity is fine, but if you get jumped on and instantly killed anyway, it won't make that much of a difference. But a champion like Kalista can purchase this, or Kog'Maw. And if they do go for this, then they can also purchase Terminus and Jackshow. And then if they buy those items, the tenacity doesn't go to waste, because they will be pretty tanky. The on-hit damage can accumulate very fast. Another champion that uses this item very well is Aurelia. Every time she presses her Q, she will proc that on-hit bonus magic damage. The attack speed is very good for her, and the magic resist does feel good as well, and she can actually use the tenacity to her advantage really well. Every single attack doing a bonus of 45 magic damage is not to be underestimated. It's actually a very significant amount. So you can also take this on Gnar, and then whenever he's in mini Gnar, he's gonna deal way more damage, or Bel'Veth, whenever she presses E, she will deal a lot of damage. Master E can take this, etc. Moving on to Unending Despair. For 2,800 gold, you get 400 health, 50 armor and 15 ability haste. And then its passive states that every 4 seconds while you're in combat with a champion, you deal bonus magic damage to them, and you heal for 250% of the damage dealt. The ratio of the heal is based off of your bonus health. So a bunch of different tank champions can take this to just sustain a lot. A champion like Ornn can take this, or Cassante. A champion like Cho'Gath can take it too, just champions that get a lot of bonus health. And the actual heal can become very meaningful. Obviously, the more magic resist they have, the less you will heal. But in the early stages of the game, they won't have that much magic resist. Another thing that is worth noting is the fact that this item refreshes itself when you are in combat with someone as long as you are in its range. So in this situation, I can start the fight by pulling this target dummy, and you can see the fact that the item is on cooldown. And now it has dealt damage, and that would have healed me if I was low. And then you can see the fact that as long as I stay in this range, it will just refresh itself. The cooldown of the item is so low that as long as you are in its range, it will just continue to refresh. Even if you can't hit them from afar, you can just sit in this range. And then by being in this range, you will always keep the item active. But the moment I step out of the range, this is not going to happen anymore because the timer has expired. And now I have to go and enter combat with that character again. Now let's look at Hollow Radiance. For 2,800 gold, you get 400 health, 40 magic resist, 10 ability haste, and 100% base health regen. And then you gain the Immolate passive from Bammy Cinder, except that this Immolate passive has a bonus health ratio. And the Immolate passive deals 25% more damage to minions and 25% more damage to monsters. Sunfire Cape's Immolate damage deals more to monsters and minions. But this item also has another effect, and that is the Desolate passive. Whenever you kill an enemy, they will explode and deal some magic damage around them. This is something that Sunfire Cape just does not have. Right here you can see the fact that I'm damaging these minions, and when I'm going to kill this one, it's going to explode and it's going to kill other minions as well. And slowly the entire wave goes away and then they all explode. Another thing that is worth noting is the fact that you don't have to kill the target just with auto attacks. You can use spells. So you can use something like an Ornn Q or Ornn W, Malphite E, Galio Q. All of those are going to work. As long as you kill the unit, it will explode. Galio can take this, for example, and insta-clear a wave very quickly. In my eyes, this is just a better Sunfire Cape in terms of wave clear. Because what you can do is either burst a few minions quickly and then that will deal damage to the rest of the wave, or if you don't have any wave clear, you can quickly focus down a minion and that one will explode and it will weaken the entire wave instantly, and then you can focus the next one that will weaken the entire wave instantly, and usually by the third minion kill, the rest of the wave is just gone. So a champion like Shen can take this if he just wants to wave clear and if he's facing a magic damage dealing opponent, because Sunfire gives armor whilst Hollow Radiance gives magic resist. So if Shen fights a Gwen, he could take Hollow Radiance, but if Shen fights a Renekton and he wants wave clear, then he can take a Sunfire Cape. There is another champion that can especially make use of the Desolate effect to actually deal damage to his opponent very reliably, and that is Sion with his E. Sion's E will push back a minion and deal damage to it. But if the E deals the killing blow, it won't kill the minion until the very end. So right here, if I want to use my E, the minion won't die until it reaches the very last point there. So what I can do as Sion is target one of these minions, and then roar this minion to the champion that is standing right there. And then by doing that, I deal damage with my E to it, and the explosion deals damage always. There's also champions that can force you to sit in the minion wave. For example, if you're playing up against the Rammus top lane, he can taunt you and then instantly explode the wave. And then that way you're going to take basically all the Desolate damage. Tanks that just want better wave clear and some magic resist can take this. Let's say you want to deny someone from taking a plate or just proccing a demolish effect. As Malphite, you can press E and destroy all the backline minions, and then the tankier melee minions will be basically almost dead or dead. And that way they won't have any time to actually hit the tower. Then we move on to Force of Nature. For 2,800 gold, you get 400 health, 55 magic resist, and 4% movement speed. And then you get the Steadfast passive. After taking magic damage from enemy champions 8 times, you will gain 70 extra magic resist and 6% bonus movement speed. It is also worth noting that immobilizing effects count as 2 instances of damage. But the thing is, it doesn't have to be magic damage when you get immobilized. Right here, I have given this target dummy Force of Nature. When I press my E on it, it will gain 1 stack because my E does magic damage. And when I use my Q, it won't get any stack because my Q does not deal magic damage, and you can see that the stacks fell off. But the thing is, if you use an immobilizing effect, it will just give you 2 stacks, even if the ability used doesn't deal magic damage. So I'm going to fully charge my Scion Q, and you see the fact that it gave him 2 stacks. Just like before, it doesn't deal any magic damage, you can see that. But because I immobilized the target by stunning it and knocking it up, it gains 2 stacks. The same goes for Scion ultimate. His ultimate deals purely physical damage. If I stop myself just before colliding, it gets no stacks. But if I directly collide with it and stun it, it will gain 2 stacks. So for example, against an Aatrox that constantly uses his Qs and sweet spots you, you can unironically stack up the Force of Nature, and you can see that it is on. There's also a few things you need to keep in mind when the Force of Nature is fully stacked. If you want to keep the Force of Nature activated, you need to be in combat dealing damage. If you take damage, it won't continue to stack up. But if you take magic damage or get crowd control, that will count towards it. And let me show you what I mean. Right now, this target dummy has Force of Nature stacked. If I activate my E on it, the cooldown will refresh and it will continue to stay on him. Every time I deal some magic damage, that will happen. But if I were to simply attack the target dummy, you can see the fact that the Force of Nature effect will drop, and it will not refresh. And the same goes for crowd controls. If I just knock up this target dummy, the effect will refresh, despite the fact that this does no magic damage. As long as you take magic damage and get hard crowd controlled, you will retain the Force of Nature. But what you can do is actually continue to attack yourself. As long as you continue to attack and do damage, the Force of Nature will refresh on you. You can see here the fact that it keeps coming up despite the fact that I'm not tanking any magic damage or getting hard crowd controlled. As long as you continue to deal any type of damage, you're going to be fine. You just can't tank all types of damage for it to refresh. You have to get hard CC'd or tank magic damage for that. And it is also worth noting that you need to be in combat with champions to refresh this. If you just attack a jungle monster, you're not going to be able to refresh it. I hope this demonstration showcased well how Force of Nature stacks and how you can retain it. Now, as for the item itself, it's very good. A lot of immobile bruisers will actually take this because of the movement speed. The health is good and the magic resist is phenomenal once it is fully stacked. Initially, it is a little low, but when it is stacked, you get 125 magic resist, and that is huge. A champion like Darius can take this, who's gonna get hard crowd controlled, and then he will get the steadfast passive very quickly. A champion like Garen can take this, or a Singed, or a Nasus, and most of the time you take it against damage over time champions, or champions that can apply the Force of Nature very quickly. Let's say you're playing against a Veigar, and the Veigar just does WQ ult. You're not gonna get the Force of Nature effect to stack up simply because he doesn't have that many magic damage instances. But if you play against the Cassiopeia that's gonna constantly spam her E, then the Force of Nature will stack very quickly. So into burst champions, it's not that good. Moving on to Morellonomicon. For 2,850 gold, you get 75 ability power, 350 health, and 15 ability haste. And then the Grievous Wounds effect that Oblivion Orb has. You're basically only going to finish this item as your very last item when you buy Oblivion Orb. And this is because you only really care about the Grievous Wounds, and you get the Grievous Wounds from the Oblivion Orb. So Morellonomicon just gives you more stats. But if you want a more unique passive, then you can just spec into another item. The stats on it aren't bad, it's just that usually in the mid game you want other effects, and it's just not worth to buy the full Morello. Moving on to Profane Hydra. For 2,850 gold, you get 55 attack damage, 18 lethality, and 10 ability haste. And then you get an active and a passive. The passive is the same passive that Tiamat has, which is the Cleave passive. Anytime you attack something, you will deal a little bit of damage around itself. And then the active makes you deal physical damage around yourself. It is worth noting that the Tiamat range and Profane Hydra range are slightly different. You can see right here that when I use my Tiamat, I will reach this target dummy. But when I upgrade into Profane Hydra and I use it from the same range, I won't reach the target. It just slightly shifts. This is usually the item that a bunch of lethality champions will take if they want wave clear, or if they can use the active of the item in the middle of their combo without disrupting the flow of the combo. One example of this would be Rengar, where he he can use the Profane Hydra active in the middle of the combo and it's going to be totally fine. Another one would be Kiana, where she can also use the active in the middle of her combo, and it doesn't really disrupt it. In general, assassins can take this item. Naafiri can do it, Kha'Zix can do it. Lethality Tryndamere in particular will usually take this if he goes something like Hail of Blades, and then he's going to rush this item and he's going to activate it. And another champion that actually really likes this item is Quinn. She can do either Profane Hydra or Static Shift to buy wave clear, but most of the time she actually likes to purchase Profane Hydra, because Profane Hydra gives you way more damage, and basically the same wave clear. On top of that, she can actually use the Profane Hydra active in a fight and deal a significant amount of damage. Not much else to it, you just basically buy this to have wave clear, a little bit more damage, and obviously the lethality and the attack damage. Moving on to Archangel's Staff. For 2,900 gold, you get 70 ability power, 600 mana, and 25 ability haste. And then you get 2 unique passives. The first one gives you ability power equal to your bonus mana. And then the second one is a lot like the Tear of the Goddess passive. On Tear of the Goddess, whenever you land an ability, you get 3 mana that is doubled against champions. And this mana flow passive grants 5 mana every time you hit something that is doubled against champions. And once you fully stacked the item, it's going to turn into Seraph's Embrace. Seraph's Embrace gives 400 more mana, so for a total of 1,000. The bonus mana to ability power ratio gets doubled, and you gain the Lifeline passive. If you take damage that would reduce you below 30% health, you get a shield that scales with your maximum mana. This item is usually built by mages that want to stack Tear of the Goddess and purchase a lot of mana. A champion like Ryze, who's gonna buy a bunch of mana, will love this, or Anivia or Kassadin. There is also the option to go Winter's Approach on some of the characters that I mentioned, but this is what you're taking by default. The shield is actually very significant later on after you acquire your mana items, and it just gives you a lot of survivability. Other champions that could purchase this item would be something like a Talia or Ziggs or even someone like Gragas. There's a bunch of characters that can build it. Then we have Manamune. For 2,900 gold, you get 35 attack damage, 500 mana, and 15 ability haste. And then you get 2 unique passives. The first one is that you gain attack damage equal to your mana. And then the second one is basically the Tear of the Goddess passive. Whenever you land attacks and abilities, you gain 3 max mana that is doubled against champions. Tear of the Goddess only stacks when you land abilities though, but on Manamune you can also stack it by doing basic attacks. Once you fully stack the item, it will transform into Mermana. Mermana grants 500 more mana, the Awe passive is exactly the same, and then the mana flow passive gets changed for another one. Anytime you deal an attack against a champion, you deal bonus physical damage to them based off of your mana. And the attacks here refers to basic attacks, because there is also another line that says that damaging abilities against champions deal more damage. The champion that basically always purchases this will be Ezreal. He loves to spam his spells, and his Q can apply the Mermana very well. He will gain a good amount of damage from it. Another champion that can also do it is Corki, who's gonna stack it pretty fast with his rockets, and those rockets will proc the Mermana effect. Hulk Varus can take this. If he goes for something like Youmuu's, he can then go into a Mermana. A Jace can also take this as well. Usually in the early game, Jace has some mana issues, so he might go for a Tear of the Goddess, and then he can eventually upgrade that Tear of the Goddess into a Mermana. And he doesn't even need to suffer the penalty that ranged characters have for the item. If he does his Q plus E combo in the ranged form, he can swap to his melee form before it hits, and then it will deal the bonus damage as if he were a melee character. Overall, it's not a bad item that gives you a surprising amount of damage, and I think there could be more champions that can build this. I think it might not be that terrible on Fiora or Udyr or even Volibear. I love it on Volibear. But as it stands, not that many characters build it right now, but I encourage you to experiment and explore with a few others and see if you like it. Moving on to Lichbane. For 2,900 gold, you get 100 ability power, 4% movement speed, and 10 ability haste. And then you gain the Spellblade passive. After using an ability, your next attack within 10 seconds gets 50% attack speed and deals bonus magic damage. And the magic damage is based off of your ability power and your base damage. A champion like Evelynn will love this item because her E procs the Spellblade effect and it deals a lot of damage. A champion like Fizz will also love it because his W and Q proc it. An ability power, Twisted Fate, can also take it. Again, he can use his gold card, stun someone, deal the Lichbane damage as well. Moving on to Nashor's Tooth. For 2,900 gold, you get 80 ability power, 50% attack speed, and 15 ability haste. And then its passive makes your attacks deal bonus magic damage on hit. There's actually a lot of ability power champions that can use this item very well. A champion like Diana can go for this because she generally auto attacks a lot. Echo can go for it, or even a Kayle. Even a Teemo can purchase this item, or a Kai'Sa, because she's going to evolve her W that way with the ability power of the item. A Nazir can buy this, or Gwen. There's actually a multitude of characters that just use the item very well. And the ability power ratio ratio makes it to where a champion that buys a lot of ability power will deal a lot of extra auto attack damage. Sometimes some bruisery champions like Mordekaiser or Volibear can also go into it, but it's not a core item in their builds most of the time, it's just in some specific situations. Moving on to Bloodletter's Curse, for 2,900 gold you get 65 ability power, 400 health, and 15 ability haste, and then you get the Vile Decay passive. Dealing magic damage with abilities or passives to champions will reduce their magic resist, and the shred can go up to 30%. This item can be built on AP bruisers that want to stick into the fight a lot. A champion like Mordekaiser can stack up Bloodletters very quickly when his passive is on. Rumble can take this and stack it very quickly with his Q. Singed can take this and stack it on everyone by poisoning them. Even some tank champions can take this if they really want to shred down magic resist for themselves and their team. So Zac might take this sometimes, or even Amumu. Amumu has his W burn that he can keep on, which will prog the Bloodletters pretty fast, and Zac can just spam his W a lot. And obviously there's more examples of this, like a Zyra with her plants or AP Udyr with his ultimate. It just shreds down the enemy's resist for you and your team. And it also gives you a good amount of health and ability power. Next up is Eclipse. For 2,900 gold you get 60 attack damage and 15 ability haste. And then its unique passive is that after you hit a champion with 2 separate attacks or abilities in a short window, you deal percent max health physical damage, and you gain a shield for a bit. The cooldown of the passive effect is actually pretty low, it's only 6 seconds, which means that you can reliably proc this item 2 or maybe 3 or even 4 times in a fight. If you're playing up against a tank that just has a lot of health like Mundo, the percent health damage will stack up very quickly. And then the shield is especially good in the early game where you won't take that much damage in a short trade. Champions that want to extend fights usually won't go for it, but not always. Riven can either short trade or long trade, and if you combine her E-shield with her Eclipse shield, it's gonna be really hard to stick damage onto her. Your best bet would be to unironically wait out the Eclipse and her E-shield, because their durations aren't that high. The Eclipse shield does drop after 2 seconds, so you can play around it a bit and then wait for it to drop and then hit the person. Mbessa can also purchase this item, or Aatrox, or a Lee Sin, or a Jarvan. There's a lot of champions that can make use of the stats on the item and the actual effect of it. If you are laning, this item gives you a lot of power if you rush it in top lane especially, maybe not so much on mid lane. And in the jungle, it's not bad for the champions that can take it. Again, Jarvan or Lee Sin or maybe something else. Next up is Iceborne Gauntlet. For 2,900 gold, you get 300 health, 50 armor, and 15 ability haste. And then you gain the Spellblade passive, where after you use an ability, your next attack deals bonus damage and you create a frost field around the opponent. There's not a whole lot of champions that are going to purchase this item, but the one that takes it most is Cassante. And that is because this item gives you some decent tank stats, the armor is especially good for him, and the actual Spellblade effect is really good for him, because he will usually use his Q and then he will attack right after. And by doing that, he creates a slow field around the enemy, which allows Cassante to land more Qs or his W. This item gives him incredible stick power. Nasus could also go for this item instead of Trinity Force if he wishes. It won't give him as much damage as Trinity Force, but it will make him tankier and it is cheaper. And the slow field is actually pretty good for Nasus as well, because it allows you to stick to people. When you're in melee range and your wither ends, you can just Q people and then you'll get that slow field. And once the wither comes back up, you can slow them again. But while the wither is not up or actively slowing someone down, the Spellblade effect of Iceborne Gauntlet is very good. Illaoi can also take it for kind of a similar reason. She can jump on someone with her W and proc the slow effect. And into Illaoi you want to disengage a lot. You never really want to sit in melee range against her. So the slow of the Spellblade effect is huge for her as well. Shen can also take it for kind of similar reasons, but it's more matchup specific. Even a Malphite or Volibear or even Poppy can take it. It's just that most of the time it's a situational item, even for champions that like it. The ones that are basically always going to go for it are Cassante and Illaoi. Other than that though, you're not always going to see it on a Nasus or a Volibear or a Malphite. Moving on to Kaenic Rookern. For 2,900 gold you get 400 health, 80 magic resist, and 100% base health regen. And then the passive of the item gives you a magic damage shield equal to 15% of your maximum health. The shield takes 15 seconds total to regenerate after it is damaged, and the opponent can actually delay the shield from coming back to you by dealing magic damage to you. But physical or true damage does nothing. So if you are inside a minion wave and the minions are attacking you, it doesn't matter. The shield will continue to tick down and eventually it will recover back. In my opinion, this is the best magic resist item in the entire game. It gives you a very good amount of health, insanely good magic resist flat out. It gives you 80. This is the most magic resist you will get on an item straight up. There are other items that need to get stacked up, and then you can get more, like for example on Force of Nature, once it's stacked up you get more magic resist, but without any additional conditions, this is the one that grants you the most magic resist. And the main thing about it is that shield. The magic damage shield is so incredibly good. Let's say on top lane you're laning against an Aurora that just constantly short trades you with her combo. If you rush this Kainic Rookern, you will always block one combo rotation out of her. And then what you can do is walk back, let the shield regen again, and then walk back into farm again, and then she has to break the shield again. And the thing is that the shield ratio is really good. 15% max health is surprisingly high. On a tank champion like Sion or Malphite or Ornn, you can straight up rush this into matchups where they deal a lot of magic damage into you, like let's say a Gwen or again Aurora, and they will basically never dent your health in any short trade. They will need to extend every fight or you basically take no damage, and you are free to do your own damage. But tanks aren't the only ones that can take this. In my opinion, every single class can take this item if they want a super anti-magic damage item. You're an assassin, get this. It gives you 400 health and 80 magic resist on purchase, on top of the actual magic damage shield. It doesn't matter that a Kha'Zix has just 2000 health. You're still going to get a decent shield from that. Do it on an AD carry. Let's say you're a Caitlyn and you're afraid of getting one-shot by a Fizz. Take Kainic Rookern and that fear is gone. A full build Fizz will need to use his Shark from max range to maybe kill you. If he just tries to flash on you and do something like E into auto WQ, you're not gonna die. An Evelynn can't outright one-shot any squishy with this item. She always needs to complete her charm on someone. And that may be kinda difficult when an Ezreal can just Arcane Shift away or Caitlyn can net away. Take this item on a bruiser like Darius or Garen if you wanna hyper tank magic damage. If you wanna make the enemy mid laner cry as Galio, rush this. They will have to get through your W magic damage shield and your Kainic magic damage shield. They will straight up never dent your health. They're basically gonna need to use half their mana to maybe take 20% of your health. Even supports can take this. It is more on the expensive side, but it gives them a disgusting amount of tankiness. Try killing a Leona or Nautilus with a Kainic Rookern as a Mel or Zyra or Brand or magic damage dealers that aren't just straight up Gwen. Moving on to Banshee's Veil, for 3000 gold you get 105 ability power and 40 magic resist, and then you get the Spell Shield passive. This is the same passive that Verdant Barrier has, except that the Spell Shield on Verdant Barrier has a 60-second cooldown, and on Banshee's is 40 seconds. But honestly, in most cases, you're just looking for the Verdant Barrier Spell Shield. So what you can do is purchase Verdant Barrier and sit on it and not upgrade Banshees until much later. Yes, the Spell Shield comes back up sooner, but it's not by a whole lot. If it was something like a 30-second cooldown or 25 instead of 60, for sure it would kinda be noticeable. But if it goes from 60 to 40, it's not that big of a deal. Moving on to Void Staff, this one is very simple. For 3000 gold, you get 95 ability power and 40% magic penetration, and that is it. There is no unique passive. This is the item you take if you want to shred people who buy a lot of magic resist. And this item isn't completely dead even into opponents that don't buy a lot of magic resist. Getting 40% magic pen is huge. If a target has 100 magic resist, they will go to 60 to you. That is a pretty good reduction. If they happen to have 200, the reduction is even higher. And even a squishy that has, let's say, 70 magic resist will still go to around 42, which means you've reduced their magic resist by 28. It's like Void Staff would give you 28 flat magic pen against that character. You can take this on a champion like Karthus or Evelynn or Ziggs. Both the ability power and magic pen are very good here. Now moving on to Hextech Gunblade. For 3000 gold, you get 80 ability power, 40 attack damage, and 10% Omnivamp. And then the active lets you click on an opponent and tag them with a lightning bolt that deals damage and slows them. This item is usually built by champions that have both AP scaling and AD scaling. The champion that uses it a ton in her builds is Akali. She will basically rush this item every single time. Akali has a lot of physical damage ratios and a lot of magic damage ratios, and the Omnivamp also allows her to sustain inside the lane well, on top of having the actual active that slows down an opponent and deals damage. Another champion that could buy it is Kayle or Katarina or those type of champions that have mixed scalings. Even a champion like Jax can make use of this item, because again, he has a lot of mixed scalings, and the Omnivamp is just generally good. But again, the ones that use it most by far are going to be Akali and Katarina. It is basically what they rush now every single game, or almost every single game. Moving on to Crypt Bloom. For 3000 gold, you get 75 ability power, 30% magic penetration, and 20 ability haste. And unlike Void Staff, you do have a unique passive here. When a champion that you damaged within 3 seconds dies, you will send kind of a healing shockwave from their corpse, and it will heal every single one of your allies. You can see here on Vhagar that I purchased my Crypt Bloom, and when I go to one-shot the Cassiopeia, you can see the healing nova surrounding her. Any ally that is inside that zone will get healed, and the heal can also impact you. So it's not just your allies, it's also a heal to yourself. You do get less ability power and less magic penetration from this item, but you do gain that extra ability haste and the life from death effect. And that effect can actually turn around fights later into the game. There are some AP champions that don't just want to outright one-shot someone, but they still want magic penetration. Something like a Talia or Orianna, or maybe even Vhagar, shockingly enough. In the case of Vhagar in particular, usually in the late game he will have so much damage and so much ability power that by buying Void Staff you overkill an opponent. And because the healing effect has an ability power ratio, Vhagar can purchase it when he has something like 1000 ability power, and then the actual heal will be much stronger. Moving on to Cosmic Drive. For 3000 gold, you get 70 ability power, 350 health, 25 ability haste, and 4% movement speed. And then whenever you deal magic or true damage to champions, you gain movement speed for a few seconds. I am not exactly sure how to describe the class of champions that purchases this item, but as dumb as it's going to sound, it's the class of champions that can use all of these stats very well. And I will try to give some examples because I know for a fact I am not explaining it properly at all. For example, a champion like Silas would love this item. He is more of a bruisery champion that would benefit from the ability power, the ability haste, and even health. And then the actual movement speed also feels pretty good on him. Another example here would be Gragas. A more bruisery Gragas loves all of these stats. He loves the ability power, he loves the health, he especially loves the ability haste, and the movement speed is really good, especially because most Gragas also go phase rush, so he really wants a lot of speed. Another example is Vladimir. Vladimir adores ability haste, and even though a full AP Vladimir doesn't care that much about the health, the movement speed and the actual ability power of the item are still decent for him. So he's a champion that can go for it as well. You might also see a champion like Lilia go for this, or Talia, or Cassiopeia, maybe even an Ivern or a Victor. The last few champions that I described won't utilize every single stat that well, and there are more champions that can go for this item, but I think this is a good sample size of champions. Now we move on to Liandry's Torment. For 3000 gold, you get 60 ability power and 300 health, and then you get 2 unique passives. The second passive is basically the Haunting Guise passive. For each second in combat with an enemy champion, you get some bonus damage that stacks up to 6% bonus damage. And the first passive burns enemies for % max health damage every time you damage them with an ability. A lot of champions that have damage over time effects will purchase this item. Singed would love this item because his poison is permanently on. A Malzahar would love this because he's just gonna press E on someone. A Brand would love this basically for the same reason, his passive burns people. Zyra plants burn. Lilia can constantly apply the burn due to her passive. Rumble burn works. Teemo shrooms work here. And there's even more examples. For the most part, you take this whenever you want to shred down high health tanks. Because the burn is % health damage, it means that the more health an enemy is buying, the more damage the burn will deal. And there are champions that go for Liandry's Torment and Blackfire Torch. And then you have even more burn. A champion like Hui can go for both, or Brand for example. And there's others, but I'm not going to list every single one that can do it. Moving on to Ginsu's Rage Blade. For 3000 gold, you get 30 attack damage, 30 ability power, and 25% attack speed. And then you get 2 unique passives. The first one is that your attacks deal bonus magic damage on hit. And then the second passive is that every time you use an auto attack, you will gain bonus attack speed. And the bonus attack speed can stack up to 4 times. While it is fully stacked, every third attack applies on hit effects twice. There's actually a handful of champions that can use this item very well. Some champions don't really make use of the ability power, but they love the Seething Strike passive. Master Yi, for example, is all about attacking a lot and attack speed. Maybe he doesn't use the ability power the best, but he will attack a ridiculous amount of times. And whenever he uses his double strike passive, that counts as 2 attacks. And then Master Yi is a champion that also buys something like a Blade of the Ruin King, which has a non-hit effect to it. Maybe he also goes for a Kraken Slayer or Terminus. Hubris, and those on-hit effects can be procced twice on that attack. Another champion is Belveth. Her E does a lot of small strikes. In the late game, she can do like 15 or more strikes by just pressing the E. So whenever she presses E, she can activate the double on-hit effect a few times. And with Belveth in particular, even her Q applies on-hit effects. Another example would be Kaisa, where she can actually use the AP and AD of the item, on top of actually loving the attack speed of it. Another one is Vayne, where she can just constantly proc her W passive way more. You can purchase this on a Callista, who's probably also going to buy other on-hit items like a Blade of the Ruin King or Terminus. Not to mention the fact that even her spears stack quicker because every time the on-hit effect triggers twice, it adds an extra spear. Kog'Maw can purchase this, Varus can purchase it, even a champion like Warwick or sometimes Jax can take it. It just gives you a lot of dueling power and a disgusting amount of damage if you already have other on-hits, or if your champion has on-hit effects within their kit. Next up is Hubris. For 3000 gold, you get 60 attack damage, 18 lethality, and 10 ability haste. And then you get a passive called Eminence. When a champion that you damaged within 3 seconds dies, you gain attack damage, and the amount of attack damage you gain gets increased per kill. In this situation, I have purchased Hubris and I'm going to kill this Nami. You can see the fact that there is a 17 next to the Hubris, which indicates the fact that I'm going to get 17 damage from it. And I will retain the 17 damage for 90 seconds. And every time you get a fresh kill, the 90 seconds will get refreshed. It is also worth noting that if you die while the Eminence effect is on, you're gonna lose it. So right here, I'm going to die to the tower, and the moment I do, you will see the fact that I'm just gonna lose the attack damage. Even though 90 seconds weren't up, because I died, I lost the effect. So now I need to go and kill the Nami again. But I don't have to stack it again as if it were my first kill with the item. You can see the fact that now I gained 23 damage. This item is basically built only by assassins if you want a hyper snowball. You can try to build it as your very first item, and if you manage to get 2, 3, 4 early kills, it will be very strong. You could try to build it as a third or fourth item, but the Eminence effect does not stack unless you have purchased this item. So if you have a total of 10 kills, if only one of them was made with Hubris in your inventory, you won't gain a total of 35 damage from the Eminence effect, you're going to get 17 damage. So the sooner you can purchase this item, the better. This is why I'm saying it's basically built if you want a hard snowball. But if you still think the Eminence passive can provide some value later on into the game at like 30 minutes, then go for it. I just think if you want to take this, you should buy it as your first or second item. There's a lot of situations where I've seen like a Talon or a Zed or a Kayn with 20 Eminence stacks, and then they literally gain over 100 attack damage in total from Hubris, and that's kinda ridiculous at that point. Moving on to Voltaic Cyclosword. For 3000 gold, you gain 55 attack damage, 18 lethality, and 10 ability haste. This item has 2 unique passives. The second one is that your energized attacks deal bonus damage, and they slow the opponent down. For melee characters, the attack will slow them down by 99%. For ranged characters, it is only a 20% slow. And the first passive that this item has is that dashes and stealth effects stack energized 75% faster. The way you get to your energized attack is just by moving around. Dashing, teleporting, all that works as long as you just move. There's a good amount of assassins that will purchase this item, such as a Zed or an Faerie, but there's also some bruiser champions that can make great use of this item. If you were to take the assassin Zed as an example, he can press his ultimate on an opponent, then attack them, and because the enemy is slowed by 99%, he will always be able to land his shurikens on that target. The only way that target will escape the shurikens is if they have a way to dash out of them quickly. Naafiri can kinda do the same thing with her Q. She can use her ultimate to get on top of someone quickly, then she can use her E into her first Q, which is essentially guaranteed because she's right next to the target, and then to make sure the second Q hits, she can just attack the target, which will slow them by 99%. And then much like with Zed, unless they dash or flash or blink out of it, they will never be able to escape the Q. But there's also champions like Aatrox can use this. The Galvanize passive allows Aatrox to stack Energized much quicker. His E is a dash, so whenever he uses it, he will stack the Energized effect quicker. Usually an enemy might be able to walk out of Aatrox W if he doesn't hit the sweet spot to keep them there. With this, Aatrox can press W on an opponent and then attack them. And the only way they're gonna be able to escape the pool is if they have a dash. Otherwise, they're gonna be stuck there. They won't be able to move with a 99% slow. And he can also line up his Q sweet spot spots better with that 99% slow. He can look to attack someone first and then look to get a sweet spot with his Q2 or Q3. Another bruisery champion that can take this item is Fiora. She uses her Q a lot and her Q is a dash. And Fiora Q can also proc the slow. So the moment Fiora jumps on someone and tags someone with the Cyclo Sword, they're basically going to die because there's no escape. They either manage to fight the Fiora out or they die. Ambessa is another champion that can buy this item because every time she uses a spell she can dash. And this is on top of the fact that a lot of the champions that I mentioned greatly use both the attack damage and the lethality of this item. There's more examples of champions that can use this item like a Rengar or a Wukong or a Kled, but I'm not going to go over every single one of them. It's just an item option for those kind of characters, and you can keep it in mind as an item option if you ever play one of these champions. Next up is Edge of Night. For 3000 gold you get 50 attack damage, 15 lethality, and 250 health. You don't really care about the stats of this item. The main reason you buy it is for its passive, and the passive on this item gives you a spell shield that blocks the next ability. This can be built situationally on more than just assassin champions. There are some assassin champions that really love this, such as Pyke, because Pyke is just a slippery character, so by being able to dodge out one spell he could go for even more plays. Maybe also purchase this on something like a Talon, basically for the same reason. Talon jumps in, tries to one-shot someone and then runs, and if he has that spell shield, the enemy needs to proc it down first to CC him. And there's other characters that can take this like a Jace or a Quinn, but even some AD carry champions or even top lane bruisers can take this, simply due to the fact that they might want that spell shield. Let's say the enemy team has a Malphite and you're a Misfortune. You probably know that the Malphite will always try to ult you, so by purchasing Edge of Night, the Malphite can never ult you until the spell shield is popped. And if you play the team fight slower and farther back, that spell shield will constantly stay onto you, which means that Malphite can never ult you. Theoretically he can, but he's not gonna do any damage and he's not gonna knock you up. Another example would be against a top lane Vayne or top lane Singed. Vayne cannot proc off the spell shield from Edge of Night with anything but her E. Her QW and ulti do nothing against it, it's just gonna stay onto you. So she will always need to press one E to proc it down, and then she can actually get you off of her with her second E. A champion like Garen can go for this as his second item, and then he can just charge at Vayne and never be worried about the fact that Vayne is gonna push him off of her. Singed is basically the same way because the only ability that actually procs down the spell shield is his Fling. There is currently a bug that allows his W to also proc down spell shields, but that's not intended. Next up is Collector. For 3000 gold you get 50 attack damage, 10 lethality, 25% crit chance, and then 2 unique passives. The first one makes it to where your damage executes champions that are below 5% health. This can be useful sometimes. For example, Twitch Poison might not kill someone, but because of the death effect, it puts them in the kill threshold for the item to activate. And then the second passive, which I think is kind of underrated, is the fact that champion kills grant bonus gold. Even just 4 champion kills gives you an extra 100 gold. Snowballing champions like Draven will love this. Generally speaking, most crit AD carries will buy this item. You will see it on something like a Graves jungle or a Samira or a Neela, Misfortune, Draven, Jhin. You're probably also gonna see it on something like a Shaco or a Gangplank. It's just a pretty standard crit item. Then we move on to Immortal Shield Bow. For 3000 gold you get 55 attack damage and 25% crit chance, and you gain the lifeline effect where after you take damage that would put you below 30% health, you gain a shield. This item is basically built if you just want to survive more. There's a lot of different crit champions that just want more survivability later on. Yone and Yasuo in particular can go for it as their second item. Most other crit champions that take this item don't go for it as their second item choice. You can take it on Neela, on Yunara, on Graves, on Gangplank. All of these crit champions can use the shield. It can also be combined with the Bloodthirster shield to have way more survivability. It's just kind of okay as an anti-burst tool. The only issue is that ranged characters have a lower value on the shield than melee ones. So if you're a ranged character, you're gonna have a weaker shield by a good amount. But it's still not bad since there's basically no other choice for you. Moving on to Mortal Reminder, it costs 3000 gold and it gives 35 attack damage, 30% armor pen, and 25% crit chance. And then it gives you the Grievous Wound passive, which debuffs enemies and reduces their healing by 40%. This item builds off of Executioner's Calling. If you just want heal reduction, you can sit on the Executioners and not upgrade it into Mortal Reminder until later. But the thing is, because the armor penetration is very good. 30% armor pen is very solid. It basically allows you to shred down tanks and champions with high armor while still having heal cut for some characters. Let's say you're against the Mundo and his ultimate is on. If you don't have that heal cut, you're basically never gonna kill the Mundo even with the armor penetration most of the time, because he will out heal your damage. The same can be said for like an Aatrox or Soraka who perma heals. So champions like Twitch or Akshan or Draven or Kindred, crit focused champions can take this for the heal reduction and the armor pen. But in my opinion, bruisers can take this too. And I'm going to highlight the item Kempunk Chainsword here as well. It costs 3,100 gold and it gives 45 attack damage, 450 health and 15 ability haste. And it gives the same Grievous Wound passive. This obviously looks like an item that would be better suited for bruisers. And initially you're correct to assume this. But in my opinion, Mortal Reminder is better even on bruisers, and let me explain why. You could get a bit more flat attack damage and the 450 health, or you could get 30% armor penetration on a champion like Olaf, and then the 25% crit chance can also be disgusting. A late game Olaf can have like 600 attack damage. If Olaf walks up to a squishy and gets a crit off on them, they explode. So you can choose to have an extra 450 health and 15 ability haste, or you can choose to get a very good amount of armor penetration and a chance to deal double damage to any character. And it's not like it's a 1% chance, you still have a 25%. Imagine you purchase this on Darius. If a Darius has 5 stacks, he can try to do something like Flash W on a squishy, and if that W attack crits, they're losing half their health instantly. And this can be said for most other bruisers. As I said before, Olaf can do it, Riven can do it, hell, Ambessa can do it. There's just a lot of bruiser characters that love the armor pen and the 25% crit chance here. Kempunk Chainsword would need to give something like 700 health, and if it did that, then for sure people would buy it more. But then it would be too good for bruisers. So I feel like right now Kempunk Chainsword is kind of an awkward item. Maybe you need to apply heal reduction as a Hecarim or something, and Hecarim isn't really known for actually auto-attacking. Plus Hecarim also buys Black Cleaver, and you can't buy both Cleaver and Mortal Reminder in the same build. Or maybe you are a Camille that does most of her damage through her true damage Q, so the armor pen and crit don't really matter that much. So it's more optimal for those characters. But the champions that have a huge amount of attack damage late game and can utilize the armor pen and the crit should basically always go for it over Kempunk Chainsword, unless you really want to just tank up for your team. Next up is Kraken Slayer. For 3,000 gold you get 45 attack damage, 40% attack speed and 4% movement speed. And then the unique passive is that every third attack you deal bonus damage, and that bonus damage is increased based off of the opponent's missing health. The lower they are, the more damage you deal. This is usually the item most on-hit champions buy if they have great synergy with it. As an example, Kai'Sa will auto-attack a lot, so she might purchase this. Another champion could be Viego. Viego can attack opponents twice if he's marked them, so he can quickly do 2 attacks for the actual passive effect, and then he just needs 1 more attack to activate it. Master Yi auto-attacks a lot and he has his double strike passive. Bel'Veth's E does a lot of small strikes, so while her E is on, she can proc Kraken Slayer 3, 4, maybe even 5 times. And there's other champions like this that can use it. As long as you just attack a lot and have abilities that proc on hit effects multiple times, you're good to go. Moving on to Terminus. For 3,000 gold, you get 30 attack damage and 35% attack speed. And then you gain 2 new unique passives. The first one is that your auto attacks deal bonus magic damage on hit. The second one I think needs a bit of explaining. Every time you attack an enemy champion, you alternate between light and dark attacks. I have purchased this item and I'm going to showcase you what I mean. In this situation, I'm gonna attack the target dummy and you can see the fact that I have 1 light stack. Light attacks give you armor and magic resist, and dark attacks give you armor and magic penetration. And you can't stack the light attack fully without also stacking the dark attack, because they alternate every single attack. So right now I attacked and I have the dark effect. So my next attack will put out the light effect. And then the next attack will put dark. And then it just keeps repeating like this until the items are fully stacked, which is up to 3 stacks on both the light and the dark effect. When both the light and dark effects are fully stacked, you can gain up to 24 armor and magic resist and 30% armor and magic penetration. This item is absolutely disgusting for any champion that uses dual pen. If you have a champion that does both physical and magic damage, this is a huge item to purchase. Warwick's Q, for example, deals purely magical damage, same for his ultimate, and even part of his attacks do magic damage. But his actual auto attacks and items like Blade of the Ruin King deal physical damage, so he will utilize both the armor and magic pen very well. On top of that, he attacks a lot, so he will stack both the light and the dark effects very quickly. Another example would be Kog'Maw. He deals both physical and magic damage. His W deals percent health magic damage, but if he buys Blade of the Ruin King, then he's gonna deal physical damage. A Varus can also take this, or even a Vayne, despite the fact that she only does physical damage. And usually champions that can purchase Terminus will also go for Jak'Sho. And basically with the combined resists of Terminus and Jak'Sho, they will unironically be very difficult to kill, because they will have a surprising amount of armor and magic resist even as a squishier champion. But I am going to explain what Jak'Sho is later. It just feels like a super strong item. The champions that can utilize both the armor and magic pen are huge with it. The ones that can utilize just the magic pen or armor pen are okay with it as well. And then the armor and magic resist give you a decent amount of tankiness. Then we have Experimental Hexplate. For 3000 gold, you get 40 attack damage, 20% attack speed, and 450 health. And then you gain 2 unique passives. The first one just gives you ultimate ability haste, and it gives you a lot of ultimate ability haste. The second one is that after you use your ultimate, you get attack speed and movement speed for a bit. This item is actually not built by that many characters. The ones that buy it most are going to be Olaf, Nocturne, Master Yi, and Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser's ultimate lasts 7 seconds, and the overdrive effect lasts 8. So during the Death Realm, Mordekaiser gains the increased attack speed and movement speed while 1v1ing the opponent. Plus, the ultimate ability haste feels really good for him. Much like Mordekaiser, Nocturne loves to have his ult sooner, and he can use both the attack speed and movement speed really well. The same goes for Olaf and Master Yi. They both also love to attack a lot and have a lot of move speed. And then maybe sometimes you'll see a Trundle do it, maybe an Udyr. It's really not that bad of an item, it's just that not many champions use it. Moving on to Endless Hunger. For 3000 gold, you get 60 attack damage, 5% Omnivamp, and 20% Tenacity, and then 2 unique passives. The first one is that you gain ability haste depending on your attack damage. You get a flat amount of 5, but then you get more ability haste the more bonus attack damage you have. So champions with a lot of attack damage, like a Darius with his passive on or Riven with her ultimate on, can actually make use of that passive very well. And then the second passive is that when a champion you damaged within 3 seconds dies, you gain Omnivamp for 8 seconds. This one can allow a reset champion like Darius to quickly get that Omnivamp in, and then he can heal up a lot, because he will have a total of 20% Omnivamp. The Tenacity on this item also allows you to not get locked down. You can buy this item on a champion like Red Kayn or Aatrox or Riven, maybe a Briar or Hecarim, but in my opinion, this item is just kind of a weaker Death's Dance, and I'm going to get to Death's Dance later. It's not horrible, but I think you should almost always buy Death's Dance first. And once you purchase Death's Dance, you go for Endless Hunger. I could be completely wrong here, but this is my impression of the item. It's not bad, I just think it fights for the same item slot that Death's Dance does. And Death's Dance is stronger overall. So unless you're going to go for both items, it's usually not worth it to spec into it first. Maybe in the future I change my mindset on this item. Then we move on to Serylda's Grudge. For 3000 gold, you get 45 attack damage, 35% armor penetration, and 15 ability haste. And then you get the unique passive where you slow an enemy down if you damage them while they are below 50% health. Basically, this is the armor penetration item that assassins should buy, or just champions that buy a lot of lethality and poke. For example, lethality poke Varus really likes this, because the slow is actually very good. Another champion that is more of a bruiser that can buy this is Yorick. He can use his E, and then he can send the ghouls onto an enemy. And if that enemy is below half health, they're gonna be slowed down, and then it's gonna be really hard for them to escape the ghouls. Specifically, Ezreal is pretty good with this because he's just gonna perma Q poke, so if he manages to hit someone that's below half health, it's gonna be even easier to line up the next Q. Hecarim can also take this and slow down people in the middle of a team fight if they're below half health. Miss Fortune can use this, and if someone is caught in her ultimate below half health, it's gonna be really hard to escape it. Moving on to Black Cleaver. It costs 3000 gold and it gives 40 attack damage, 400 health, and 20 ability haste. And then it has 2 unique passives. The first one is that whenever you deal physical damage to a champion, you will reduce their armor, and you can reduce their armor by up to 30%. The second passive is that dealing physical damage grants you movement speed for a bit. A champion like Darius can purchase this item, and if someone is bleeding, he will always have that movement speed. This is just a good item to shred down tanky characters. It has a good amount of health, good amount of damage, and the ability haste is not bad. You can take this item on basically every single AD bruiser in the entire game. You can take this on Darius or Garen or Renekton, Lee Sin, Jarvan, Wukong, Hecarim, etc. They all use the item very, very well. It's just a well-rounded item for bruisers that want to shred down armor. Now Hullbreaker. For 3000 gold, you get 40 attack damage, 500 health, and 4% movement speed, and then 2 unique passives. The second one is that nearby allied siege and super minions gain bonus armor and magic resist. I purchased the item, and you can see right now that when I go near this cannon minion, it will gain a huge amount of armor and magic resist because of it. That makes it to where if you're sieging with a cannon or super minion, it will take the enemies much longer to kill it. This is especially good on side lane against tanks. The Ornn won't build any real damage, so the armor and magic resist that the cannon minion gives will make it to where Ornn will take so much longer to kill it. And then the first passive effect of the item is that every 5th attack against a champion or epic monster deals bonus damage to them, and then that damage is increased against structures. It is also worth noting that you don't need to attack an enemy champion 5 times to stack it. You can see right here that I'm attacking the Gromp and I am stacking it up. But if I want to actually use the 5th attack, I have to attack a champion or epic monster or a tower. This item is primarily built for split pushers and champions that can quickly attack a bunch of times. Trundle has a lot of attack speed with his W and he can do auto Q, and Trundle usually likes to perma side lane. Urgot can use his W and then every small attack will count for it, but ranged characters get a lower damage amount on that 5th attack and even on the resist that the minions have. Even champions that attack slower like Mundo can do it. If you just want to sit on side lane and hyper Omega push, you can take Hullbreaker and combine with your Demolish, you will destroy towers. And if you're laning into a tank, they're basically never going to be able to kill the cannon minion in time, because you walk up into the tower and they simply can't kill it. It takes them an unbelievable amount of time to kill the cannon. Even the tower takes a long time to kill it because it's a lot of bonus resists. It's also not bad when you're sieging a base. Let's say you've taken the Baron and you've taken 2 inhibs. As the super minions get closer, they will be empowered by the Baron buff and your Hullbreaker buff. And then you will have 2 super minions empowered on both lanes. And if you've managed to take down all 3 inhibitors, then you're going to have 6 super minions empowered by both Hullbreaker and Baron. And that can give you way more push power. And it can make it to where the enemy has to expend way more resources to kill them. Next up, we have Heartsteel. For 3000 gold, you get 900 health and 100% base health regen. And then the item itself has 2 unique passives. The first one needs a bit of explaining. I have purchased Heartsteel right now, and you can see the fact that when I approach this target dummy, I get this small circle on it that starts stacking up. Now that it is full, the next time I will attack the dummy, I will deal bonus damage to it, and I will gain permanent health. You can see right now that on the Heartsteel it says 924, and that is because I have gained an extra 24 from that attack. The cooldown of the attack is 30 seconds per champion, so if there's multiple champions nearby, you can also attack them and deal that damage and get the health. The damage of the attack scales with your maximum health, and the amount of health you gain from the item also scales with your maximum health. So the more health you have, the more damage it deals, and the more damage you gain from the item. It is also worth noting that if you're in the zone and it starts to stack up and then you walk away, it will pause at that moment, and then after a few seconds it will drop entirely. So right here it is fully stacked, and when I walk away, it's going to quickly disappear now. But if you quickly dip back into its range, like right here it's stationary, once I walk back, it starts to restack from that point. As long as it doesn't fully fall off, it will go from that point again. And the second passive of this item is much simpler. Each 1000 health, you gain 3% increased size. And the maximum is at 30% increased size, which is at 10,000 health. Most of the time this doesn't really matter. Being larger doesn't actually do that much, but it's not purely cosmetic. Having a larger character model means more abilities will hit you, because you are quite literally significantly larger, and that means you can body block certain abilities for your team. Here's a visual example of where this would matter. You can see right here these two lines of the tower, and if I walk into those, I'm going to get hit by it. Once I purchase Heartsteel and gain a bunch of health, you can see the fact that the tower range has increased for me, and this is simply because I have gotten larger. There are also some champions that directly benefit from this and even have abilities that scale with size. This is usually very rare though. The best example of this by far is Tahm Kench. His Q scales with his character size. Right here you can see the range of the Tahm Kench Q. If I purchase Heartsteel and gain a huge amount of health, it's not going to stop here. You can see the fact that it reached this target dummy despite the fact that the indicator stops here. And this is because it scales with his model. The larger he is, the larger his Q range. But most characters don't have this specific of an interaction. There's a few tank characters that can purchase this item. One of them is Tahm Kench. As demonstrated here, he gets a huge synergy with it. But the one that builds it the most by far is Mundo. That character scales with Heartsteel very hard. The more health he has, the more damage he does. And then he can combine his E attack with Heartsteel to deal 1 mega nuke. Other characters that can purchase this are champions like Sejuani or Skarner, Cho'Gath Scion. You might even see a Shen or Ornn go for it. Typically, it's only tank champions that buy this. And very specifically Mundo, who's closer to a bruiser, and Shen, who's closer to a bruiser. If you purchase this on a jungler, you will obviously stack it faster. And you should never underestimate the damage of this item, it's actually quite good. In my opinion, the actual damage is the main reason for purchasing the item. You need to activate that colossal consumption effect a lot to get a ton of health. In the super late game, this item might give you like 1300 health, but you need to stack it up a lot. So instead of worrying just about the bonus health that you get, you should instead also take into account the damage that the item does, because it's pretty good. Now we have Essence Reaver. It costs 3050 gold, and it gives you 50 attack damage, 20 ability haste, and 25% crit strike chance. Then it gives you the Spellblade passive. After you use an ability, your next attack deals bonus damage, and it will grant you mana back. It is worth noting that the bonus damage that you deal scales with your crit, and even the mana that you gain back scales with crit. This is built by champions that love to regenerate mana and that love the Sheen effect. One of the best examples of this is Gangplank. Gangplank loves to buy Sheen, and he even loves to buy crit chance, and the mana regeneration is also perfect for him, so the item has amazing synergy with him. Another champion is Smolder. Every time he presses Q, he will regenerate mana instead of losing mana. Other champions that can purchase this item include Xayah, Corki, Draven, Sivir, 80 carry crit champions. Once they purchase this item, their mana issues are basically gone. But you might see the occasional Rengar or Tryndamere spec into this item as well. And the reason is for the Spellblade damage. Tryndamere, for example, will basically always have 100% crit very early, because he gets 50% crit just from his passive. So that means he can up the Spellblade damage of Essence Reaver very fast. And Rengar can spec into a crit focus build sometimes. And then obviously the Spellblade effect will deal way more. Then we move on to Actualizer. For 3100 gold you gain 90 ability power, 300 mana, and 10 ability haste. And then you get an active where for 8 seconds your mana becomes empowered. While your mana is empowered, your spells cost twice as much mana, but you gain increased ability damage, shielding, and healing, and your basic attack cooldowns progress 30% faster. It is also worth noting that the amount of increased ability damage, shielding, and healing scales off of your bonus mana. It has a flat amount of 15%, but it can be increased the more mana you buy. So a champion like Ryze or Kassadin will love this item. Ryze in particular can activate this and basically one-shot anyone in a quick combo with it. Ryze also has a rather low E and Q cooldown, so that means he can use a lot of spells in the 8-second duration of the active. It makes him extremely deadly in those 8 seconds. And it is also worth noting that it just increases your ability damage entirely. The cooldown of your basic abilities progress 30% faster, but that doesn't mean your ultimate gets nothing from it if it does damage. Kassadin can activate this and his ultimate damage will be increased. In the super late game, his ultimate is basically a second, so he can use this a lot and explode people. Another champion that could use this is a Cassiopeia. Usually she's going to go for a Tear of the Goddess item and maybe Rod of Ages, and then she will spam her E on an opponent a lot if she tags them with a Q, and that will increase a lot of her damage. And she would actually make use of the healing increase as well because her E heals her. Next up is Dusk and Dawn. For 3100 gold you get get 300 health, 70 ability power, 20 ability haste, and 25% attack speed. It also gives you the Spellblade passive, where after you use an ability, your next attack deals bonus magic damage, and it applies on hit effects an additional time. That additional on hit effect proc is huge for certain characters. Take Tahm Kench as an example. He needs to do Q into 2 auto attacks to fully stack his passive, but if he has this, he just needs to do Q into 1 attack, and then his passive is fully stacked. Another example would be Diana. Every 3 attacks, she gets 1 empowered attack. By having this, she cuts down on one of the auto attacks required to get to that 3rd hit. Another one would be Echo. If Echo wants to quickly proc his passive, he can just do Q plus auto. A lot of these champions also have additional on-hit effects that they have from items they purchase. Diana and Echo, for example, can buy Nashor's Tooth, and the damage from Nashor's Tooth will also be procced by Dusk and Dawn an additional time. Varus can do his ult into 1 auto attack and immediately using his Q afterwards because the Blight stacks will already be full. Mordekaiser can do something like Q auto or E auto and fully stack his passive just from 2 procs. Volibear can stack his passive faster, and if it's up, he will proc it twice. And there's more examples like this. The double on hit effect is quite powerful, and the stats on the item are also quite good. Next up is Riftmaker. For 3100 gold, you get 70 ability power, 350 health, and 15 ability haste. It also has 2 unique passives. The second one is that part of your bonus health also gives you some ability power. So this incentivizes champions that want to build both health and ability power to purchase it. The first passive is that you gain bonus damage while you are in combat with an enemy champion. This damage can stack up to 8%. Once you have the maximum stacks, you gain Omnivamp. The Omnivamp is 10% on a melee character and 6% on a ranged one. There are a surprising amount of champions that want to buy Riftmaker. Mordekaiser is one of them because he's going to buy a lot of health, so then the Void Infusion will give him a lot of ability power, but it also gives him Omnivamp and increased damage, which allows him to duel people better in melee range, and Mordekaiser wants to stick to people and fight them there. Another character that can take this is Lilia. She will usually buy quite a good amount of health because most of her items give her ability power and health, and despite the fact that the Omnivamp value is reduced for ranged characters, the moment she hits someone with her Q or E, she's going to apply a burn effect on them, which will allow her to stack up the bonus damage very quickly. Even some tank champions like Tahm Kench or Cho'Gath can purchase it. Cho'Gath buys a lot of extra health, so he will get a lot of ability power from this item. And the item itself doesn't make you Omega Squishy because it does have health on it. And the increased damage increases his ultimate true damage as well, so he can feast and kill people from higher health totals. It's just good for AP bruisers basically. Other examples would be AP Volibear, AP Udyr. You might see this item on a Silas or Vladimir even, and there's even more than that, but I'm not going to list absolutely every single character that can purchase this item. Next up is Yuntal Wild Arrows. For 3100 gold, you get 50 attack damage, 40% attack speed, and the 0% crit strike chance is not a mistake. And the reason is because you actually need to stack the item in order to get the crit strike from it. You can see right now that I have purchased the item and I don't have any critical strike chance. But as I attack this target dummy, you can see the fact that I increase my crit strike chance. Every single auto attack that I do will increase it by a bit. Once the item is fully stacked, it can never be dropped down again, which is good. That is the first passive of this item. The second one is that after you attack an enemy champion, you gain attack speed for 6 seconds. The cooldown of the flurry effect is 30 seconds, and every basic attack you do afterwards reduces the cooldown by 1 second, and that reduction is increased to 2 seconds every time you critically strike. In the early game, you're not gonna get more than 1 proc in a team fight or skirmish. Maybe if it's a super extended fight, you will be able to get a second proc as you auto attack and reduce the cooldown and as it naturally cools down, but for the most part it's just gonna be 1 proc. Later on into the game, when you get to about 50% to 75% crit chance, you will be able to proc this up way more. The champions that go for this item will usually rush it. You can see it on a character like Jinx or Tristana, maybe Azeri. These characters can utilize the attack speed from Flurry really well. In my opinion, there shouldn't be a crit stacking mechanic on this. It should just give you the 25% crit chance right out the get-go. I think they're not doing it that way because they want to make it a bit weaker once it's purchased, but I think it would be better. It would just make it feel better for the champions that purchase it, especially because most of the characters that take it are going to be ranged, so they're going to stack it slower. You might occasionally see it on a character like Yone or Yasuo or Tryndamere, and those will stack it faster, but most of the time it's going to be built by a character like Tristana or Zeri, Jinx. Next Next up is Maw of Malmortius. For 3100 gold, you get 60 attack damage, 15 ability haste, and 40 magic resist. The unique passive of this item is a lifeline effect. Once you drop below 30% health, you will gain a shield, and this shield is a magic damage shield only. On top of that, when this effect procs, you will also gain 10% Omnivamp until the end of combat. As long as you are in combat with anything, it won't drop. You can be hitting minions, you can be hitting champions, jungle monsters, it won't drop, which incentivizes fighting more after the effect has popped. This can be seen as an anti-magic damage burst item for champions that buy a lot of attack damage. If you are playing Olaf, you will get a lot of attack damage because you're gonna build a lot of AD, and then your ultimate will give you even more attack damage while it's on. So this shield can go up to 1000 health, and that's pretty good. And that shield can deny a lot of bursts from something like a Veigar or Evelynn or Syndra or just magic damage champions in general. It is also worth noting that the shield value is lower for ranged characters. Most of the time when you want to take this item, it is to stop some kind of magic damage burst on the enemy team, but you can also take it for some specific lanes. If you are playing Olaf into Rumble, for example, and you're having a tough time dealing with him because he bursts you really hard, you can straight up rush Maw. The moment you acquire it, you will gain a pretty substantial shield. Despite the fact that you won't have that much attack damage, the shield will still be pretty significant because the item itself also gives you attack damage. So at the very least, it's probably going to be a 400 health shield as your first item, maybe a little more. And that can deny the burst from the enemy Rumble, especially if you combine it with the magic resist of the item. Another example would be a matchup like Darius versus Akali or Darius versus Gwen, maybe even Darius versus Mordekaiser. If you want actual survivability and you don't care about damage, go for Kanek Rookern always, as it's better. You can literally have 700 damage as Aatrox and you would still get more value from Kanek Rookern, but that's just because Kanek Rookern is the best magic resist item in the entire game. You would get double the magic resist and you would get health. And on top of that, most of the time the Kanek shield will be larger than the Maw shield, and the Kanek shield never expires, nor does it force you to drop below 30% health to activate, but it can be taken on assassin champions that want both attack damage and a magic damage shield with some magic resist attached to it. Next is Sundered Sky. For 3100 gold, you get 45 attack damage, 400 health, and 10 ability haste. And the unique passive of this item is that your first attack against the champion will critically strike for 80% of your normal crit strike damage, and the attack will also restore some health. A lot of different bruisers can actually purchase this item. The health is good and the attack damage is not bad, and the healing of the item scales off of your base AD, and most bruisers have rather high base AD, and then it has a missing health component, and most bruisers love to play at lower health totals. Something like a Darius or Olaf or Aatrox, those champions can use that missing health ratio very well. And in general, it just gives you way more survivability. If there's multiple enemies nearby, you can attack them quickly to get that healing from all of them, and the cooldown isn't the highest, it's 10 seconds. There's also champions that purchase this item for the critical strike effect. A Riven, for example, might not care that much about the healing, but the fact that you ensure that you crit on your first attack against an enemy champion is disgusting. A Riven with 600 damage can auto attack an AD carry and melt them from that. Even though it does 20% less damage than a regular crit strike, it still is disgusting. Another example of this would be a Darius with 5 stacks. He can go on a backline squishy with Flash W and completely melt them because he knows for a fact that first attack will crit. And Darius can both use the healing and the critical strike effect. Typically, Aatrox will get a bunch of damage in his build, so that empowered attack will be really good, but his ultimate also increases all healing. The moment you get attacked by a Sundered Sky Aatrox, he will basically go from 100 health to 2000 instantly. I am not exaggerating, it is vile how much healing he gets just from that one attack later on. But characters like Jax or Renekton or Jarvan can also take it. Again, it's just good as a sustain tool, so most bruisers can take this and make use of it. Then we move on to Spear of Shojin. For 3100 gold, you get 45 attack damage and 450 health, and then it has two unique passives. The first one is that you gain basic ability haste. This means your Q, W, and E will be affected by it, and they will get that ability haste bonus, but your ultimate won't get any ability haste. And then the second passive, which is arguably the more meaningful one, is that whenever you deal damage with your abilities, you will increase your champion's ability and passive damage. The ability and passive damage can be increased by up to 12%. It is worth noting the fact that passives cannot stack this item, but they do get their damage increased. So for example, Darius Q can stack this item, and the bleed will get increased damage from it, but the bleed itself will not give Darius stacks on the item. This item can be built on a multitude of characters that just spam spells. One example is Hecarim, who's gonna perma-Q, so he will basically always have the maximum increased damage. Another one would be Ambessa, where every single time she uses a spell, she gets the damage amp. Another one would be Aatrox, every single one of his Qs get empowered by this. Basically, most bruisers can use this item if they want to. Even someone like Garen can do this. Some champions obviously stack it slower than others. For example, with Set, you need to use both Q attacks and E, and then your ultimate, and then you're at 4 stacks. But the damage amp works for true damage, so it's pretty good. Darius can buy this as a first item and get Axiom Arcanist in his runes, and then he will get that Axiom Arcanist damage plus the Shojin damage, and that can catch a lot of people off guard, because they won't expect the increased damage on the rank 1 ultimate. One of the very few exceptions to the rule that only bruisers buy this is going to be Smolder, and that is because Smolder just spams his Q a lot, and because of that he can stack Shojin very well. Ezreal is another character that spams his spells a lot. He spams his Q constantly, so he will stack it up very fast, and that will empower his Q damage, his W damage, his E damage, and his ult damage. Now let's move on to Warmog's armor. For 3,100 gold you get 1,000 health and 100% base health regen. This item has 2 unique passives. The second one is that you gain bonus health equal to 12% of your item health. In this situation, I just bought Warmog's armor and I gained a bonus of 120 health because it works with itself. So I gained 1,000 health from items, and because of that I gain another 120 health from Warmog's vitality. The first passive of this item is that if you have at least 2,000 bonus health and you have not taken damage within 8 seconds, you will start to restore a lot of health very quickly. It is 3% of your health per second. There are actually very few champions that purchase this item, and this is because of the bonus health threshold. You basically always want to rush the item if you go for it. Later on, it's not that good. The Warmog's vitality effect can be nice, but you're basically never gonna make use of the Warmog's heart in a lot of cases. There are some champions that can do it, but not a lot. The champion that will rush it most of the time is going to be Mundo. What he can do is rush Warmog's armor and get another Giant's Belt on top of it, and then that will activate the Warmog's heart passive. He would also need to get some extra health in his runes, but usually every Mundo does that. And that way he can make it to where he can constantly take tower plates, and then when he takes damage he can walk out and regenerate a bunch of health quickly, and then he can walk back in and repeat the cycle. And because Mundo has no mana, his only resource is health. All he has to do is step back and let his regen kick in. You might occasionally see it on a Tahm Kench as well, maybe combined with Heartsteel, and that way the Warmog's vitality will give a lot of health. Ornn can also purchase this, and that is because he gets a lot of health from his items, so the item itself is gonna give him 1.5k health, which is essentially how much a Heartsteel would give you if you were to stack it from the beginning of the game. And 2 more unique examples would be Set and Soraka. Set's W damage scales with attack damage, and the more health he has, the more grit he stores, so that means he deals more damage. So by purchasing Warmog's armor as his very last item, he will get a huge increase to his grit bar, and he will deal way more damage. On top of that, it's actually not bad on Set if he, for example, goes into a teamfight and presses his W and misses. If that happens, Set will lose, let's say, half of his health. He can then walk back and start to regenerate, but that is a very unique scenario. And the other one is Soraka, and the reason people even purchase this item on Soraka is because her W taxes her health. Whenever she heals an ally, she uses mana and health with her W. So by purchasing Warmog, she can basically heal everyone without cutting down her health. There might be some other cases where Warmogs can be built. For example, maybe you purchase it as a Cho'Gath or a Scion, or maybe even a Garen in some super specific situations. But overall, this item is rather niche. Next up is Shadow Flame. For 3,200 gold, you get 110 ability power and 15 magic penetration. And you also get the Cinderbloom passive. This passive states that your magic and true damage can critically strike enemies below 40% health. This crit deals 20% increased damage. This is basically an item for champions that want a one-shot. A champion like Aurora can take this, or Karthus, or a Cannon who jumps in with his ultimate, maybe on a Kali. You might see it on an Elise or LeBlanc or Echo. Again, just champions that want to explode people. Also, when it says that it critically strikes, it does mean that Ronduin's Omen will reduce the damage of the Cinderbloom effect. It might not be that much of a reduction, but if let's say you buy Ronduin's Anduin because the enemy team has 2 crit champions and one of their AP champions takes Shadow Flame, you're obviously going to take it. It's just more damage that you reduce. Next up, we have Bastion Breaker. For 3,200 gold, you get 55 attack damage, 22 lethality, and 15 ability haste. The item also has 2 unique passives. The first one is that when you deal damage to a champion or epic monster, you deal a bit of additional true damage, and this true damage scales with your lethality. The actual shape charge effect has a cooldown of 20 seconds. The second passive of this item is the more interesting one. If a champion is taken down within 3 seconds of you damaging them, you will gain Sabotage for 90 seconds. While you have the Sabotage buff, the next attack you deal against an epic monster or tower will deal true damage to it, and that true damage scales very hard with lethality. Generally speaking, this is just another assassin item that you can take. Most of the time you're gonna slot it 3rd or 4th into your build, and that is because the Sabotage effect scales so hard with lethality. I have built 4 items on this Talon, and if I hover over the Bastion Breaker, you can see the fact that my next attack while sabotaged will deal 2,500 true damage. And with epic monsters in particular, this can allow you to sneak a dragon very quickly. Baron not so much because it has a lot of health, but it still helps in actually killing it quicker. Honestly, there's not much else to it. You're just gonna purchase it as an assassin if you wanna go and auto attack a tower on side lane, let's say. If you're a Kha'Zix, maybe you get a pick and then you go on a side lane, you attack the tower and then you run away. Just remember that it only works after you take down a champion and you need to proc it within 90 seconds. But 90 seconds is quite a long window. Next up, we have Stormrazor. For 3,200 gold, you get 50 attack damage, 20% attack speed, and 25% crit chance. And then you get 2 unique passives, but it's really 1 unique passive. The first one is that whenever you move and attack, you generate an energized attack, but that's what energized normally does. The second one is that whenever you do actually use your energized attack, you will apply some bonus magic damage, and you will gain 45% movement speed for a bit. The movement speed is actually extremely noticeable. One build that is pretty popular right now is Stormrazor Vayne, where she just Qs someone and then runs away with that speed. Maybe she even goes for an Essence Reaver and specs into Crit Vayne. Another champion that can use this item very well is Jhin. He can just attack someone and gain that huge burst of speed and then just run away. Other champions that can use this are champions like Aphelios or Akshan. Then we move on to Blade of the Ruin King. For 3,200 gold, you get 40 attack damage, 25% attack speed, and 10% lifesteal. And then you get 2 unique passives. The first one is that your basic attacks will now deal % current health damage. And then the second one is that after you attack a champion 3 times, you will slow them by 30% for 1 second. And this particular effect has a cooldown. The current health damage is actually lower when you purchase this item on a ranged character. There are some champions that will basically buy this item every single game no matter what because of the damage it gives you. The perfect example of this is Aurelia. Basically, no matter what you do, you're gonna see an Aurelia rush Blade of the Ruin King. The moment she acquires this item, she will melt people. Unless you buy a lot of armor to counter the % current health damage, you're going to get melted. If Aurelia plays, let's say, into a Mundo and the Mundo just buys a bunch of health, he will melt very quickly. Even if a tank buys armor, it still might be pretty good. And if you fight the enemy, they basically always need Bramble Vest to cut that healing, or some sort of heal cut item. But Bramble Vest is the best one because it also gives you armor, which means you also take less damage from the Mist's Edge effect. Even though it has less damage on ranged characters, Callista also loves this item. She can apply that slow to an enemy and stick to them very well. Another champion that can buy this would be Yone or Yasuo. Both of them auto attack a lot since their Qs are also counted as auto attacks. Warwick is another one, and in my opinion, he uses it even better than Aurelia. The moment Warwick purchases Blade of the Ruin King, his power skyrockets so disturbingly hard. And then there's more champions that can purchase it, like a Master Yi or a Kog'Maw. Trundle is another one that is pretty underrated, but it's very good for him. Usually Trundle rushes Ravenous Hydra, and then he can go Blade of the Ruin King as his second or maybe third item, and by that point the enemy has a lot of resist, so the actual Mist's Edge damage won't be as high. But Trundle's ultimate steals resist, so then he can just melt through them anyway while his ultimate is on. Never ever underestimate the damage of a champion that purchased Blade of the Ruin King. Moving on to Guardian Angel, for 3,200 gold you get 55 attack damage and 45 armor. You don't really care about the stats, as the reason you purchase this item is for its unique passive. Once you take fatal damage, you will come back to life after a few seconds. You will only come back with 50% of your base health, but your mana will be restored fully. It is also worth noting that once you use the Rebirth passive, it goes on a 5-minute cooldown, and that is a very large cooldown. The The only reason you will really purchase this item is in the late game when you need to stop a champion from just outright one-shotting you in one crucial team fight. At around 30 to 35 plus minutes, one team fight can decide the game instantly. So if you know for a fact that there's an enemy that just wants to target you really hard and get you out of the fight quickly, you can buy this, and when the team fight starts, they're gonna use everything on you, but you will get back into the fight because of the revive. And then off of that, maybe you get a Baron or Elder, or you straight up end the game. It's not really a core item of any character. You just buy this if you think you need that revive. So a champion like Jinx can take this, or Samira, or Neela, or you can see it on a Darius, or Garen, or Zed. You're not gonna see it on one particular character. The only characters that aren't going to buy this are mages, because it doesn't give ability power and it gives attack damage. If it just gave, let's say, armor and then some health, probably even mages could buy this. But basically every single attack damage character in the game can get this, if the situation calls for it, that is, and if you think you really need that revive. And once the revive is exhausted, what you can do is sell the Guardian Angel and purchase something better. And then once the 5 minutes have been waited, you can buy Guardian Angel again, and then wait for it to be procced down again, and then repeat the process. Moving on to Mercurial Scimitar. For 3,200 gold, you get 50 attack damage, 35 magic resist, and 10% lifesteal. And then you get the Quicksilver active, and it also gives you 50% movement speed for 2 seconds. This effect is very close to the effect that Quicksilver Sash has. Much like Guardian Angel, you're basically never gonna see this item be built on characters as an actual core item. The only reason you will purchase this is because you need the QSS effect. And what happens most of the time is that people buy Quicksilver Sash, and they don't upgrade into Mercurial until it is literally their last possible upgrade. Because the 1.3k gold item gives you the exact same active as the 3.2k gold item. Except that Mercurial also gives you some movement speed, but that doesn't really matter. What you're looking for is for the removal of crowd control debuffs. And both QSS and Mercurial do it just the same. The lifesteal is nice and the attack damage is not bad, but again, if you just need to remove crowd control quickly, you just sit on QSS. There's instances where a mage champion will purchase QSS and just sit on it. And the reason they would do this is because QSS just gives you some magic resist and the Quicksilver effect. It doesn't give you attack damage or lifesteal, so no stat is really wasted. Next up is Jackshow the Protein. For 3,200 gold, you get 350 health, 45 armor, and 45 magic resist. And then its unique passive is Voidborn Resilience. After 5 seconds of being in combat with enemy champions, you increase your bonus armor and magic resist by 30%. It is very important to note that you increase your bonus armor and magic resist, not your total armor and magic resist. So the more armor and magic resist you buy, the better the Voidborn Resilience passive gets. So this is a pretty standard item for a champion like Ornn or Cassante or Malphite, because those type of champions will get a lot of bonus armor and MR, which will make the Voidborn Resilience passive even stronger. But there are some very specific characters that aren't tanks that take this. And I'm not talking about bruisers, because some of them can also take this. I'm talking specifically about some ranged characters or champions that take Terminus and then also take Jackshow. Right here you can see my resists. At level 16 I have 140 armor and 110 magic resist. Now Terminus gives you up to 24 armor and magic resist. And then Jackshow will increase that even further because of the Voidborn Resilience. So just with those two items, once they are both fully stacked, I have 190 armor now and 155 magic resist. And there's a lot of characters that can do this combo. Warwick, for example, can take Terminus and then get Jackshow. And then he will get a lot of resist just from those two items. You saw how much that was. Another example would be Callista. She can take Terminus and Jackshow if she wants to. She can even take Wit's End, which gives her magic resist as well. And then mage characters will have to deal with a 200 magic resist Callista, while still dishing out a huge amount of damage. Another champion that can go both Terminus and Jackshow is a Varus or a Vayne. Vayne can even buy a Randuin if she feels so inclined instead of Terminus. If she has some crit damage that she really needs to tank up, she can buy it. But that will usually happen much later into the game. You're not gonna see a Vayne rush Randuin as her first, second, third, maybe even fourth item. A Belveth can do the exact same thing. She can get Jackshow and Terminus. But for the most part, this item is built by tank and bruiser champions. As I said before, an Ornn will buy this, or Cassante, Malphite, Rammus, those type of characters. And occasionally you're gonna see it on a Darius or Mordekaiser or Garen, because there's some times when you just need to hyper tank up for your team. Now we move on to Sterak's Gauge. For 3,200 gold, you get 400 health and 20% tenacity. And then it has two unique passives. The first one is that you get attack damage based off of your base attack damage. Bruiser champions usually have the highest base attack damage in the game. Champions like Darius or Alawi, Garen, so they will get a lot of attack damage from this passive. And then the second passive is the Lifeline passive. After you take damage that would reduce your health below 30%, you gain a shield, and that shield decays over 4.5 seconds. The shield also scales based off of your bonus health. This is an item that you can take on most bruisers if you don't want to get burst down. The tenacity is also pretty good here. A champion like Darius can be scared of being locked down, so the Sterak's shield and the tenacity will help out a lot. Garen can buy it, Set can buy it, or Nasus, maybe even a Renekton. Those type of characters will have very high base attack damage and will buy a ton of health. Even a character like Mundo can purchase this. He has pretty low base attack damage, but that doesn't matter. Mundo will buy a huge amount of health, and because of that, his Sterak's shield is usually way higher than on a bruiser, because bruisers sometimes buy items that have no health, whereas Mundo's items basically always have some health on them. The same goes for Skarner. Every single item that Skarner purchases will have health. Then we move on to Zhonya's Hourglass. For 3,250 gold, you get 100 ability power and 50 armor, and then the Time Stop active. The Time Stop active is the same active that Seeker's Armguard has, except it can be used more than once, it just has a 2-minute cooldown. It does the exact same thing that the Seeker's Armguard stasis does. You're trapped in time for 2.5 seconds, and you can't move or use abilities or take damage. If you have the Seeker's Armguard and you haven't used it and turned it into Shattered Armguard, you don't need to upgrade into the full Zhonya's, because you do have a stasis that you can use. And once you use that one, then you can upgrade into the Zhonya's if you want. But there are people who straight up rush this item sometimes. Let's say you're a Lissandra on mid lane against an assassin. If you want to ruin that assassin's day, you're gonna rush Zhonya's. Lissandra can ult herself and make herself invulnerable like Zhonya's, and then she can press Zhonya's and be invulnerable once again. Another champion that can purchase this item is Fizz. He can use his E to become invulnerable and untargetable, and then he can use Zhonya's to enter stasis. And then once he's out of the Zhonya's, his E might come back up and he can use his E again. But there's a lot of different champions that have synergies with Zhonya's. Basically the same interactions that Seeker's Armguard has, Zhonya's has as well. Morgana can use her ultimate and then go into stasis, and nobody can actually do anything to Morgana. They can obviously walk out of her zone, but they can't hit her. Fiddlesticks can use Zhonya's right after he uses his ultimate, ensuring that all the ultimate damage goes through. Kennen can activate Zhonya's after using his ultimate to make sure that he doesn't get burst down. Almost every single mage champion in the game can purchase Zhonya's because the stasis effect is really good. You can use it to dodge certain abilities like a Caitlyn ultimate or Karthus ultimate or a Draven ult. You can use it to buy time for your team. There's just a lot of versatility to it. Now Lord Dominic's Regards. For 3,300 gold, you get 35 attack damage, 35% armor penetration, and 25% crit strike chance. And then you get the Giant Slayer passive. And this passive states that you can deal up to 15% bonus damage against champions based on their bonus health. The maximum damage reaches at 1,500 bonus health. This is basically the armor penetration item that every single AD carry in the game will take. You want to kill an Ornn, you take that, or a Cho'Gath, or a Malphite, you're basically always going to take Lord Dominic's Regards. But if you need anti-heal and no one else on your team has it, Mortal Reminder is better. You could take this item into a Mundo, but if no one has Heal Cut on your team, he's just gonna heal through the damage for the most part. What would be ideal is if the AD carry could buy Lord Dominic's Regards and then someone else on the team applies the Heal Cut to the Mundo. That way the AD carry can buy LDR and max out their damage. It is also worth noting that the damage increase works on true damage. And I would also like to showcase one more thing regarding this item. You can see right here that this target dummy has 2,500 health. I have given it 1,500 health as shown here. If I use my Garen ultimate on this target dummy, I am going to deal 168 damage. Now that I purchased Lord Dominic's Regards, I am going to deal more damage, and that is because it has bonus health, and I gave it the maximum of 1,500 bonus health. If I were were to up its health even further, like right here, how now it has even more health, when I use my ultimate, it will deal the exact same damage as when it only had 1.5k because I reached the maximum. But what I want to actually show is the fact that it doesn't matter how much health you have. You don't need to have 1,500 less health than him. The opponent just needs to have 1,500 bonus health. So right here, I have even more health than the target dummy right now. I have 2,900 health. And despite that, I am still going to deal the 193 damage that I did before, because the target dummy has the 1.5k bonus health. This means that champions that buy a lot of health can still take this. If you want to take this on Garen, you can. You can go for a bruisery build and slot in Lord Dominic's Regards instead of Black Cleaver, and you will still melt down the Ornn or Scion or whoever else, even if your healths are almost equal. It's just a good interaction to know, I'd say. Moving on to Stridebreaker. For 3,300 gold, you get 40 attack damage, 25% attack speed, and 450 health. And then you get a passive and an active. The passive is the Cleave passive that Tiamat has, and the active deals damage like Tiamat, but it also slows nearby enemies that are hit, and it grants you movement speed. The range of Stridebreaker is also a little different to that of Tiamat. You can see right here that I can hit this target dummy with my Tiamat. But now that I upgraded it into Stridebreaker, I can't hit the target dummy from the same location. I haven't moved at all. Another thing that is very worth noting here is that you can activate Stridebreaker and it won't cancel your movement. In this situation, I have Tiamat and I start spinning as Garen, and the moment I press the Tiamat, I have to stop. I can't do anything about this. But now that I upgraded it into Stridebreaker, it won't stop my movement at all and I can continue to walk. This doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but it's actually super useful. Like you saw, Garen can use it while spinning and it doesn't stop his movement. Darius can use it while winding up his Q and it won't stop his movement. A champion like Sett that needs to get close to his opponent can activate it and it won't stop his movement. This is built by bruiser champions that need to close the gap or stick to opponents. Garen will basically take this item every game because it's so good on him, same for a Sett. You're gonna see it on a ton of Olaf players or Darius, maybe a Belveth, a Warwick can take this as well. Even some champions that have dashes like Renekton or Zahen might go for it. And the movement speed and slow feels really good for just sticking to people. So a pretty good amount of bruiser champions can take this and make use of the active. Now we move on to Ravenous Hydra. For 3,300 gold, you get 65 attack damage, 15 ability haste, and 12% lifesteal. It gives the Cleave passive that Tiamat has, and the active is much like Tiamat's. The range is exactly the same. The actual damage is slightly higher, and one very important thing is the fact that your lifesteal applies to this damage. And even the Cleave effect itself will benefit from lifesteal. There are a few champions that really love this item, most notably Fiora. Fiora has absolutely horrible wave clear. So by rushing a Ravenous Hydra, not only will she get a lot of wave clear, but she will also get a ton of sustain from the item because of the lifesteal. Another champion that can use this item very well is Camille. She wants the Tiamat for the wave clear, and then Ravenous Hydra makes the most sense to purchase out of all of the Tiamat items. It gives her good dueling power and lifesteal. And there's some champions that have lifesteal within their kits. For example, when Udyr is using his W, he gains some lifesteal if he doesn't use the 2 attacks. So what he can do is empower his W, and then before he actually uses the W attacks, he activates Ravenous Hydra. And that way he will heal with the increased lifesteal that W gives him. Olaf gains lifesteal based off of his missing health. So if he uses Ravenous Hydra when he's lower health, he will gain even more healing. Lee Sin's W gives him lifesteal and spell vamp. So if he activates the Ravenous Hydra while he has that lifesteal on, he will heal even more. And those characters can unironically go from 10% health to full health in one Ravenous Hydra proc. And that is all because they have some extra lifesteal within their kit. It's just a really solid item for some very specific characters up in top lane. And in some very rare cases, you might see it on some jungler like a Rengar, but I doubt it. It's not really that meta anymore. It's essentially just a top lane only item now. Then we move on to Death's Dance. For 3,300 gold, you get 60 attack damage, 50 armor, and 15 ability haste. And then you get 2 unique passives. The first one is that you store damage taken as a bleed effect over 3 seconds. I have purchased the item right now, and when I tank damage, you can see the fact that I get this bleed source on me. And it ticks down and it eventually catches up with me. It basically delays the damage that that you take. It's still going to happen, it's just gonna happen later. For melee characters, it stores 30% of the damage taken, but for ranged characters, it is only 10%. And then the second passive is Defy. When a champion that you damaged within 3 seconds dies, you will cleanse all of the stored damage on the bleed effect of Death's Dance. And then you will also restore some additional health. This item is absolutely incredible for bruisers and skirmishers. A champion like Riven will love this item. It basically denies people from just one-shotting her and bursting her down. Eventually the damage will go through, but if she can get a kill before it all finishes, she can cleanse off the bleed, and because Riven buys a lot of attack damage, she can get a lot of healing. Olaf is another example of this. Olaf can just charge in with his ultimate and try to kill someone. The enemy team might try to burst him down and kill him, but because of the ignore pain effect, they have to burst him down even more before he finally dies. And if he can kill his target, he will cleanse the entire bleed, and then he can continue going killing everyone. It is also worth noting that you can use a shield during the Death's Dance bleed effect and the bleed will get blocked by the shield. This means that a Riven can use her E, for example, while she still has a bleed on her, and then the bleed will take part of her shield, not of her actual health. And that can give her even more time to get a kill and heal the bleed effect. A champion like Darius can take this, or Ambessa, or Aurelia, or most bruisers for that matter. This is why when I talked about Endless Hunger, I said that it's a weaker Death's Dance, because Death's Dance is a very, very good item in the later stages of the game. If there's an enemy that deals more damage the lower health you are, they're gonna deal less damage because of that bleed effect, because they need to wait for the bleed effect to catch up. If Garen wants to execute you, he won't be able to because he needs to wait for the bleed to go down. And while he waits for that, maybe you get off another shield and then he can't execute you. You can usually build this item as a 4th or 5th item, maybe sometimes even as a 3rd item. One thing that is worth noting, however, is the fact that this doesn't store true damage. If you take 1000 true damage, you won't take 300 of it as a bleed. You're just gonna take the 1000 true damage. So this wouldn't work for something like a Darius ultimate, Olaf E, or Garen ult when he finally uses it. Next up is Titanic Hydra. For 3300 gold, you gain 40 attack damage and 600 health. And then you get the cleave passive from Tiamat, and then an active that is called Titanic Crescent. The active and cleave on this item are pretty different to Tiamat. Right here, when I go to attack this target dummy, you can see the area in which the Tiamat hits. But when I go to purchase the Titanic Hydra, you can see the fact that the cleave is only behind the target. On the side, nothing gets hit, only behind them. And unlike every other Tiamat item where you just activate the item to use the effect, here you have to actually attack someone with an attack first. The moment I click my Tiamat here, you can see that my next attack is empowered. And what this will do is that the next time I attack something, I will deal more damage and in a larger area. This attack also counts as a basic attack reset. So you can do something like auto into an instant Titanic Hydra proc, and that will give you 2 quick attacks. This Tiamat item is meant to be built by tanks or bruisery tanks, especially ones that can use the auto attack reset of Titanic Hydra. One example would be Mundo. You can do something like auto Titanic Hydra E, or you can do auto E Titanic Hydra. And Mundo builds a lot of health, which is really good because Titanic Hydra scales off of health. Another champion could be Kled. Kled needs to attack a few times to finally get his violent tendencies effect off. So with Titanic Hydra, he can skip an attack by doing that auto attack reset. Shen needs to attack 3 times to do his empowered Q damage. But with Titanic Hydra, he can get 2 attacks very quickly by doing auto into Titanic Hydra. Darius can buy this item and do auto W Titanic Hydra, and that way he will get 3 stacks very quickly. One thing that is worth noting, however, is the fact that you can't buy multiple Tiamat items at once. The moment I purchase, let's say, Titanic Hydra, every other item that has a Tiamat component in it is locked. I can't buy it. You can buy this on Zin or Briar or Rek'Sai. Next up is Overlord's Bloodmail. For 3300 gold, you gain 30 attack damage and 550 health, and then 2 unique passives. The first one is that some of your bonus health will give you attack damage as well. It is basically just like Riftmaker's passive that gives you ability power based off of your bonus health. And then the second one is that the lower you are, the more attack damage you gain, and you can gain up to 12% attack damage. This is basically just a huge stat stick item, and it is very good for champions that buy both health and attack damage. One champion that uses this item particularly well is Set. Set wants both health and attack damage, and he wants a lot of it. He will usually buy it as a third item, and by that point, just purchasing Overlord's Bloodmail makes his W go from, let's say, 1000 true damage to something like 1500, or maybe it amps it even more. And then there are some champions that can make use of the Retribution passive in particular very well. Maybe you play Olaf and you take a build that doesn't have a lot of health, but because you will have just a huge amount of attack damage, the Retribution passive might give you something like 60 attack damage just by itself. Mundo can also buy this, and in the super late game, this item can give him like 160 damage just by itself. There's some other champions that can buy this, like Kled or Urgot, and one thing that I should note is that the attack damage is especially good for champions that have attack damage ratios. The champions I listed all have attack damage ratios, aside from Mundo really. All of Set's abilities scale off of attack damage. Darius can take this item, and his Q, W, and ulti scale off of AD. Basically, if you are a super raid boss character, you can probably take this item. So something like an Alawi can probably take it, or a Shyvana, maybe even a Nasus unironically in the super late game. Then we move on to Trinity Force. For 3,333 gold, you will gain 36 attack damage, 30% attack speed, 333 health, and 15 ability haste. And then you will get the Spellblade passive, where after you use an ability, your next attack deals bonus damage. And then you get another passive called Quicken, which states that after you attack, you gain movement speed. Attacking here refers to just basic attacks. A lot of different bruiser champions take this item, because the damage of it scales with 200% base attack damage, and most bruisers have very high base AD, so you can take this on a Darius or Gnar in his mega form when he has very high base AD, and even champions that don't have super high base AD can take it just because it's a lot of damage and the stats on it are very good for dueling. So you're gonna see a Jax take this, maybe a Fiora, a Yorick. You can see a Wukong doing it and using his Q from a really long range to proc it. The champion that will basically always buy it is Camille, and the reason Camille buys it a lot is because the Spellblade effect directly empowers her Q. It makes her deal more true damage with it, and that's a very huge interaction. And you can also have the champions that spam their spells quickly to get a lot of Spellblade procs. Nasus Q has a very low cooldown when he has his ultimate on, so he can get the Spellblade proc on cooldown. Jax W has a very low cooldown, so he can also use the Spellblade proc a lot. And there's a few other champions that can take this, but I'm not going to list every single one of them. There are a few outliers here that aren't just bruisers that take it though. And those would be something like an Ezreal, because his Q procs the on-hit effect and he can Q a lot. Kindred is another one that can purchase it because she can actually use the stats of the item very well. And even someone like Corki can do it. Moving on to Bloodthirster, for 3,400 gold you get 80 attack damage and 15% lifesteal. And then its unique passive effect gives you a shield whenever you overheal from lifesteal. In this situation, I bought Bloodthirster and the item does have lifesteal. And now that I'm going to attack this target dummy, you can see the fact that I'm starting to generate a shield. And this is because of the unique passive of this item. This is an item that basically only 80 carries purchase. You might see Graves buying it as well, but that's really it. Draven might look to rush this item, for example, for a lot of sustain and a huge amount of damage because you get 80 attack damage right out the get-go. You might see a Misfortune buying it, or a Samira, maybe an Aphelios. Like I said, 80 carry champions. And in the late game, the shield can actually be pretty good. It just means that they can tank more damage while they're at full health. And then if you combine the Bloodthirster shield with the Immortal Shieldbow shield, it might be tougher for someone to dive onto them. Then we have Infinity Edge. For 3,500 gold, you get 75 attack damage, 25% crit strike chance, and 30% critical strike damage. This is the item that every single crit champion wants to buy later on. And that is because of the critical strike damage increase. If you are playing Azeri and you have 25% crit, you might go Infinity Edge second so that you go to 50%. And then all of your following crits deal 30% more damage. As long as the build is crit focused, you will take it. It is just that impactful of an item. And now finally we have Rabadon's Death Cap. For 3,500 gold, you get 130 ability power, and that is it. But the unique passive of this item is that you increase your total ability power by 30%. This is basically the Infinity Edge of mage items. If you're a Kennen and you want a one-shot, you purchase this. If you're a Zoe and you want to amp up your damage ridiculously high, you will purchase this. Same for an Evelynn or Veigar or Kayle or Vladimir. I have seen some champions flat out rush this item, like I laned into a Heimerdinger and a Kennen that outright rushed Death Cap. Typically you're going to buy it at the earliest on your second item. Sometimes it can go into your third slot or even fourth slot. It just amps up your damage by a lot because it gives you a huge amount of ability power later on. Even some bruiser champions can buy this later into their build because it will amp up their damage so much. You can make a champion like Cho'Gath buy this item while he's building tanky, and if he has a Rift Maker, it will literally double his ability power, maybe even more than that. And now we have reached the end of the video. To anyone that watched the whole thing, I just want to say thank you. I know most of you won't watch the entirety of the video because it is unbelievably long and I would never ask you to do this. And I do hope the timestamps provided helped out. I placed them there in case you wanted to skip to a certain item. I knew this video would be long, but I did not expect it to be this long. But as insane as it's going to sound, I had a good amount of fun, even though at times it destroyed my vocal cords. I tried to make this video for both beginner players that maybe are just starting to play League, and for people that already play a lot of League but just want to learn more about itemization. I tried to give out every single piece of advice and opinion that I could on every single item as a challenger player, and I sincerely hope the information here was useful. With all of this being said, thank you all for joining me in this video. I hope you found some of the information useful, and I will see you guys in the next video, hopefully very soon.
I am favored by the gods and awaited in the Hall of Bones.